chronological page. Preface. In April 1944, 6 weeks before the Allied invasion of France, the Nazi propagandist William Joyce, better known as Lord Haw-Haw, made a chilling radio broadcast directed at Britain. According to Joyce, Germany knew the Allies were at work on large concrete structures in the south of England. Germany also knew those structures were to be towed across the English Channel during the coming invasion and sunk off the coast of France. Joyce declared, "Well, we are going to help you boys. When you come to get them underway, we're going to sink them for you." Alarm klaxons sounded inside British intelligence and the Allied High Command. The concrete structures referred to by Joyce were actually components of a giant artificial harbour complex bound for Normandy, codenamed Operation Mulberry. If Hitler's spies truly understood the purpose of Mulberry, they might very well know the most important secret of the war, the time and place of the Allied invasion of France. Several anxious days later, those fears were put to rest when U.S. intelligence intercepted a coded message from Japan's ambassador to Berlin, Lieutenant General Hiroshi Baron Oshima, to his superiors in Tokyo. Oshima received regular briefings from his German allies on preparations for the looming invasion. According to the intercepted message, German intelligence believed the concrete structures were part of a massive anti-aircraft complex, not an artificial harbor. But how did German intelligence make such a crucial miscalculation? Did it simply misread its own intelligence, or had it been deceived? Considering the thousands of workers who at one time or another were involved, it was remarkable that the enemy had no inkling of what was afoot. Guy Hartcup, Force Mulberry. In wartime, truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies. Winston Churchill. Part 1. Chapter 1. Suffolk, England, November 1938. Beatrice Pym died because she missed the last bus to Ipswich. 20 minutes before her death, she stood at the dreary bus stop and read the timetable in the dim light of the village's single street lamp. In a few months, the lamp would be extinguished to conform with the blackout regulations. Beatrice Pym would never know of the blackout. For now, the lamp burned just brightly enough for Beatrice to read the faded timetable. To see it better, she stood on tiptoe and ran down the numbers with the end of a paint-smudged forefinger. Her late mother always complained bitterly about the paint. She thought it unladylike for one's hand to be forever soiled. She had wanted Beatrice to take up a neater hobby: music, volunteer work, even writing, though Beatrice's mother didn't hold with writers. "Damn!" Beatrice muttered, forefinger still glued to the timetable. Normally she was punctual to a fault. In a life without financial responsibility, without friends, without family, she had erected a rigorous personal schedule. Today she had strayed from it, painted too long, started back too late. She removed her hand from the timetable and brought it to her cheek, squeezing her face into a look of worry. "Your father's face," her mother had always said with despair. A broad, flat forehead, a large, noble nose, a receding chin. At just 30, hair prematurely shot with grey. She worried about what to do. Her home in Ipswich was at least 5 miles away, too far to walk. In the early evening, there might still be light traffic on the road. Perhaps someone would give her a lift. She let out a long, frustrated sigh. Her breath froze, hovered before her face, then drifted away on a cold wind from the marsh. The clouds shattered, and a bright moon shone through. Beatrice looked up and saw a halo of ice floating around it. She shivered, feeling the cold for the first time. She picked up her things: a leather rucksack, a canvas, a battered easel. She had spent the day painting along the estuary of the River Orwell. Painting was her only love, and the landscape of East Anglia her only subject matter. It did lead to a certain repetitiveness in her work. Her mother liked to see people in art: street scenes, crowded cafes. Once she even suggested Beatrice spend some time in France to pursue her painting. Beatrice refused. She loved the marshlands and the dikes, the estuaries and the broads, the fenland north of Cambridge, the rolling pastures of Suffolk. She reluctantly set out toward home, pounding along the side of the road at a good pace despite the weight of her things. She wore a mannish cotton shirt, smudged like her fingers, a heavy sweater that made her feel like a toy bear, a reefer coat too long in the sleeves, trousers tucked inside Wellington boots. She moved beyond the sphere of yellow lamplight. The darkness swallowed her. She felt no apprehension about walking through the dark in the countryside. Her mother, fearful of her long trips alone, warned incessantly of rapists. Beatrice always dismissed the threat as unlikely. She shivered with the cold. She thought of home, a large cottage on the edge of Ipswich, left to her by her mother. Behind the cottage, at the end of the garden walk, she had built a light-splashed studio where she spent most of her time. It was not uncommon for her to go days without speaking to another human being. All this, and more, her killer knew. After 5 minutes of walking, she heard the rattle of an engine behind her. A commercial vehicle, she thought. An old one, judging by the ragged engine note. Beatrice watched the glow of the headlamps spread like sunrise across the grass on either side of the roadway. She heard the engine lose power and begin to coast. She felt a gust of wind as the vehicle swept by. She choked on the stink of the exhaust. Then she watched as it pulled to the side of the road and stopped. The hand, visible in the bright moonlight, struck Beatrice as odd. It poked from the driver's side window seconds after the van had stopped and beckoned her forward. A thick leather glove, Beatrice noted, the kind used by workmen who carry heavy things. A workman's overall, dark blue maybe. The hand beckoned once more. There it was again. Something about the way it moved wasn't quite right. She was an artist, and artists know about motion and flow, and there was something else. When the hand moved, it exposed the skin between the end of the sleeve and the base of the glove. Even in the poor light, Beatrice could see the skin was pale and hairless, not like the wrist of any workman she had ever seen, and uncommonly slender. Still, she felt no alarm. She quickened her pace and reached the passenger door in a few steps. She pulled open the door and set her things on the floor in front of the seat. Then she looked up into the van for the first time and noticed the driver was gone. Beatrice Pym, in the final conscious seconds of her life, wondered why anyone would use a van to carry a motorcycle. It was there, resting on its side in the back, 2 jerry cans of petrol next to it. Still standing next to the van, she closed the door and called out. There was no answer. Seconds later, she heard the sound of a leather boot on gravel. She heard the sound again, closer. She turned her head and saw the driver standing there. She looked to the face and saw only a black woolen mask. 2 pools of pale blue stared coldly behind the eye holes. Feminine-looking lips, parted slightly, glistening behind the slit for the mouth. Beatrice opened her mouth to scream. She managed only a brief gasp before the driver rammed a gloved hand into her mouth. The fingers dug into the soft flesh of her throat. The glove tasted horribly of dust, petrol, and dirty motor oil. Beatrice gagged, then vomited the remains of her picnic lunch, roast chicken, Stilton cheese, red wine. Then she felt the other hand probing around her left breast. For an instant, Beatrice thought her mother's fears about rape had finally been proved correct. But the hand touching her breast was not the hand of a molester or a rapist. The hand was skilled, like a doctor's, and curiously gentle. It moved from her breast to her ribs, pressing hard. Beatrice jerked, gasped, and bit down harder. The driver seemed not to feel it through the thick glove. The hand reached the bottom of her ribs and probed the soft flesh at the top of her abdomen. It went no farther. One finger remained pressed against the spot. Beatrice heard a sharp click. An instant of excruciating pain, a burst of brilliant white light, then a benevolent darkness. The killer had trained endlessly for this night, but it was the first time. The killer removed the gloved hand from the victim's mouth, turned, and was violently sick. There was no time for sentiment. The killer was a soldier, a major in the Secret Service, and Beatrice Pym soon would be the enemy. Her death, while unfortunate, was necessary. The killer wiped away the vomit from the lips of the mask and set to work, taking hold of the stiletto and pulling. The wound sucked hard, but the killer pulled harder, and the stiletto slipped out. An excellent kill. Clean. Very little blood. Vogel would be proud. The killer wiped the blood from the stiletto, snapped the blade back into place, and put it in the pocket of the overall. Then the killer grasped the body beneath the arms, dragged it to the rear of the van, and dumped it onto the crumbling edge of the tarmac. The killer opened the rear doors. The body convulsed. It was a struggle to lift the body into the back of the van, but after a moment it was done. The engine hesitated, then fired. Then the van was on the move again, flashing through the darkened village and turning onto the deserted roadway. The killer, composed despite the presence of the body, quietly sang a song from childhood to help pass the time. It was a long drive, 4 hours at least. During the preparation, the killer had driven the route by motorcycle, the same bike that now lay beside Beatrice Pym. The drive would take much longer in the van. The engine had little power, the brakes were bad, and it pulled hard to the right. The killer vowed to steal a better one next time. Stab wounds to the heart, as a rule, do not kill instantly. Even if the weapon penetrates a chamber, the heart usually continues to beat for some time until the victim bleeds to death. As the van clattered along the roadway, Beatrice Pym's chest cavity rapidly filled with blood. Her mind approached something close to a coma. She had some sense she was about to die. She remembered her mother's warnings about being alone late at night. She felt the wet stickiness of her own blood seeping out of her body into her shirt. She wondered if her painting had been damaged. She heard singing, beautiful singing. It took some time, but she finally discerned that the driver was not singing in English. The song was German, the voice a woman's. Then Beatrice Pym died. First stop, 10 minutes later, the bank of the River Orwell, the same spot where Beatrice Pym had been painting that day. The killer left the van's engine running and climbed out. She walked to the passenger side of the van, opened the door, and removed the easel, the canvas, and the rucksack. The easel was erected very near the slow-moving water, the canvas placed on it. The killer opened the rucksack, removed the paints and palette, and laid them on the damp ground. She glanced at the unfinished painting and thought it was rather good. A shame she couldn't have killed someone with less talent. Next, she removed the half-empty bottle of claret, poured the remainder of the wine into the river, and dropped the bottle at the legs of the easel. Poor Beatrice. Too much wine, a careless step, a plunge into frigid water, a slow journey to the open sea. Cause of death, presumed drowned, presumed accidental. Case closed. 6 hours later, the van passed through the West Midlands village of Whitchurch and turned onto a rough track skirting the edge of a barley field. The grave had been dug the previous night, deep enough to conceal a corpse, but not so deep that it might never be found. She dragged Beatrice Pym's body from the back of the van and stripped away the bloody clothing. She took hold of the naked corpse by the feet and dragged it closer to the grave. Then the killer walked back to the van and removed 3 items: an iron mallet, a red brick, and a small spade. This was the part she dreaded most, for some reason worse than the murder itself. She dropped the 3 items next to the body and steadied herself. Fighting off another wave of nausea, she took the mallet in her gloved hand, raised it, and crushed Beatrice Pym's nose. When it was over, she could barely look at what was left of Beatrice Pym's face. Using first the mallet, then the brick, she had pounded it into a mass of blood, tissue, smashed bone, and shattered teeth. She had achieved the intended effect. The features had been erased, the face rendered unrecognizable. She had done everything they had ordered her to do. She was to be different. She had trained at a special camp for many months, much longer than the other agents. She would be planted deeper. That was why she had to kill Beatrice Pym. She wouldn't waste her time doing what other, less gifted agents could do, counting troops, monitoring railways, assessing bomb damage. That was easy. She would be saved for bigger and better things. She would be a time bomb, ticking inside England, waiting to be activated, waiting to go off. She put a boot against the ribs and pushed. The corpse tumbled into the grave. She covered the body with earth. She collected the blood-stained clothing and tossed it into the back of the van. From the front seat, she took a small handbag containing a Dutch passport and a wallet. The wallet held identification papers, an Amsterdam driver's permit, and photographs of a fat, smiling Dutch family. All of it had been forged by the Abwehr in Berlin. She threw the bag into the trees at the edge of the barley field, a few yards from the grave. If everything went according to plan, the badly decomposed and mutilated body would be found in a few months, along with the handbag. The police would believe the dead woman to be Christa Kunst, a Dutch tourist who entered the country in October 1938 and whose holiday came to an unfortunate and violent end. Before leaving, she took a last look at the grave. She felt a pang of sadness for Beatrice Pym. In death, she had been robbed of her face and her name. Something else. The killer had just lost her own identity. For 6 months, she had lived in Holland, for Dutch was one of her languages. She had carefully constructed a past, voted in a local Amsterdam election, even permitted herself a young lover, a boy of 19 with a huge appetite and a willingness to learn new things. Now Christa Kunst lay in a shallow grave on the edge of an English barley field. The killer would assume a new identity in the morning, but tonight she was no one. She refueled the van and drove for 20 minutes. The village of Alderton, like Beatrice Pym, had been carefully chosen, a place where a van burning at the roadside in the middle of the night would not be noticed immediately. She pulled the motorbike out of the van along a heavy plank of wood, difficult work even for a strong man. She struggled with the bike and gave up when it was 3 feet from the road. It crashed down with a loud bang, the one mistake she had made all night. She lifted the bike and rolled it, engine dead, 50 yards down the road. Then she returned to the van. One of the jerry cans still contained some petrol. She doused the inside of the van, dumping most of the fuel on Beatrice Pym's blood-soaked clothing. By the time the van went up in a fireball, she had kicked the bike into life. She watched the van burn for a few seconds, the orange light dancing on the barren field and the line of trees beyond. Then she turned the bike south and headed for London. Chapter 2. Oyster Bay, New York, August 1939. Dorothy Lauterbach considered her stately fieldstone mansion the most beautiful on the North Shore. Most of her friends agreed because she was richer, and they wanted invitations to the 2 parties the Lauterbachs threw each summer, a raucous, drunken affair in June and a more reflective occasion in late August, when the summer season ground to a melancholy conclusion. The back of the house looked out over the Sound. There was a pleasant beach of white sand brought by truck from Massachusetts. From the beach, a well-fertilized lawn raced toward the back of the house, pausing now and again to skirt the exquisite gardens, the red clay tennis court, the royal blue swimming pool. The servants had risen early to prepare for the family's well-deserved day of inactivity, erecting a croquet set and a badminton net that would never be touched, removing the canvas cover from a wooden motorboat that would never be untied from the dock. Once a servant courageously pointed out to Mrs. Lauterbach the folly of this daily ritual. Mrs. Lauterbach had snapped at him, and the practice was never again questioned. The toys were raised each and every morning, only to stand with the sadness of Christmas decorations in May, until they were ceremoniously removed at sundown and put away for the night. The bottom floor of the house sprawled along the water from sunroom to sitting room to dining room, and finally to the Florida room, though none of the other Lauterbachs understood why Dorothy insisted on calling it a Florida room when the summer sun on the North Shore could be just as warm. The house had been purchased 30 years earlier, when the young Lauterbachs assumed they would produce a small army of offspring. Instead, they had just 2 daughters who didn't care much for each other's company, Margaret, a beautiful and immensely popular socialite, and Jane. And so the house became a peaceful place of warm sunshine and soft colors, where most of the noise was made by white curtains snapping in watery breezes, and Dorothy Lauterbach's restless pursuit of perfection in all things. On that morning, the morning after the Lauterbachs' final party, the curtains hung still and straight in the open windows, waiting for a breeze that would never come. The sun blazed, and a shimmering haze hung over the bay. The air was itchy and thick. Upstairs in her bedroom, Margaret Lauterbach Jordan pulled off her nightgown and sat in front of her dressing table. She quickly brushed her hair. It was ash blonde, streaked by the sun and unfashionably short. But it was comfortable and easy to manage. Besides, she liked the way it framed her face and showed off the long, graceful line of her neck. She looked at her body in the mirror. She had finally lost the last few stubborn pounds she had gained while pregnant with her first child. The stretch marks had faded, and her stomach was tanned a rich brown. Bare midriffs were in that summer, and she liked the way everyone on the North Shore had been surprised by how trim she looked. Only her breasts were different. They were larger, fine with Margaret because she had always been self-conscious about their size. The new bras that summer were smaller and stiffer, designed to achieve a high-bosomed effect. Margaret liked them because Peter liked the way they made her look. She pulled on a pair of white cotton slacks, her sleeveless blouse knotted beneath her breasts, and a pair of flat sandals. She looked at her reflection one last time. She was beautiful, she knew that, but not in an audacious way that turned heads on the streets of Manhattan. Margaret's beauty was timeless and understated, perfect for the layer of society into which she had been born. She thought, and soon you're going to be a fat cow again. She turned from the mirror and drew open the curtains. Harsh sunlight spilled into the room. The lawn was in chaos. The tent was being lowered. The caterers were packing away the tables and chairs. The dance floor was being lifted panel by panel and carted away. The grass, once green and lush, had been trampled flat. She opened the windows and smelled the sickly sweet scent of spilled champagne. Something about it depressed her. Hitler may be preparing to conquer Poland, but a glittering time was had by all who attended Bratton and Dorothy Lauterbach's annual August Gala Saturday night. Margaret could almost write the society columns herself by now. She switched on the radio on her nightstand and tuned it to WNYC. I'll Never Smile Again played softly. Peter stirred, still asleep. In the brilliant sunlight, his porcelain skin was barely distinguishable from the white satin sheets. Once she thought all engineers were men with flat-top haircuts, thick black glasses, and lots of pencils in their shirt pockets. Peter was not like that. Strong cheekbones, a sharp jawline, soft green eyes, nearly black hair. Lying in bed now, his upper body exposed, he looked, Margaret thought, like a tumbled Michelangelo. He stood out on the North Shore, stood out from the fair-haired boys who had been born to extraordinary wealth and planned to live life from a deck chair. Peter was sharp and ambitious and brisk. He could run circles around the whole crowd. Margaret liked that. She glanced at the hazy sky and frowned. Peter detested August weather like this. He would be irritable and cranky all day. There would probably be a thunderstorm to ruin the drive back into the city. She thought, perhaps I should wait to tell him the news. Get up, Peter, or we'll never hear the end of it, Margaret said, poking him with her toe. 5 more minutes. We don't have 5 minutes, darling. Peter didn't move. Coffee, he pleaded. The maids had left coffee outside the bedroom door. It was a practice Dorothy Lauterbach loathed. She thought it made the upstairs hallway look like the Plaza Hotel. But it was allowed if it meant that the children would abide by her single rule on weekends, that they come downstairs for breakfast promptly at 9 o'clock. Margaret poured a cup of coffee and handed it to him. Peter rolled onto his elbow and drank some. Then he sat up in bed and looked at Margaret. How do you manage to look so beautiful 2 minutes after getting out of bed? Margaret was relieved. You're certainly in a good mood. I was afraid you'd have a hangover and be perfectly beastly all day. I do have a hangover. Benny Goodman is playing in my head, and my tongue feels like it could use a shave. But I have no intention of acting... He paused. What was the word you used? Beastly. She sat down on the edge of the bed. There's something we need to discuss, and this seems as fine a time as any. Sounds serious, Margaret. That depends. She held him in her playful gaze, then feigned a look of irritation. But get up and get dressed. Or aren't you capable of dressing and listening at the same time? I'm a highly trained, highly regarded engineer. Peter forced himself out of bed, groaning at the effort. I can probably manage it. It's about the phone call yesterday afternoon. The one you were so evasive about? Yes, that one. It was from Dr. Shipman. Peter stopped dressing. I'm pregnant again. We're going to have another baby. Margaret looked down and toyed with the knot of her blouse. I didn't plan for this to happen. It just did. My body has finally recovered from having Billy, and, well, nature took its course. She looked up at him. I've suspected it for some time, but I was afraid to tell you. Why on earth would you be afraid to tell me? But Peter knew the answer to his own question. He had told Margaret he didn't want more children until he had realized his life's dream, starting his own engineering firm. At just 33, he had earned a reputation as one of the top engineers in the country. After graduating first in his class from the prestigious Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, he went to work for the Northeast Bridge Company, the largest bridge construction firm on the East Coast. 5 years later, he was named chief engineer, made partner, and given a staff of 100. The American Society of Civil Engineers named him its Engineer of the Year for 1938 for his innovative work on a bridge spanning the Hudson River in upstate New York. Scientific American published a profile on Peter describing his as the most promising engineering mind of his generation. But he wanted more. He wanted his own firm. Bratton Lauterbach had promised to bankroll Peter's company when the time was right, possibly next year, but the threat of war had put a damper on all that. If the United States was dragged into a war, all money for major public works projects would dry up overnight. Peter's new firm would go under before it had a chance to get off the ground. He said, How far along are you? Almost 2 months. Peter's face broke into a smile. Margaret said, You're not angry with me? Of course not. What about your firm and everything you said about waiting to have more children? He kissed her. It doesn't matter. None of it matters. Ambition is a wonderful thing, but not too much ambition. You have to relax and enjoy yourself sometimes, Peter. Life isn't a dress rehearsal. Peter stood and finished dressing. When are you planning on telling your mother? In my own good time. You remember how she was when I was pregnant with Billy? She drove me crazy. I have plenty of time to tell her. Peter sat down beside her on the bed. Let's make love before breakfast. Peter, we can't. Mother will kill us if we don't get downstairs. He kissed her neck. What was that you were saying about life not being a dress rehearsal? She closed her eyes. Her head rolled back. That's not fair. You're twisting my words. No, I'm not. I'm kissing you. Yes. Margaret? Dorothy Lauterbach's voice echoed up the stairs. We're coming, Mother. I wish, Peter muttered, and followed her downstairs to breakfast. Walker Hardigan joined them for lunch by the swimming pool. They sat beneath an umbrella. Bratton and Dorothy, Margaret and Peter, Jane and Hardigan. A damp, fickle breeze blew from the Sound. Hardigan was Bratton Lauterbach's top lieutenant at the bank. He was tall and thick through the chest and shoulders, and most women thought he looked like Tyrone Power. He was a Harvard man, and during his senior year he had scored a touchdown in the Yale game. His football days had left him with a ruined knee and a slight limp that somehow made him even more attractive. He had a lazy New England accent and smiled easily. A short time after Hardigan came to the bank, he asked Margaret out, and they dated several times. Hardigan wanted the relationship to continue, but Margaret did not. She quietly terminated it, but still saw Walker regularly at parties, and they remained friends. 6 months later, she met Peter and fell in love. Hardigan was beside himself. One evening at the Copacabana, a little drunk and very jealous, he cornered Margaret and begged her to see him again. When she refused, he grabbed her too roughly by the shoulder and shook her. By the icy look on her face, Margaret made it clear she would destroy his career if he did not end his childish behavior. The incident remained their secret. Even Peter didn't know. Hardigan rose quickly through the ranks and became Bratton's most trusted senior officer. Margaret sensed there was an unspoken tension between Hardigan and Peter, a natural competitiveness. Both were young, handsome, intelligent, and successful. The situation had worsened earlier that summer when Peter discovered Hardigan was opposed to lending the money for his engineering firm. I am not one who usually goes in for Wagner, especially in the current climate, Hardigan said, pausing to sip his chilled white wine while everyone chuckled at his remark. But you really must see Herbert Janssen in Tannhäuser at the Metropolitan. It's marvelous."
"I've heard such good things about it," Dorothy said. She loved to discuss the opera, theatre, and new books and films. Hardigan, who managed to see and read everything despite an immense workload at the bank, indulged her. The arts were safe topics, unlike family matters and gossip, which Dorothy deplored. "We did see Ethel Merman in the new Cole Porter musical," Dorothy said, as the first course, a cold shrimp salad, was served. "The title slips my mind."
"Du Barry was a lady," Hardigan put in. "I loved it." Hardigan continued talking. He had gone to Forest Hills yesterday afternoon and watched Bobby Riggs win his match. He thought Riggs was a sure thing to win the Open this year. Margaret watched her mother, who was watching Hardigan. Dorothy adored Hardigan, practically treating him like a member of the family. She had made it clear that she preferred Hardigan to Peter. Hardigan was from a wealthy, conservative family in Maine, not as rich as the Lauterbachs, but close enough for comfort. Peter came from a lower-middle-class Irish family and grew up on the west side of Manhattan. He might be a brilliant engineer, but he would never be one of us. The dispute threatened to destroy Margaret's relationship with her mother. It was ended by Bratton, who would tolerate no objections to his daughter's choice of a husband. Margaret had married Peter in a storybook wedding at St. James's Episcopal Church in June 1935. Hardigan was among the 600 invited guests. He danced with Margaret during the reception and behaved like a perfect gentleman. He even stayed to see the couple off on their 2-month honeymoon in Europe. It was as if the incident at the Copa never happened. The servants brought the main course, chilled poached salmon, and the conversation inevitably shifted to the looming war in Europe. Bratton said, "Is there any way of stopping Hitler now? Or is Poland about to become the easternmost province of the Third Reich?" Hardigan, a lawyer as well as a shrewd investor, had been placed in charge of disentangling the bank from its German and other risky European investments. Inside the bank, he was affectionately referred to as our in-house Nazi because of his name, his perfect German, and his frequent trips to Berlin. He also maintained a network of excellent contacts in Washington and served as the bank's chief intelligence officer. "I spoke to a friend of mine this morning. He's on Henry Stimson's staff in the War Department," Hardigan said. "When Roosevelt returned to Washington from his cruise on the Tuscaloosa, Stimson met him at Union Station and rode with him to the White House. When Roosevelt asked him about the situation in Europe, Stimson replied that the days of peace could now be counted on the fingers of both hands."
"Roosevelt returned to Washington a week ago," Margaret said.
"That's right. Do the math yourself. And I think Stimson was being optimistic. I think war could be hours away." "But what about this communication I read about this morning in the Times?" Peter asked. Hitler had sent a message to Britain the previous night, and the Times suggested it might pave the way for a negotiated settlement of the Polish crisis. "I think he's stalling," Hardigan said. "The Germans have 60 divisions along the Polish border, waiting for the word to move."
"So what's Hitler waiting for?"
Margaret asked. "An excuse. Certainly the Poles aren't going to give him an excuse to invade." "No, of course not. But that won't stop Hitler." "What are you suggesting, Walker?" Bratton asked. "Hitler will invent a reason to attack, a provocation that will allow him to invade without a declaration of war." "What about the British and the French?" Peter asked. "Will they live up to their commitments to declare war on Germany if Poland is attacked?" "I believe so." "They didn't stop Hitler at the Rhineland or Austria or Czechoslovakia," Peter said. "Yes, but Poland is different. Britain and France now realize Hitler must be dealt with."
"What about us?" Margaret asked. "Can we stay out?"
"Roosevelt insists he wants to stay on the sidelines," Bratton said. "But I don't trust him. If the whole of Europe slides into war, I doubt if we'll be able to stay out of it for long."
"And the bank?"
Margaret asked. "We're terminating all our deals with German interests," Hardigan replied. "If there is a war, there will be plenty of other opportunities for investment. This war may be just what we need to finally pull the country out of the Depression."
"Ah, nothing like earning a profit from death and destruction," Jane said. Margaret frowned at her younger sister and thought, typical Jane. She liked to portray herself as an iconoclast, a dark, brooding intellectual, critical of her class and everything it represented. At the same time, she socialized relentlessly and spent her father's money as if the well were about to run dry. At 30, she had no means of support and no prospects for marriage. "Oh, Jane, have you been reading Marx again?" Margaret asked playfully. "Margaret, please," Dorothy said. "Jane spent time in England a few years ago," Margaret continued, as though she had not heard her mother's plea for peace. "She became quite a communist then, didn't you, Jane?" "I'm entitled to an opinion, Margaret," Jane snapped. "Hitler's not running this house." "I think I'd like to become a communist, too," Margaret said. "The summer has been rather dull, with all this talk of war. Converting to communism would be a nice change of pace. The Huttons are throwing a costume party next weekend. We could go as Lenin and Stalin. After the party, we'll go out to the North Fork and collectivize all the farms. It will be great fun." Bratton, Peter, and Hardigan burst into laughter. "Thank you, Margaret," Dorothy said sternly. "You've entertained us all quite enough for one day." The talk of war had gone on long enough. Dorothy reached out and touched Hardigan's arm. "Walker, I'm so sorry you couldn't come to our party last night. It was wonderful. Let me tell you all about it." The lavish apartment on Fifth Avenue overlooking Central Park had been a wedding present from Bratton Lauterbach. At 7 o'clock that evening, Peter Jordan stood at the window. A thunderstorm had moved in over the city. Lightning flashed over the deep green treetops of the park. The wind drove rain against the glass. Peter had driven back into the city alone because Dorothy had insisted that Margaret attend a garden party at Edith Blakemore's. Margaret was being driven back into the city by Wiggins, the Lauterbach's chauffeur, and now they were going to be caught in the bad weather. Peter shoved out his arm and glanced at his watch for the 5th time in 5 minutes. He was supposed to meet the head of the Pennsylvania Road and Bridge Commission at the Stork Club for dinner at 7:30. Pennsylvania was accepting bids and design proposals for a new bridge over the Allegheny River. Peter's boss wanted him to lock up the deal tonight. He was often called on to entertain clients. He was young and smart, and his beautiful wife was the daughter of one of the most powerful bankers in the country. They were an impressive couple. He thought, where the hell is she? He telephoned the Oyster Bay house and spoke to Dorothy. "I don't know what to say to you, Peter. She left in plenty of time. Perhaps Wiggins was delayed by the weather. You know, Wiggins, one sign of rain and he slows to a crawl. I'll give her another 15 minutes. Then I have to leave." Peter knew Dorothy wouldn't apologize, so he hung up before there could be an awkward moment of silence. He made himself a gin and tonic and drank it very fast while he waited. At 7:15, he took the elevator downstairs and stood in the lobby while the doorman went out into the rain and flagged down a taxi. "When my wife arrives, ask her to come directly to the Stork Club." "Yes, sir, Mr. Jordan." The dinner went well, despite the fact that Peter left the table 3 times to telephone the apartment and the Oyster Bay house. By 8:30, he was no longer annoyed. He was worried sick. At 8:45 p.m., Paul Delano, the head waiter, presented himself at Peter's table. "You have a telephone call at the bar, sir." "Thanks, Paul." Peter excused himself. At the bar, he had to raise his voice above the clinking glasses and the din of conversation. "Peter, it's Jane." Peter heard her voice tremble. "What's wrong?" "I'm afraid there's been an accident." "Where are you?" "I'm with the Nassau County Police." "What happened?" "A car pulled in front of them on the highway. Wiggins couldn't see it in the rain. By the time he did, it was too late." "Oh, God!" "Wiggins is in very bad shape. The doctors aren't holding out much hope for him." "What about Margaret, damn it?" Lauterbachs did not cry at funerals. Grieving was done in private. It was held at St. James's Episcopal Church, the same church where Peter and Margaret had been married 4 years earlier. President Roosevelt sent a note of condolence and expressed his disappointment that he could not attend. Most of New York society did attend. So did most of the financial world, even though the markets were in turmoil. Germany had invaded Poland, and the world was waiting for the other shoe to drop. Billy stood next to Peter during the service. He wore short pants and a little blazer and tie. As the family filed out of the church, he reached up and tugged on the hem of his Aunt Jane's black dress. "Will Mommy ever come home?" "No, Billy, she won't. She's left us." Edith Blakemore overheard the child's question and burst into tears. "What a tragedy!" she gasped, sobbing. "What a needless tragedy!" Margaret was buried under brilliant skies in the family plot on Long Island. During the Reverend Pugh's final words, a murmur passed through the graveside mourners, then died away. When it was over, Peter walked back to the limousines with his best friend, Shepherd Ramsay. Shepherd had introduced Peter to Margaret. Even in his somber dark suit, he looked as though he'd just stepped off the deck of his sailboat.
"What was everyone talking about?" Peter asked. "It was damned rude." "Someone arrived late, and they'd been listening to a bulletin on the car radio," Shepherd said. "The British and French just declared war on Germany."
Chapter 3. London, May 1940. Professor Alfred Vicary vanished without explanation from University College on the 3rd Friday of May 1940. A secretary named Lillian Walford was the last member of the staff to see him before his abrupt departure. In a rare indiscretion, she revealed to the other professors that Vicary's last telephone call had been from the new Prime Minister. In fact, she had spoken to Mr. Churchill personally.
"Same thing happened to Masterman and Cheney at Oxford,"
Tom Perrington, an Egyptologist, said as he gazed at the entry in the telephone log.
"Mysterious calls, men in dark suits. I suspect our dear friend Alfred has slipped behind the veil."
Then he added, sotto voce, "into the secret Acropolis." Perrington's languid smile did little to hide his disappointment. Miss Walford would remark later. Too bad Britain wasn't at war with the ancient Egyptians. Perhaps Perrington would have been chosen too. Vicary spent his last hours in the cramped, disorderly office overlooking Gordon Square, putting the final touches on an article for the Sunday Times. The current crisis might have been avoided, it suggested, if Britain and France had attacked Germany in 1939, while Hitler still was preoccupied with Poland. He knew it would be roundly criticized, given the current climate. His last piece had been denounced as Churchillian warmongering by a publication of the pro-Nazi extreme right. Vicary secretly hoped his new article would be similarly received. It was a glorious late spring day, bright sunshine, but deceptively chilly. Vicary, an accomplished if reluctant chess player, appreciated deception. He rose, put on a cardigan sweater, and resumed his work. The fine weather painted a false picture. Britain was a nation under siege, defenseless, frightened, reeling in utter confusion. Plans were drawn up to evacuate the royal family to Canada. The government asked that Britain's other national treasure, its children, be sent into the countryside, where they would be safe from the Luftwaffe's bombers. Through the use of skilled propaganda, the government had made the general public extremely aware of the threat posed by spies and fifth columnists. It was now reaping the consequences. Constabularies were being buried by reports of strangers, odd-looking fellows, or German-looking gentlemen. Citizens were eavesdropping on conversations in pubs, hearing what they liked, then telling the police. They reported smoke signals, winking shore lights, and parachuting spies. A rumor swept the country that German agents posed as nuns during the invasion of the Low Countries. Suddenly, nuns were suspect. Most left the walled sanctuary of their convents only when absolutely necessary. 1 million men too young, too old, or too feeble to get into the armed forces rushed to join the Home Guard. There were no extra rifles for the Guard, so they armed themselves with whatever they could. Shotguns, swords, broom handles, medieval bludgeons, Gurkha knives, even golf clubs. Those who somehow couldn't find a suitable weapon were instructed to carry pepper to toss into the eyes of marauding German soldiers. Vicary, a noted historian, watched his nation's jittery preparations for war with a mixture of enormous pride and quiet depression. Throughout the 30s, his periodic newspaper articles and lectures had warned that Hitler posed a serious threat to England and the rest of the world. But Britain, exhausted from the last war with the Germans, had been in no mood to hear about another. Now the German army was driving across France with the ease of a weekend motor outing. Soon Adolf Hitler would stand atop an empire stretching from the Arctic Circle to the Mediterranean, and Britain, poorly armed and ill-prepared, stood alone against him. Vicary finished the article, set down his pencil, and read it from the beginning. Outside, the sun was setting into a sea of orange over London. The smell of the crocuses and daffodils in the gardens of Gordon Square drifted in his window. The afternoon had turned colder. The flowers were likely to set off a sneezing fit, but the breeze felt wonderful on his face and somehow made the tea taste better. He left the window open and enjoyed it. The war, it was making him think and act differently. It was making him look more fondly upon his countrymen, whom he usually viewed with something approaching despair. He marveled at how they made jokes while filing into the shelter of the underground, and at the way they sang in pubs to hide their fear. It took Vicary some time to recognize his feelings for what they were: patriotism. During his lifetime of study, he had concluded it was the most destructive force on the planet, but now he felt the stirring of patriotism in his own chest, and did not feel ashamed. We are good, and they are evil. Our nationalism is justified. Vicary had decided he wanted to contribute. He wanted to do something instead of watching the world through his well-guarded window. At 6 o'clock, Lillian Walford entered without knocking. She was tall, with a shot-putter's legs, and round glasses that magnified an unfaltering gaze. She began straightening papers and closing books with the quiet efficiency of a night nurse. Nominally, Miss Walford was assigned to all the professors in the department, but she believed that God, in his infinite wisdom, entrusted each of us with one soul to look after, and if any poor soul needed looking after, it was Professor Vicary. For 10 years, she had overseen the details of Vicary's uncomplicated life with military precision. She made certain there was food at his house in Draycott Place in Chelsea. She saw that his shirts were delivered and contained the right amount of starch, not too much, or it would irritate the soft skin of his neck. She saw to his bills and lectured him regularly about the state of his poorly managed bank account. She hired new maids with seasonal regularity because his fits of bad temper drove away the old ones. Despite the closeness of their working relationship, they never referred to each other by their Christian names. She was Miss Walford, and he was Professor Vicary. She preferred to be called a personal assistant, and, uncharacteristically, Vicary indulged her. Miss Walford brushed past Vicary and closed the window, casting him a scolding look. "If you don't mind, Professor Vicary, I'll be going home for the evening." "Of course, Miss Walford." He looked up at her. He was a fussy, bookish little man, bald on top except for a few uncontrollable strands of grey hair. His long-suffering, half-moon reading glasses rested on the end of his nose. They were smudged with fingerprints because of his habit of taking them on and off whenever he was nervous. He wore a weather-beaten tweed coat and a carelessly selected tie stained with tea. His walk was something of a joke around the university. Without his knowledge, some of his students had learned to imitate it perfectly. A shattered knee during the last war had left him with a stiff-jointed, mechanized limp, a toy soldier no longer in good working order, Miss Walford thought. His head tended to tilt down, so he could see over his reading glasses, and he seemed forever rushing somewhere he'd rather not be. "Mr. Ashworth delivered 2 nice lamb chops to your house a short time ago," Miss Walford said, frowning at a messy stack of papers as though it were an unruly child. "He said it may be the last lamb he gets for some time." "I should think so," said Vicary. "There hasn't been meat on the menu at the Connaught in weeks." "It's getting a little absurd, don't you think, Professor Vicary? Today, the government decreed the tops of London's buses should be painted battleship grey," Miss Walford said. "They think it will make it more difficult for the Luftwaffe to bomb them." "The Germans are ruthless, Miss Walford, but even they won't waste their time trying to bomb passenger buses." "They've also decreed that we should not shoot carrier pigeons. Would you please explain to me how I'm supposed to tell a carrier pigeon from a real one?" "I can't tell you how often I'm tempted to shoot pigeons," Vicary said. "By the way, I took the liberty of ordering you some mint sauce as well," Miss Walford said. "I know how eating lamb chops without mint sauce can destroy your week." "Thank you, Miss Walford." "Your publisher rang to say the proofs of the new book are ready for you to examine." "And only 4 weeks late. A record for Cagley. Remind me to find a new publisher, Miss Walford." "Yes, Professor Vicary. Miss Simpson telephoned to say she'll be unable to have dinner with you tonight. Her mother has taken ill. She asked me to tell you it's nothing serious." "Damn," Vicary muttered. He had been looking forward to the date with Alice Simpson. It was the most serious he had been about a woman in a very long time. "Is that all?" "No. The Prime Minister telephoned." "What? Why on earth didn't you tell me?" "You left strict instructions not to be disturbed. When I told this to Mr. Churchill, he was quite understanding. He says nothing upsets him more than being interrupted when he's writing." Vicary frowned. "From now on, Miss Walford, you have my explicit permission to interrupt me when Mr. Churchill telephones." "Yes, Professor Vicary," she replied, undeterred in her belief that she had acted properly. "What did the Prime Minister say?" "You're expected for lunch tomorrow at Chartwell." Vicary varied his walks home according to his mood. Sometimes he preferred to jostle along a busy shopping street or through the buzzing crowds of Soho. Other nights he left the main thoroughfares and roamed the quiet residential streets, now pausing to gaze at a splendidly lit example of Georgian architecture, now slowing to listen to the sounds of music, laughter, and clinking glass drifting from a happy cocktail party. Tonight he floated along a quiet street through the dying twilight. Before the war, he had spent most nights doing research at the library, wandering the stacks like a ghost late into the evening. Some nights he fell asleep. Miss Walford issued instructions to the night janitors. When they found him, he was to be awakened, tucked into his mackintosh, and sent home for the night. The blackout had changed that. Each night the city plunged into pitch darkness. Native Londoners lost their way along streets they had walked for years. For Vicary, who suffered from night blindness, the blackout made navigation next to impossible. He imagined this as what it must have been like 2 millennia ago, when London was a clump of log huts along the swampy banks of the River Thames. Time had dissolved, the centuries retreated, man's undeniable progress brought to a halt by the threat of Goering's bombers. Each afternoon Vicary fled the college and rushed home before becoming stranded on the darkened side streets of Chelsea. Once safely inside his home, he drank his statutory 2 glasses of Burgundy and consumed the plate of chop and peas his maid left for him in a warm oven. Had they not prepared his meals, he might have starved, for he still was grappling with the complexities of the modern English kitchen. After dinner, some music, a play on the wireless, even a detective novel, a private obsession he shared with no one. Vicary liked mysteries. He liked riddles. He liked to use his powers of reasoning and deduction to solve the cases long before the author did it for him. He also liked the character studies in mysteries, and often found parallels to his own work, why good people sometimes did wicked things. Sleep was a progressive affair. It began in his favorite chair, reading lamp still burning. Then he would move to the couch. Then, usually in the hours just before dawn, he would march upstairs to his bedroom. Sometimes the concentration required to remove his clothes would leave him too alert to fall back to sleep, so he would lie awake and think and wait for the grey dawn and the snicker of the old magpie that splashed about each morning in the bird bath outside in the garden. He doubted he would sleep much tonight, not after the summons from Churchill. It was not unusual for Churchill to ring him at the office. It was just the timing. Vicary and Churchill had been friends since the autumn of 1935, when Vicary attended a lecture delivered by Churchill in London. Churchill, confined to the wilderness of the back bench, was one of the few voices in Britain warning of the threat posed by the Nazis. That night he claimed Germany was rearming herself at a feverish pace, that Hitler intended to fight as soon as he was capable. England must rearm at once, he argued, or face enslavement by the Nazis. The audience thought Churchill had lost his mind and heckled him mercilessly. Churchill had cut short his remarks and returned to Chartwell, mortified. Vicary stood at the back of the lecture hall that night, watching the spectacle. He, too, had been observing Germany carefully since Hitler's rise to power. He had quietly predicted to his colleagues that England and Germany would soon be at war, perhaps before the end of the decade. No one listened. Many people thought Hitler was a fine counterbalance to the Soviet Union and should be supported. Vicary thought that utter nonsense. Like the rest of the country, he considered Churchill a bit of an adventurer, a bit too bellicose. But when it came to the Nazis, Vicary believed Churchill was dead on target. Returning home, Vicary sat at his desk and jotted him a 1-sentence note. "I attended your lecture in London and agree with every word you uttered." 5 days later, a note from Churchill arrived at Vicary's home. "My God, I am not alone after all. The great Vicary is at my side. Please do me the honor of coming to Chartwell for lunch this Sunday." Their first meeting was a success. Vicary was immediately absorbed into the ring of academics, journalists, civil servants, and military officers who would give Churchill advice and intelligence on Germany for the rest of the decade. Winston forced Vicary to listen while he paced the ancient wooden floor of his library and explained his theories about German intentions. Sometimes Vicary disagreed, forcing Churchill to clarify his positions. Sometimes Churchill lost his temper and refused to back down. Vicary would hold his ground. Their friendship was cemented in this manner. Now, walking through the gathering dusk, Vicary thought of Churchill's summons to Chartwell. It certainly wasn't just to have a friendly chat. Vicary turned into a street lined with white Georgian terraces, painted rose by the last minutes of the spring twilight. He walked slowly, as if lost, one hand clutching his leaden briefcase, the other rammed into his mackintosh pocket. An attractive woman, roughly his age, emerged from a doorway. A handsome man with a bored face followed her. Even from a distance, even with his dreadful eyesight, he could see it was Helen. He would recognize her anywhere, the erect carriage, the long neck, the disdainful walk, as if she were always about to step into something disagreeable. Vicary watched them climb into the back of the chauffeur-driven car. It drew away from the curb and headed in his direction. "Turn away, you damned fool! Don't look at her!" But he was incapable of heeding his own advice. As the car passed, he turned his head and looked into the rear seat. She saw him, just for an instant, but it was long enough. Embarrassed, she looked quickly down. Vicary, through the rear window of the car, watched her turn and murmur something to her husband that made his head snap back with laughter. "Idiot! Bloody damned idiot!" Vicary started walking again. He looked up and watched the car vanish around a corner. He wondered where they were headed. Off to another party. The theatre, maybe. Why can't I just let her go? It's been 25 years, for God's sake. And then he thought, and why is your heart beating like it was the first time you saw her face? He walked as fast as he could until he grew tired and out of breath. He thought of anything that came into his mind, anything but her. He came to a playground and stood at the wrought-iron gate, staring through the bars at the children. They were overdressed for May, bumping around like tiny plump penguins. Any German spy lurking about would surely realize many Londoners had discounted the government's warning and kept their children with them in the city. Vicary, normally indifferent to children, stood at the gate and listened, mesmerized, thinking there was nothing quite so comforting as the sound of little ones at play. Churchill's car was waiting for him at the station. It sped top-down through the rolling green countryside of southeast England. The day was cool and breezy, and it seemed everything was in bloom. Vicary sat in back, one hand holding his coat closed, the other pressing his hat to his head. Wind blew over the open car like a gale over the prow of a ship. He debated whether he should ask the driver to stop and put up the top. Then the inevitable sneezing fit began, at first like sporadic sniper fire, then progressing into a full-fledged barrage. Vicary couldn't decide which hand to free to cover his mouth. He repeatedly pivoted his head and sneezed so the little puffs of moisture and germs were carried away by the wind. The driver saw Vicary's gyrations in the mirror and became alarmed. "Would you like me to stop the car, Professor Vicary?" he asked, easing off the throttle. The sneezing attack subsided, and Vicary was actually able to enjoy the ride. He didn't care for the countryside, as a rule. He was a Londoner. He liked the crowds and the noise and the traffic, and tended to get disoriented in open spaces. He also hated the quiet of the nights. His mind wandered, and he became convinced there were stalkers roaming in the darkness. But now he sat back in the car and marveled at England's natural beauty. The car turned into the drive at Chartwell. Vicary's pulse quickened as he stepped from the car. As he approached the door, it opened, and Churchill's man, Inches, stood there to greet him. "Good morning, Professor Vicary. The Prime Minister has been awaiting your arrival most eagerly." Vicary handed over his coat and his hat and stepped inside. About a dozen men and a couple of young girls were at work in the drawing room, some in uniform, some like Vicary in civilian clothes. They spoke in hushed, confessional tones, as though all the news was bad. A telephone rattled, then another. Each was answered after one ring. "I hope you had a pleasant trip," Inches was saying. "Marvelous," Vicary replied, lying politely. "As usual, Mr. Churchill is running late this morning," Inches said. Then he added confidingly, "He sets an unattainable schedule, and we all spend the rest of the day trying to catch up with it." "I understand, Inches. Where would you like me to wait?" "Actually, the Prime Minister is quite eager to see you this morning. He asked that you be shown upstairs immediately upon your arrival." "Upstairs?" Inches knocked gently and pushed open the bathroom door. Churchill lay in his tub, a cigar in one hand, the day's second glass of whiskey resting on a small table within easy reach. Inches announced Vicary and withdrew.
"Vicary, my dear man,"
Churchill said. He put his mouth at the waterline and blew bubbles.
"How good of you to come."
Vicary found the warm temperature of the bathroom oppressive. He also found it hard not to laugh at the enormous pink man splashing about in his bath like a child. He removed his tweed jacket and reluctantly sat down on the toilet.
"I wanted a word with you in private. That's why I've invited you here to my lair."
Churchill pursed his lips.
"Vicary, I must admit from the outset that I am angry with you."
Vicary stiffened. Churchill opened his mouth to continue, then stopped himself. A perplexed, defeated look dawned over his face.
"Inches!"
he bellowed. Inches drifted in. "Yes, Mr. Churchill?"
"Inches, I believe my bath water has dropped below 104 degrees. Would you check the thermometer?"
Rolling up his sleeve, Inches retrieved the thermometer. He studied it like an archaeologist examining an ancient bone fragment. "Ah, you're right, sir. The temperature of your bath has plummeted to 102 degrees. Shall I warm it?"
"Well, of course."
Inches opened the hot water tap and let it run for a moment. Churchill smiled as his bath water attained its proper temperature.
"Much better, Inches."
Churchill rolled onto his side. Water cascaded over the side of the tub, soaking the leg of Vicary's trousers. "You were saying, Prime Minister?"
"Ah, yes, I was saying, Vicary, that I was angry with you. You never told me that in your younger days you were quite good at chess. Beat all comers at Cambridge, so I'm told."
Vicary, thoroughly confused, said, "I apologize, Prime Minister, but the subject of chess never arose during any of our conversations."
"Brilliant, ruthless, gambling. That's how people have described your play to me."
Churchill paused.
"You also served in the intelligence corps in the First War."
"I was only in the motorcycle unit. I was a courier, nothing more." Churchill turned his gaze from Vicary and stared at the ceiling.
"In 1250 B.C., the Lord told Moses to send agents to spy out the land of Canaan. The Lord was good enough to give Moses some advice on how to recruit his spies. Only the best and the brightest men were capable of such an important task, the Lord said, and Moses took his words to heart."
"This is true, Prime Minister," Vicary said, "but it is also true that the intelligence gathered by the spies of Moses was poorly utilized. As a result, the Israelites spent another 40 years wandering the desert." Churchill smiled.
"I should have learned long ago never to argue with you, Alfred. You have a nimble mind. I've always admired that."
"What is it you want me to do?"
"I want you to take a job in military intelligence."
"But, Prime Minister, I'm not qualified for that sort of—"
"Nobody over there knows what they're doing,"
Churchill said, cutting Vicary off.
"Especially the professional officers."
"But what about my students, my research?"
"Your students will be in the service soon, fighting for their lives. And as for your research, it can wait."
Churchill paused.
"Do you know John Masterman and Christopher Cheney from Oxford?"
"Don't tell me they've been pulled in."
"Indeed. And don't expect to find a mathematician worth his salt at any of the universities," Churchill said. "They've all been snatched up and bundled off to Bletchley Park."
"What on earth are they doing there?"
"Trying to crack German ciphers."
Vicary made a brief show of thought. "I suppose I accept."
"Good."
Churchill thumped his fist on the side of the tub.
"You're to report first thing Monday to Brigadier Sir Basil Boothby. He is the head of the division to which you will be assigned. He is also the complete English ass. He'd thwart me if he could, but he's too stupid for that. Man could fuck up a steel ball."
"Sounds charming."
"He knows you and I are friends, and therefore he will oppose you. Don't allow yourself to be bullied by him. Understood?"
"Yes, Prime Minister."
"I need someone I can trust inside that department. It's time to put the intelligence back in military intelligence. Besides, this will be good for you, Alfred. It's time you emerged from your dusty library and rejoined the living."
Vicary was caught off guard by Churchill's sudden intimacy. He thought of the previous evening, of his walk home, of staring into Helen's passing car. "Yes, Prime Minister, I believe it is time. Just what will I do for military intelligence?"
but Churchill had vanished below the waterline. Chapter 4. Rastenburg, Germany, January 1944. Rear Admiral Wilhelm Franz Canaris was a small, nervous man who spoke with a slight lisp and possessed a sarcastic wit on those rare occasions when he chose to display it. White-haired, with piercing blue eyes, he was seated in the back of a staff Mercedes as it rumbled from the Rastenburg airfield to Hitler's secret bunker 9 miles away. Usually Canaris shunned uniforms and martial trappings of any kind, preferring a dark business suit instead. But since he was about to meet with Adolf Hitler and the most senior military officers in Germany, he was wearing his Kriegsmarine uniform beneath his formal greatcoat. Known as the Old Fox by friends and detractors alike, Canaris's detached, aloof personality suited him perfectly to the ruthless world of espionage. He cared more about his 2 dachshunds, sleeping now on the floor at his feet, than anyone except his wife, Erika, and his daughters. When work mandated overnight travel, he booked a separate room with double beds so the dogs could sleep in comfort. When it was necessary to leave them behind in Berlin, Canaris checked in with his aides constantly to make certain the animals had eaten and had proper bowel movements. Abwehr staff, who dared to speak ill of the dogs, faced the very real threat of having their careers destroyed if word of their treachery ever reached Canaris's ears. Raised in a walled villa in the Dortmund suburb of Applerbeck, as a member of the German elite so detested by Adolf Hitler, Wilhelm Canaris was the son of a chimney baron and descendant of Italians who emigrated to Germany in the 16th century. He spoke the languages of Germany's friends as well as her enemies, Italian, Spanish, English, French, and Russian, and regularly presided over recitals of chamber music in the salon of his stately Berlin home. In 1933, he was serving as commander of a naval depot on the Baltic Sea at Swinemünde, when Hitler unexpectedly chose him to head the Abwehr, the intelligence and counter-espionage service. Hitler commanded his new spy master to create a secret service on the British model, an order doing its work with passion, and Canaris formally took control of the spy agency on New Year's Day 1934, his 47th birthday. The decision would prove to be one of Hitler's worst. Since taking command of the Abwehr, Wilhelm Canaris had been engaged in an extraordinary high-wire act, providing the German General Staff with the intelligence it needed to conquer most of Europe, while at the same time using the service as a tool to rid Germany of Hitler. He was a leader of the resistance movement dubbed the Black Orchestra, Schwarze Kapelle, by the Gestapo. A tightly knit group of German military officers, government officials, and civic leaders, the Black Orchestra had tried unsuccessfully to overthrow the Führer and negotiate a peace settlement with the Allies. Canaris had engaged in other treasonous activities as well. In 1939, after learning of Hitler's plans to invade Poland, he warned the British in a futile attempt to spur them into action. He did the same in 1940 when Hitler announced plans to invade the Low Countries and France. Canaris turned and peered out the window, watching as the forest swept past, dark, silent, heavily wooded, like the setting of a fairy tale by the brothers Grimm. Lost in the quiet of the snow-covered trees, he thought of the most recent attempt on the Führer's life. 2 months earlier, in November, a young captain named Axel von dem Busche volunteered to assassinate Hitler during an inspection of a new Wehrmacht greatcoat. Busche planned to conceal several grenades beneath the coat, then detonate them during the demonstration, killing himself and the Führer. But one day before the assassination attempt, Allied bombers destroyed the building where the coats were housed. The demonstration was cancelled, never to be rescheduled. Canaris knew there would be more attempts, more brave Germans willing to sacrifice their own lives in order to rid Germany of Hitler. But he also knew time was running out. The Anglo-American invasion of Europe was a certainty. Roosevelt had made it clear he would accept nothing short of unconditional surrender. Germany would be destroyed, just as Canaris feared back in 1933, when Hitler's messianic ambitions became clear to him. He also realized his tenuous grip on the Abwehr was growing weaker by the day. Several members of Canaris's executive staff at Abwehr headquarters in Berlin had been arrested by the Gestapo and charged with treason. His enemies were plotting to seize control of the spy agency and put his neck in a noose of piano wire. He understood his days were numbered, that his long and dangerous high-wire act was nearing an end. The staff car passed through a myriad of gates and checkpoints, then turned into the compound at Hitler's Wolfschanze, the wolf's lair.
The Dachshunds awakened, whimpering nervously, and jumped onto his lap. The conference was to be held in the frigid, airless map room in the underground bunker. Canaris climbed out of the car and walked morosely across the compound. At the bottom of the stairs, a burly SS bodyguard stood with hand out to relieve Canaris of any weapons he might be carrying. Canaris, who shunned firearms and detested violence, shook his head and brushed past.
In November, I issued Führer Directive number 51,
Hitler began without preamble, pacing the room violently, hands clasped behind his back. He wore a dove-grey tunic, black trousers, and resplendent knee-length jackboots. On his left breast pocket he wore the Iron Cross he earned at Ypres, while serving as an infantryman in the List Regiment in the First War.
Directive number 51 stated my belief that the Anglo-Saxons will attempt to invade northwest France no later than the spring, perhaps earlier. During the last 2 months, I have seen nothing to change my opinion.
Canaris, seated at the conference table, watched the Führer prancing around the room. Hitler's pronounced stoop, caused by a kyphotic spine, seemed to have worsened. Canaris wondered if he was finally feeling the pressure. He should be. What was it Frederick the Great had said? He who defends everything defends nothing. Hitler should have heeded the advice of his spiritual guide, for Germany was in the same position she had been in during the Great War. She had conquered far more territory than she could possibly defend. It was Hitler's own fault, the damned fool. Canaris glanced up at the map. In the east, German troops were fighting along a 2,000-kilometer front. Any hope of a military victory over the Russians had been crushed the previous July at Kursk, where the Red Army had decimated the Wehrmacht offensive and inflicted staggering casualties. Now the German army was attempting to hold a line stretching from Leningrad to the Black Sea. Along the Mediterranean, Germany was defending 3,000 kilometers of coastline, and in the west, my God, Canaris thought, 6,000 kilometers of territory stretching from the Netherlands to the southern tip of the Bay of Biscay. Hitler's Festung Europa, Fortress Europe, was far-flung and vulnerable on all sides. Canaris looked around the table at the men seated with him. Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt, Commander-in-Chief of all German forces in the west, Field Marshal Erwin Rommel, Commander of Army Group B in northwest France, Reichsführer Heinrich Himmler, head of the SS and chief of the German police. A half-dozen of Himmler's most loyal and ruthless men stood watch, just in case any of the top brass of the Third Reich decided to make an attempt on the Führer's life. Hitler stopped pacing.
Directive 51 also stated my belief that we can no longer justify reducing our troop levels in the west in order to support our forces battling the Bolsheviks. In the east, the vastness of space will, as a last resort, permit us to give up vast amounts of territory before the enemy threatens the German homeland. Not so in the west. If the Anglo-Saxon invasion succeeds, the consequences will be disastrous. So it is here in northwest France where the most decisive battle of the war will be fought.
Hitler paused, allowing his words to sink in.
The invasion will be met with the full fury of our might and destroyed at the high water mark. If that is not possible, and if the Anglo-Saxons succeed in securing a temporary beachhead, we must be prepared to rapidly deploy our forces, stage a massive counterattack, and hurl the invaders back into the sea.
Hitler crossed his arms.
But to achieve that goal, we must know the enemy's order of battle. We must know when he intends to strike, and more importantly, where. Herr General Feldmarschall?
Field Marshal Gerd von Rundstedt rose and wearily moved to the map, right hand clutching the jeweled Field Marshal's baton he carried at all times. Known as the last of the German knights, Rundstedt had been dismissed and recalled to duty by Adolf Hitler more times than Canaris or even his own staff could remember. Detesting the fanatical world of the Nazis, it was Rundstedt who had derisively christened Hitler the little Bohemian corporal. The strain of 5 long years of war was beginning to show on the narrow, aristocratic features of his face. Gone were the stiff, precise mannerisms that characterized the general staff officers of the imperial days. Canaris knew Rundstedt drank more champagne than he should, and needed large quantities of whiskey to sleep at night. He regularly rose at the thoroughly unmilitary hour of 10 o'clock in the morning. The staff at his headquarters at Saint-Germain-en-Laye rarely scheduled meetings before noon. Despite his advancing years and moral decline, Rundstedt was still Germany's finest soldier. a brilliant tactician and strategic thinker, as he demonstrated to the Poles in 1939 and to the French and British in 1940. Canaris did not envy Rundstedt's situation. On paper, he presided over a large and powerful force in the West, 1.5 million men, including 350,000 Krak-Waffen-SS troops, 10 Panzer divisions, and 2 elite Fallschirmjäger paratroop divisions. If deployed quickly and correctly, Rundstedt's armies were still capable of dealing the Allies a devastating defeat. But if the old Teutonic knight guessed wrong, if he deployed his forces incorrectly or made tactical blunders once the battle had begun, the Allies would establish their precious foothold on the continent, and the war in the West would be lost.
In my opinion, the equation is simple, Rundstedt began. East of the Seine at the Pas-de-Calais or west of the Seine at Normandy, each has its advantages and disadvantages. Go on, Herr Generalfeldmarschall.
Rundstedt continued in a dull monotone.
Calais is the strategic linchpin of the Channel coast. If the enemy secures a beachhead at Calais, he can turn to the east and be a few days' march from the Ruhrgebiet, our industrial heartland. The Americans want the war to be over by Christmas. If they succeed in a landing at Calais, they might get their wish.
Rundstedt paused to allow his warning to sink in, then resumed his briefing.
There's another reason why Calais makes sense militarily. The channel is the narrowest there. The enemy will be able to pour men and material into Calais 4 times faster than he would at Normandy or Brittany. Remember, the clock is ticking for the enemy the moment the invasion begins. He must build up troops, weapons, and supplies at an extremely rapid rate. There are 3 excellent deep-water ports in the Pas-de-Calais area.
Rundstedt tapped each with the tip of his baton, moving up the coastline.
Boulogne, Calais, and Dunkirk. The enemy needs ports. It is my belief that the first goal of the invaders will be to seize a major port and reopen it as quickly as possible, for without a major port the enemy cannot supply his troops. If he cannot supply his troops, he is dead. Impressive, Herr Generalfeldmarschall, Hitler said. But why not Normandy? Normandy presents the enemy with many problems. The distance across the channel is much greater. At some points, high cliffs stand between the beaches and the mainland. The closest harbor is Cherbourg, at the tip of a heavily defended peninsula. It might be days before the enemy could take Cherbourg from us, and even if he did, he knows we would render it useless before surrendering it. But the most logical argument against a strike at Normandy, in my opinion, is its geographic location. It is too far to the west. Even if the enemy succeeds in landing at Normandy, he runs the risk of being pinned down and strategically isolated. He must fight us all the way across France before even reaching German soil. Your opinion, Herr Generalfeldmarschall? Hitler snapped. Perhaps the Allies will engage in some trickery, Rundstedt said, cautiously, fingers working over the baton. A diversionary landing, perhaps, as you yourself have suggested, my Führer. But the real strike will come here. He jabbed at the map. At Calais. Admiral Canaris? Hitler asked. What kind of intelligence do you have to support that theory?
Canaris, not one for formal displays at the map, remained seated. He reached into the breast pocket of his coat, where he kept a pack of cigarettes. The SS man flinched nervously. Canaris, shaking his head, slowly withdrew the cigarettes and displayed them. He laboriously lit one and blew a stream of smoke toward Himmler, knowing full well the Reichsführer's pet peeve about tobacco. Himmler glared at him through the swirling pall of blue smoke, eyes betraying no emotion, the side of his face twitching nervously. Canaris explained that the Abwehr was collecting and analyzing 3 types of intelligence connected with the invasion preparations: aerial photographs of enemy troops in southern England, enemy wireless communications monitored by the Funkabwehr, the agency's listening service, and reports from agents operating inside Britain. And what is that intelligence telling you, Herr Admiral? Hitler snapped. Our initial intelligence tends to support the Field Marshal's assessment that the Allies intend to strike at Calais. According to our agents, there has been increased enemy activity in southeast England, directly across the channel from the Pas-de-Calais. We have monitored wireless transmissions referring to a new force called the 1st United States Army Group. We have also been analyzing the enemy's air activity over northwest France. He is spending far more time over Calais for the purposes of bombing and reconnaissance than over Normandy or Brittany. I have one other piece of new information to report, my Führer. One of our agents in England has a source inside the Allied High Command. Last night, the agent transmitted a report. General Eisenhower has arrived in London. The Americans and British intend to keep his presence secret for the time being. Hitler seemed impressed by the agent's report. If only Hitler knew the truth, Canaris thought. But now, just months before the most important battle of the war, the Abwehr's intelligence networks in England were very likely in tatters. Canaris blamed Hitler. During the preparations for Operation Seelöwe, the aborted invasion of Britain, Canaris and his staff recklessly poured spies into England. All caution was thrown to the wind because of the desperate need for intelligence on coastal defences and British troop positions. Agents were hastily recruited, poorly trained, and even more poorly equipped. Canaris suspected most walked straight into the arms of MI5, inflicting permanent damage on networks that took years of painstaking work to build. He could not admit that now. To do so would be to sign his own death warrant. Adolf Hitler was pacing again. Canaris knew Hitler did not fear the coming invasion. Quite the opposite. He welcomed it. He had 10 million Germans under arms and an armaments industry that, despite relentless Allied bombing and shortages of labor and raw material, continued to produce staggering amounts of weapons and supplies. He remained confident of his ability to repel the invasion and hand the Allies a cataclysmic defeat. Like Rundstedt, he believed a landing at the Pas de Calais made strategic sense, and it was there that his Atlantikwahl most resembled his vision of an impregnable fortress. In effect, Hitler had tried to force the Allies to invade at Calais by ordering the launching sites for his V-1 and V-2 rockets to be placed there. Yet Hitler was also aware the British and Americans had engaged in deception throughout the war, and would do so again as a prelude to the invasion of France.
"Let us reverse the roles," Hitler finally said. "If I were going to invade France from England, what would I do? Would I come by the obvious route, the route my enemy expects me to take? Would I stage a frontal assault on the most heavily defended portion of the coastline? Or would I take another route and attempt to surprise my enemy? Would I broadcast false wireless messages and send false reports through spies? Would I make misleading statements to the press? The answer to all these questions is yes. We must expect the British to engage in deception and even a major diversionary landing. As much as I would wish them to attempt a landing at Calais, we must be prepared for the possibility of an invasion at Normandy or Brittany. Therefore, our panthers must remain safely back from the coast until the enemy's intentions are clear. Then we will concentrate our armor at the main point of the attack and hurl them back into the sea."
"There is one other thing to take into account that might support your argument," Field Marshal Erwin Rommel said. Hitler spun on his heel to face him.
"Go on, Herr Generalfeldmarschall."
Rommel gestured at the large floor-to-ceiling map behind Hitler. "If you would permit a demonstration, my Führer."
"Of course."
Rommel reached inside his briefcase, removed a pair of calipers, and walked to the map. In December, Hitler had ordered him to assume command of Army Group B along the Channel coast. Army Group B included the 7th Army in the Normandy area, the 15th Army between the Seine estuary and the Zuiderzee, and the Army of the Netherlands. Physically and psychologically recovered from his disastrous defeats in North Africa, the famed Desert Fox had thrown himself into his new assignment with an incredible display of energy, dashing about the French coast in his Mercedes 230 cabriolet at all hours, inspecting his coastal defences and the disposition of his troops and armour. He had promised to turn the French coastline into a devil's garden, a landscape of artillery, minefields, concrete fortifications, and barbed wire from which the enemy would never emerge. Yet privately, Rommel believed any fortification devised by man could be defeated by man. Standing before the map, Rommel pulled open the calipers. "This represents the range of the enemy's Spitfire and Mustang fighter planes. These are the locations of major fighter bases in the south of England." He placed one end of the calipers on each of the sites and drew a series of arcs on the map. "As you can see, my Führer, both Normandy and Calais are well within range of the enemy's fighters.
Therefore, we must regard both areas as possible sites for the invasion. Hitler nodded, impressed by Rommel's display.
Place yourself in the enemy's position for a moment, Herr Generalfeldmarschall. If you were attempting to invade France from England, where would you strike?
Rommel made a brief show of thought, then said, I must admit, my Führer, that all signs point to an invasion at the Pas de Calais. But I cannot rid myself of the belief that the enemy would never attempt a frontal assault on our strongest concentration of forces. I am also tainted by the experience of Africa. The British engaged in deception before the Battle of Alamein, and they will do so again before an invasion of France.
And the best of all, Herr Generalfeldmarschall, how is the work proceeding?
Much to be done, my Führer, but we are making good progress.
Will it be done before spring?
I believe so. But coastal fortifications alone cannot stop the enemy. We need to have our armor arrayed properly, and for that I'm afraid we need to know where they plan to strike. Nothing short of that will be of any use. If the enemy succeeds, the war may be lost. Nonsense, Heinrich Himmler said. Under the Führer, Germany's ultimate victory is beyond question. The beaches of France will be a graveyard for the British and the Americans.
No,
Hitler said, waving his hand.
Rommel is correct. If the enemy is able to secure a beachhead, the war is lost. But if we destroy the invasion before it ever gets started...
Hitler's head tilted back, eyes blazing.
It would take months to organize another attempt. The enemy would never try again. Roosevelt would never be re-elected. He might even end up in jail somewhere. British morale would collapse overnight. Churchill, that sick, fat old man, would be destroyed. With the Americans and the British paralyzed, licking their wounds, we can take men and material from the west and pour them into the east. Stalin will be at our mercy. He will sue for peace. Of this I am certain.
Hitler paused, allowing his words to sink in.
But if the enemy is to be stopped, we must know the location of the invasion, he said. My generals think it will be Calais. I'm skeptical.
He spun on his heel and glared at Canaris.
Herr Admiral, I want you to settle the argument.
That may not be possible, Canaris said carefully.
Is it not the task of the Abwehr to provide military intelligence?
Of course, my Führer.
You have spies operating inside Britain. This report about General Eisenhower's arrival in London is proof of that.
Obviously, my Führer.
Then I suggest you get to work, Herr Admiral. I want proof of the enemy's intentions. I want you to bring me the secret of the invasion, and quickly. Let me assure you, you don't have much time.
Hitler paled visibly and seemed suddenly exhausted.
Now, unless you gentlemen have any more bad news for me, I'm going to get a few hours of sleep. It's been a very long night.
They all rose as Hitler walked up the stairs. Chapter 5. Northern Spain, August 1936. He is standing before the doors, open to the warm night, holding a bottle of icy white wine. He pours himself another glass without offering to refill hers. She is lying on the bed, smoking, listening to his voice, listening to the warm wind stirring the trees off the veranda. Heat lightning is flickering silently over the valley. His valley, as he always says. My fucking valley. And if the motherfucking loyalists ever try to take it from me, I'll cut off their fucking balls and feed them to the dogs. Who taught you to shoot like that? He demands. They went hunting in the morning, and she has taken 4 pheasant to his 1. My father? You shoot better than me. So I've noticed. The lightning is quietly in the room again, and she can see Emilio clearly for a few seconds. He is 30 years older, yet she thinks he is beautiful. His hair is grey-blonde. The sun has made his face the color of oiled saddle leather. His nose is long and sharp, an axe blade. She wanted to be kissed by his lips, but he wanted her very fast and rough the first time, and Emilio always gets what he fucking wants, darling. You speak English very well, he informs her, as if she is hearing this for the first time. Your accent is perfect. I could never lose mine, no matter how hard I tried. My mother was English. Where is she now? She died a long time ago. You have French as well? Yes, she answers. Italian? Yes, I have Italian. Your Spanish is not so good, though. Good enough, she says. He is fingering his cock while he speaks,
He loves it like he loves his money and his land. He speaks of it as though it is one of his finest horses. In bed, it is like a third person. You lie with Maria by the stream. Then at night you let me come to your bed and fuck you, he says. That's one way of putting it, she answers. Do you want me to stop with Maria? You make her happy, he says, as if happiness is grounds for anything. She makes me happy. I've never known a woman like you before. He sticks a cigarette into the corner of his mouth and lights it, hands cupped against the evening breeze. You fuck me and my daughter on the same day without blinking an eye. I don't believe in forming attachments. He laughs, his quiet, controlled laugh. That's wonderful, he says, and laughs quietly again. You don't believe in forming attachments. That's marvelous. I pity the poor bastard who makes the mistake of falling in love with you. So do I. Do you have any feelings? No, not really. Do you love anyone or anything? I love my father, she says, and I love lying by the stream with Maria. Maria is the only woman she has ever met whose beauty is a threat to her. She neutralizes that threat by pillaging Maria's beauty for herself, her mane of brown curly hair, her flawless olive skin, the perfect breasts that are like summer pears in her mouth, the lips that are the softest things she has ever touched. Come to Spain for the summer and live with me at my family's estancia, Maria says one rainy afternoon in Paris, where they are both studying at the Sorbonne. Father will be disappointed, but the idea of spending the summer in Germany watching the fucking Nazis parading around the streets holds nothing for her. She did not know she would be walking straight into a civil war instead. But the war does not intrude on Emilio's insolent enclave of paradise in the foothills of the Pyrenees. It is the most wonderful summer of her life. In the morning the three of them hunt or run the dogs, and in the afternoon she and Maria ride up to the stream, swim in the icy deep pools, sun themselves on the warm rocks. Maria likes it best when they are outside. She likes the sensation of the sun on her breasts and Anna between her legs. My father wants you too, you know, Maria announces one afternoon as they lie in the shade of a eucalyptus tree. You can have him. Just don't fall in love with him. Everyone is in love with him. Emilio is talking again. When you return to Paris next month, there's someone I want you to meet. Will you do that for me? That depends. On what? On who it is. He will contact you. When I tell him about you, he will be very interested. I'm not going to sleep with him. He won't be interested in sleeping with you. He's a family man. Like me, he adds, and laughs his laugh again. What's his name? Names are not important to him. Tell me his name. I'm not sure which name he's using these days. What does your friend do? He deals in information. He comes back to the bed. Their conversation has aroused him. His cock is hard, and he wants her again right away. He is pushing her legs apart and trying to find his way inside her. She takes him in her hands to help him, then digs her nails into him. Ah, Anna, my God, not so hard. Tell me his name. It's against the rules. I can't. Tell me, she says, and squeezes him harder. Vogel, he mutters. His name is Kurt Vogel. Jesus Christ. Berlin, January 1944. The Abwehr had two primary kinds of spies operating against Britain. The S chain consisted of agents who entered the country, settled under assumed identities, and engaged in espionage. R chain agents were mainly third-country nationals who periodically entered Britain legally, collected intelligence, and reported back to their masters in Berlin. There was a third, a smaller and highly secretive network of spies, referred to as the V chain, a handful of exceptionally trained sleeper agents who burrowed deeply into English society and waited, sometimes for years, to be activated. It was named for its creator and single control officer, Kurt Vogel. Vogel's modest empire consisted of 2 rooms on the 4th floor of Abwehr headquarters, located in a pair of Dur grey stone townhouses at 74 to 76 Tirpitz-Ufer. The windows overlooked the Tiergarten, the 630-acre park in the heart of Berlin. Once it had been a spectacular view, but months of Allied bombing had left panzer-sized craters in the bridle paths, and reduced most of the chestnut and lime trees to blackened stumps. Much of Vogel's office was consumed by a row of locked steel cabinets and a heavy safe. He suspected the clerks in the Abwehr's central registry had been turned by the Gestapo and refused to keep files there. His only assistant, a decorated Wehrmacht lieutenant named Werner Ulbricht, who was maimed fighting the Russians, worked in the anteroom. He kept a pair of Lugers in the top drawer of his desk and had been instructed by Vogel to shoot anyone who entered without permission. Ulbricht had nightmares about mistakenly killing Wilhelm Canaris. Vogel officially held the rank of captain in the Kriegsmarine, but it was only a formality designed to give him the rank necessary to operate in certain quarters. Like his mentor Canaris, he rarely wore a uniform. His wardrobe varied little: an undertaker's charcoal suit, a white shirt, a dark tie. He had iron grey hair that looked as though he had cut it himself, and the intense gaze of a coffee-house revolutionary. His voice was like a rusty hinge. After nearly a decade of clandestine conversations in cafes, hotel rooms, and bugged offices, it rarely rose above a chapel murmur. Ulbricht, deaf in one ear, constantly struggled to hear him. Vogel's passion for anonymity ran to the absurd. His office contained only one personal item, a portrait of his wife, Gertrude, and his twin girls. He banished them to Gertrude's mother's home in Bavaria when the bombing started and saw them infrequently. Whenever he left the office, even for a few moments, he removed the portrait from the desktop and locked it away in a drawer. Even his identification badge was a riddle. It contained no picture. He had refused to be photographed for years, and the name was false. He kept a small flat near the office, reached by a pleasant walk along the leafy banks of the Landwehr Canal, for those rare nights when he permitted himself to escape. His landlady believed he was a college professor with a lot of girlfriends. Even inside the Abwehr, little else was known of him. Kurt Vogel was born in Düsseldorf. His father was the principal of a local school, his mother a part-time music teacher who gave up a promising career as a concert pianist to marry and raise a family. Vogel earned a doctorate of law from Leipzig University, where he studied civil and political law under two of the greatest legal minds in Germany, Hermann Heller and Leo Rosenberg. He was a brilliant student, the top of his class, and his professors quietly predicted Vogel would one day sit on the Reichsgericht, Germany's supreme court. Hitler changed all that. Hitler believed in the rule of men, not the rule of law. Within months of taking power, he turned Germany's entire judicial system upside down. Führergewalt, Führer power, became the absolute law of the land, and Hitler's every maniacal whim was immediately translated into codes and regulations. Vogel remembered some of the ridiculous maxims coined by the architects of Hitler's legal overhaul of Germany. Law is what is useful to the German people. Law must be interpreted through healthy folk emotions. When the normal judiciary stood in their way, the Nazis established their own courts, Volksgerichtshof, the people's courts. In Vogel's opinion, the darkest day in the history of German jurisprudence came in October 1933, when 10,000 lawyers stood on the steps of the Reichsgericht in Leipzig, arms raised in a Nazi salute, and swore to follow the course of the Führer to the end of our days. Vogel had been among them. That night he went home to the small flat he shared with Gertrude, burned his law books in the stove, and drank himself sick. Several months later, in the winter of 1934, he was approached by a small dour man with a pair of dachshunds, Wilhelm Canaris, the new head of the Abwehr. Canaris asked Vogel if he would be willing to go to work for him. Vogel accepted on one condition, that he not be forced to join the Nazi Party, and the following week he vanished into the world of German military intelligence. Officially, he served as Canaris' in-house legal counsel. Unofficially, he was given the task of preparing for the war with Britain that Canaris thought was inevitable. Now Vogel sat at his desk, hunched over a memo, knuckles pressed to his temples. He struggled to concentrate over the noise, the rattle of the old lift as it struggled up and down the well just beyond his wall, the splatter of freezing rain against the windows, the cacophony of car horns that accompanied the Berlin evening rush. He moved his hands from his temples to his ears and pressed until there was silence. The memo had been given to him by Canaris earlier that day, a few hours after the old fox returned from a meeting with Hitler at Rustenburg. Canaris thought it looked promising, and Vogel had to agree. "Hitler wants results, Kurt," Canaris had said, sitting behind his battered antique desk like an impervious old don, eyes wandering the overflowing bookshelves as though searching for a treasured but long-lost volume. "He wants proof it's Calais or Normandy. Perhaps it's time we brought your little nest of spies into the game." Fogel had read it once, quickly. Now he read it more carefully a second time. Actually, it was more than promising. It was perfect. The opportunity he had been waiting for. When he finished, he looked up and murmured Ulbricht's name several times, as if he were speaking directly into his ear. Finally, receiving no reply, he rose and walked into the anteroom. Ulbricht was cleaning his lugers.
"Werner, I've been calling you for 5 minutes,
Fogel said, his voice nearly inaudible.
"I'm sorry, Captain. I didn't hear you. I want to see Müller first thing in the morning. Make me an appointment."
"Yes, sir."
"And Werner, do something about your damned ears. I was shouting at the top of my lungs in there."
The bombers came at midnight, as Fogel dozed fitfully in his office on a stiff camp bed. He swung his legs to the floor, rose, and walked to the window as the aircraft droned overhead. Berlin shuddered as the first fires erupted in the districts of Pankow and Weissensee. Fogel wondered how much more punishment the city could absorb. Vast sections of the capital of the 1,000-year Reich had already been reduced to rubble. Many of the city's most famous neighborhoods resembled canyons of crushed brick and twisted steel. The lime trees of the Unter den Linden had been scorched, as had many of the once glittering shops and banks lining the broad boulevard. The renowned clock at the Kaiser Wilhelm Memorial Church had been stilled at 7:30 since November, when Allied bombers laid waste to 1,000 acres of Berlin on a single night. The memo ran around in his head while he watched the night raid. Abwehr Berlin, XFU 0465848261. To Canaris. From Müller. Date 2 November 43. On 21 October, Captain Dietrich of Asuncion Station debriefed American asset Scorpio in Panama City. As you know, Scorpio is one of our most important agents in America. He is highly placed in New York financial circles and is well connected in Washington. He is personal friends with many senior officers at both the Departments of War and State. He has met personally with Roosevelt. Throughout the war, his information has been timely and highly accurate. I remind you about the intelligence he supplied to us on the American arms shipments to the British. According to Scorpio, a renowned American engineer named Peter Jordan was recruited by the American Navy last month and dispatched to London to work on a highly secret construction project. Jordan has no previous military experience. Scorpio knows Jordan personally and spoke with him before his departure for London. Scorpio says the project is definitely connected to the enemy's plan to invade France. Jordan is respected for his work on several major American bridge projects. Jordan is a widower. His wife, the daughter of American banker Bratton Lauterbach, was killed in an automobile accident in August 1939. Scorpio believes Jordan is highly vulnerable to approach by a female asset. Jordan is now living alone in the section of London known as Kensington. Scorpio has provided the address of the house as well as the combination of the safe inside the study. Suggest action. Fogel noticed a wedge of light from the doorway and heard the scrape of Ulbricht's wooden leg against the floor. The bombing disturbed Ulbricht in a way he could not put into words, and Fogel could never understand. Fogel removed his keyring from the desk drawer and went to one of the steel cabinets. The file was inside an unmarked black folder. Returning to his desk, he poured himself a large cognac and opened the cover. It was all there. The photographs, the background material, the performance reports. He didn't need to read it. He had written it himself, and, like the subject, he had the curse of a flawless memory. He turned a few more pages and found the notes he had made after their first meeting in Paris. Beneath it was a copy of the cable sent to him by the man who discovered her, Emilio Romero, a wealthy Spanish landowner, a fascist, a talent spotter for the Abwehr. She is everything you are looking for. I'd like to keep her for myself, but because I am a friend, I will give her to you. At a reasonable price, of course. The room felt suddenly bone-chillingly cold. He lay down on his army cot and covered himself in a blanket. Hitler wants results, Kurt. Perhaps it's time we brought your little nest of spies into the game. Sometimes he imagined leaving her in place until it was all over, then finding some way of getting her out. But she was perfect for it, of course. She was beautiful, she was intelligent, and her English and her knowledge of British society were faultless. He turned and looked at the photograph of Gertrude and the children. To think that he fantasized giving them up for her. He had been such a fool. He switched off the light. The air raid had ended. The night was a symphony of sirens. He tried to sleep, but it was no good. She was under his skin again. Poor Vogel. I've made a shambles of your heart, haven't I? The eyes in the photograph of his family were boring into him. It was obscene. Looking at them, remembering her, he stood up, went to his desk, and locked the picture away in his drawer.
"For God's sake, Kurt!"
Müller exclaimed as Vogel entered his office the following morning.
"Who's cutting your hair these days, my friend? Let me give you the name of the woman who does mine. Maybe she can help you."
Vogel, exhausted from a night of little sleep, sat down and silently regarded the figure before him. Paul Müller was in charge of the Abwehr's intelligence networks in the United States. He was short, tubby, and impeccably dressed in a shiny French suit. His thin hair was oiled and combed straight back from his cherubic face. His tiny mouth was sumptuous and red, like that of a child who has just eaten cherry candy.
"Imagine this, the great Kurt Vogel, here in my office," Müller said through a smirk. "To what do I owe this privilege?"
Vogel was used to the professional jealousy of the other senior staff. Because of the special status of his V-chain network, he was given more money and assets than the other case officers. He was also allowed to poke his nose into their affairs, which made him extremely unpopular within the agency. Vogel removed his copy of Müller's memo from the breast pocket of his jacket and waved it in front of him.
"Tell me about Scorpio," he said.
So the old man finally circulated my note.
Look at the date on the goddamn thing. I gave it to him 2 months ago. It's been sitting on his desk, gathering dust. That information is like gold, but it goes into the fox's lair and never comes out again.
Müller paused, lit a cigarette, and blew a stream of smoke at the ceiling.
"You know, Kurt, sometimes I wonder whose side Canaris is on."
The remark was not unusual these days. Since the arrest of several members of the Abwehr's executive staff on charges of treason, morale at Tirpitz-Ufer had sunk to a new low. Vogel sensed that Germany's military intelligence agency was dangerously adrift. He had heard rumors that Canaris had fallen out of favor with Hitler. There were even rumors among the staff that Himmler was plotting to bring down Canaris and place the Abwehr under the control of the SS.
"Tell me about Scorpio,"
Vogel repeated.
"I had dinner with him at the home of an American diplomat."
Müller threw back his round head and stared at the ceiling.
"Before the war, 1937 I believe it was. I'll check his file to make certain. The fellow's German was better than mine. Thought the Nazis were a wonderful bunch of fellows doing great things for Germany. Only thing he hated worse than the Jews was the Bolsheviks. It was like an audition. I recruited him myself the next day. Easiest snare of my career."
"What's his background?"
Müller smiled. "Investment banking. Ivy League. Good contacts in industry. Friends with half of Washington. His information on war production has been excellent."
Vogel was folding the memo and putting it back in his pocket.
"His name?" "Come on, Kurt. He is one of my best agents."
"I want his name."
"This place is like a sieve, you know that. I tell you, everybody knows."
"I want a copy of his file on my desk in an hour," Vogel said, his underpowered voice barely a whisper. "And I want everything you have on the engineer."
"You can have the information on Jordan."
"I want it all, and if I have to go to Canaris, I'll do it."
"Oh, for Christ's sake, Kurt! You're not going to go running to Uncle Willy, are you?"
Vogel stood and buttoned his jacket. "I want his name, and I want his file." He turned and walked out of the office.
"Kurt, come back here!" Müller called out. "Let's work this out! Jesus Christ!"
"If you want to talk, I'll be in the old man's office," Vogel said as he walked down the narrow hallway.
"All right, you win."
Müller's doughy hands were digging in a cabinet.
"Here's the fucking file. You don't have to run to Uncle Willy again. Jesus Christ, you're worse than the fucking Nazis sometimes."
Vogel spent the rest of the morning reading about Peter Jordan. When he finished, he removed a pair of files from one of his cabinets, returned to his desk, and read them carefully. The first file contained information on an Irishman who had worked as a spy for a short time, but was cut loose because his information was poor. Fogel had taken possession of his dossier and placed him on the V-chain payroll. Fogel was not concerned with the bad reviews the spy had received in the past. He was not looking for a spy. There were other qualities about the agent Fogel found attractive. He worked a small farm on an isolated stretch of Britain's Norfolk coast. It was a perfect safe house, close enough to London to make the journey by train in 3 hours, far enough away so the place wasn't crawling with MI5 officers. The second file contained the dossier of a former Wehrmacht paratrooper who had been barred from jumping because of a head wound. The man had all the qualities Fogel liked: perfect English, an eye for detail, a cool intelligence. Ulbricht had found him at an Abwehr wireless listening post in northern France. Fogel placed him on the V-chain payroll and tucked him away for the right assignment. Fogel pushed the files aside and drafted 2 messages. He added the ciphers to be used, the frequencies at which the messages were to be sent, and the transmission schedule. Then he looked up and called for Ulbricht.
"Yes, Herr Captain,"
Ulbricht said. He entered the office, limping heavily on his wooden leg. Fogel looked at Ulbricht an instant before speaking, wondering if the man was up to the demands of an operation like the one he was about to launch. Ulbricht was 27 years old, but looked at least 40. His close-cropped black hair was flecked with grey. Pain lines ran like tributaries from the edge of his one good eye. The second eye had been lost in the explosion. The empty socket was hidden behind a neat black patch. A knight's cross dangled at his throat. The top button of Ulbricht's tunic was undone because the exertion of the most simple movements caused him to become overheated and perspire. In all the time they had worked together, Fogel had never once heard Ulbricht complain.
"I want you to go to Hamburg tomorrow night."
He handed Ulbricht the transcripts of the messages.
"Stand over the radio operator while he sends these. Make certain there are no mistakes. See that the acknowledgments from the agents are in order. If there is anything out of the ordinary, I want to know about it. Understood?"
"Yes, sir."
"Before you go, I want you to track down Horst Neumann."
"He's in Berlin, I believe."
"Where is he staying?"
"I'm not certain," Ulbricht said, "but I believe there is a woman involved."
"There usually is."
Fogel walked to the window and looked out.
"Contact the staff at the Dahlem farm. Tell them to expect us tonight. I want you to join us there when you return from Hamburg tomorrow. Tell them we'll be there for a week. We have a lot to go over. And tell them to rig the jump platform in the barn. It's been a long time since Neumann jumped from an airplane. He'll need practice."
"Yes, sir." Ulbricht went out, leaving Fogel alone in the office. He stood at the window for a long time, thinking it through once more. The most closely guarded secret of the war, and he planned to steal it with a woman, a cripple, a grounded paratrooper, and a British traitor. Quite a team you've assembled, Kurt, old man. If his own ass wasn't on the line, he might have found the whole thing funny. Instead, he just stood there like a statue, watching snow drifting silently over Berlin, worrying himself to death. Chapter 6. London. The Imperial Security Intelligence Service, better known by its military intelligence designation MI5, was headquartered in a small, cramped office building at 58 St. James's Street. MI5's task was counterintelligence. In the lexicon of espionage, counterintelligence means protecting one's secrets and, when necessary, catching spies. For much of its 40-year existence, the security service toiled in the shadow of its more glamorous cousin, the Secret Intelligence Service, or MI6. Such internecine rivalries did not matter much to Professor Alfred Vicary. It was MI5 that Vicary joined in May 1940, and where, on a dismal, rainy evening 5 days after Hitler's secret conference at Rustenburg, he could still be found. The top floor was the preserve of the senior staff, the Director General's office, his secretariat, the assistant directors and division heads. Brigadier Sir Basil Boothby's office was there, hidden behind a pair of intimidating oaken doors. A pair of lights glared down from over the doors, a red one signifying the room was too insecure to permit access, a green one meaning enter at your own risk. Vicary, as always, hesitated before pressing the buzzer. Vicary had received his summons at 9 o'clock, while he was locking away his things in his gunmetal grey cabinet and tidying up his hutch, as he referred to his small office. When MI5 exploded in size at the beginning of the war, space became a precious commodity. Vicary was relegated to a windowless cell the size of a broom closet, with worn bureaucratic green carpet and a sturdy little headmasterly desk. Vicary's partner, a former Metropolitan Police officer named Harry Dalton, sat with the other junior men in a common area at the center of the floor. The place had a newsroom rowdiness about it, and Vicary ventured there only when absolutely necessary. Officially, Vicary held the rank of a major in the intelligence corps, though military rank meant next to nothing inside the department. Much of the staff routinely referred to him as professor, and he had worn his uniform just twice. Vicary's manner of dress had changed, though. He had forsaken the tweedy clothes of the university, dressed instead in sharp grey suits he purchased before clothing, like almost everything else, was rationed. Occasionally he bumped into an acquaintance or old colleague from University College. Despite incessant warnings by the government about the dangers of loose talk, they inevitably asked Vicary exactly what he was doing. He usually smiled wearily, shrugged his shoulders, and gave the prescribed response. He was working in a very dull department of the War Office. Sometimes it was dull, but not often. Churchill had been right. It had been time for him to rejoin the living. His arrival at MI5 in May 1940 had been his rebirth. He thrived on the atmosphere of wartime intelligence, the long hours, the crises, the dismal tea in the canteen. He had even taken up cigarette smoking again, which he had sworn off his last year at Cambridge. He loved being an actor in the theatre of the real. He seriously doubted whether he could be satisfied again in the sanctuary of academia. Surely the hours and the tension were taking a toll on him, but he had never felt better. He could work longer and needed less sleep. When he did go to bed, he dropped off immediately. Like the other officers, he spent many nights at MI5 headquarters, sleeping on a small camp bed he kept folded next to his desk. Only the ill treatment of his half-moon reading glasses survived Vicary's catharsis, still smudged and battered and something of a joke inside the department. In moments of distress, he still absently beat his pockets for them and thrust them onto his face for comfort. Which he did now, as the light over Boothby's office suddenly shone green. Vicary pressed the buzzer with a reflective air of a man about to attend the funeral of a boyhood friend. It purred softly. The door opened, and Vicary stepped inside. Boothby's office was big and long, with fine paintings, a gas fireplace, rich Persian carpets, and a magnificent view through the tall windows. Sir Basil kept Vicary waiting the statutory 10 minutes before finally entering the room through a second doorway connecting his office to the Director General's secretariat. Brigadier Sir Basil Boothby had classic English size and scale, tall, angular, still showing signs of the physical agility that made him a star athlete at school. It was there in the easy way his strong hand held his drink, in the square shoulders and thick neck, in the narrow hips, where his trousers, waistcoat, and jacket converged in graceful perfection. He had the sturdy good looks that a certain type of younger woman finds attractive. His grey blonde hair and eyebrows were so lush that department wits referred to him as the bottle brush from the 5th floor. Officially, little was known about Boothby's career, only that he had served in Britain's intelligence and security organizations his entire professional life. Vicary thought the gossip and rumour surrounding a man often said more about him than his resume. Speculation about Boothby had spawned a veritable cottage industry within the department. According to the rumour mill, Boothby ran a spy network during the First War that penetrated the German General Staff. In Delhi, he personally executed an Indian accused of murdering a British citizen. In Ireland, he beat a man to death with his pistol butt for refusing to divulge the location of an arms cache. He was an expert in the martial arts and used his spare time to keep his skills sharp. He was ambidextrous and could write, smoke, drink his gin and bitters, or break your neck with either hand. His tennis was so good he could have won Wimbledon. Deceptive was the word used most often to describe his play, and his ability to switch hands mid-match still confounded his opponents. His sex life was much talked about and much debated. A relentless womanizer who had bedded half the typists and the girls from registry. A homosexual. In Vicary's opinion, Sir Basil Boothby symbolized all that was wrong with British intelligence between the wars. The well-born Englishman, educated at Eton and Oxford, who believed the secret exercise of power was as much a birthright as his family fortune and his centuries-old Hampshire mansion. rigid, lazy, orthodox, a cop in handmade shoes, and a Savile Row suit. Boothby had been eclipsed intellectually by the new recruits drawn into MI5 at the outset of the war, the top brains from the universities, the best barristers from London's most prestigious houses. Now he was in an unenviable position, supervising men who were more clever than he, and at the same time attempting to claim bureaucratic credit for their accomplishments.
"Sorry to keep you waiting, Alfred. A meeting in the underground war rooms with Churchill, the Director General, Menzies, and Ismay. I'm afraid we've got a bit of a crisis on our hands. I'm drinking brandy and soda. What will you have?"
"Whiskey," Vicary said, watching Boothby. Despite the fact that he was one of the most senior officers in MI5, Boothby still took a childlike pride in dropping the names of the powerful people with whom he met on a regular basis. The group of men who had just gathered in the Prime Minister's underground fortress were the elite of Britain's wartime intelligence community. The Director General of MI5, Sir David Petrie, the Director General of MI6, Sir Stuart Menzies, and Churchill's personal Chief of Staff, General Sir Hastings Ismay. Boothby pressed a button on his desk and asked his secretary to bring Vicary's drink. He walked to the window, lifted the blackout shade, and looked out.
"I hope to God they don't come again tonight, bloody Luftwaffe. It was different in 1940. It was all new and exciting in a strange kind of way. Carrying your steel helmet beneath your arm to dinner, running for the shelters, fire-watching from the rooftops. But I don't think London could endure another winter of a full-fledged blitz. Everyone's too tired and hungry and ill-clothed, and sick of the petty humiliations that go with being at war. I'm not sure how much more this nation can take."
Boothby's secretary brought Vicary's drink. It was on the center of a silver tray, resting atop a white paper napkin. Boothby had a fetish about watermarks on the furniture of his office. He sat down in a chair next to Vicary and crossed his long legs, pointing the polished toe of his shoe at Vicary's kneecap like a loaded gun. "We have a new assignment for you, Alfred, and in order for you to truly understand its importance, we've decided it's necessary to lift the veil a little higher and show you a little more than you've been allowed to see previously. Do you understand what I'm saying to you?"
"I believe so, Sir Basil."
"You're the historian. Know much about Sun Tzu?"
4th century BC. China is not exactly my field, Sir Basil, but I've read him.
Know what Sun Tzu wrote about military deception?
Sun Tzu wrote that all warfare is based on deception. He preached that every battle is won or lost before it's ever fought. His advice was simple: attack the enemy where he is unprepared and appear where you are not expected. He said it was vital to undermine the enemy, subvert and corrupt him, sow internal discord among his leaders, and destroy him without fighting him.
Very good, Boothby said, visibly impressed. Unfortunately, we'll never be able to destroy Hitler without fighting him. And in order to have any chance at all of beating him in a fight, we have to deceive him first. We have to heed those wise words of Sun Tzu. We need to appear where we are not expected. Boothby rose, went to his desk, and brought back a secure briefcase. It was made of metal, the color of polished silver, with a set of handcuffs attached to the grip. You're about to be bigoted, Alfred, Boothby said, opening the briefcase.
I beg your pardon?
Bigoted. It's a super-secret classification developed specifically to cover the invasion. It takes its name from a stamp we placed on documents carried by British officers to Gibraltar for the invasion of North Africa. To Gib, to Gibraltar. We just reversed the characters. To Gib became bigot.
I see, Vicary said. 4 years after coming to MI5, Vicary still found many of the code names and security classifications ridiculous.
Bigot now refers to anyone who is privy to the most important secret of Overlord, the time and place of the invasion of France. If you know the secret, you're a bigot. Any documents pertaining to the invasion get a bigot stamp.
Boothby unlocked the briefcase, reached inside, and withdrew a beige folder. He laid it carefully on the coffee table. Vicary looked at the cover, then at Boothby. It was emblazoned with the sword and shield of SHAEF, the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force,
and stamped bigot. Below were the words Plan Bodyguard, followed by Boothby's name and a distribution number. "It is a very small fraternity you're about to enter. Just a few hundred officers," Boothby resumed. "And there are those of us who think even that's too many. I should also tell you that your personal and professional background has been thoroughly investigated. No stone has been left unturned, as they say. I am happy to report you're not a known member of any fascist or communist organization. You don't drink to excess, at least not in public. You don't put yourself about with loose women, and you aren't a homosexual or any other type of sexual deviant." "That's good to know." "I should also tell you that you are subject to further security checks and surveillance at any time. None of us are immune from it, not even General Eisenhower." "I understand, Sir Basil." "Good. First, I'd like to ask you a question or two. Your work has dealt with the invasion. Your caseload has given you a window on some of the preparations. Where do you think we're planning to strike?" "Based on the little I know, I'd say we're going to hit them at Normandy." "And how would you assess the chances of success for a landing at Normandy?" "Amphibious assaults by their nature are the most complicated of all military operations," Vicary said, "especially when they involve the English Channel. Julius Caesar and William the Conqueror managed to pull it off. Napoleon and the Spaniards failed. Hitler finally gave up on the idea in 1940. I'd say the chances of a successful invasion are no better than 50-50. Boothby snorted. "If that, Alfred, if that." He stood and paced the length of his office. "We've managed to pull off 3 successful amphibious operations so far: North Africa, Sicily, and Salerno. But none of those landings involved a fortified coast." Boothby stopped pacing and looked at Vicary. "You're right, by the way. It is Normandy. And it's scheduled for the late spring. And if we are going to have even your 50-50 chance of success, Hitler and his generals need to think we're going to attack somewhere else." Boothby sat down and picked up the folder. "That's why we've developed this. It's called Plan Bodyguard. Being a historian, you'll have a special appreciation for Bodyguard. It is a ruse de guerre of a scale and ambition never before attempted." The code name meant nothing to Vicary. Boothby sailed on with his indoctrination lecture. "Bodyguard used to be called Plan Jail, by the way. It was renamed out of respect for a rather eloquent remark the Prime Minister made to Stalin at Tehran. Churchill said, 'In wartime, truth is so precious that she should always be attended by a bodyguard of lies.' The old man has a certain way with words, I'll grant him that. Bodyguard is not an operation in itself. It is the code name for all the strategic cover and deception operations to be carried out on a global scale designed to mislead Hitler and the General Staff about our intentions on D-Day." Boothby picked up the folder and flipped violently through it. "The most important component of Bodyguard is Operation Fortitude. It is the goal of Fortitude to delay the Wehrmacht's reaction to the invasion for as long as possible, by leading them to believe that other parts of northwestern Europe are also under the direct threat of attack, specifically Norway and the Pas-de-Calais. The Norwegian deception is code-named Fortitude North. Its goal is to force Hitler to leave 27 divisions in Scandinavia by convincing him we're planning to attack Norway, before or even after D-Day." Boothby turned to another page in the folder and drew a deep breath. "Fortitude South is the more critical, and, I dare say, more dangerous of the two deceptions. The goal of Fortitude South is to slowly convince Hitler, his generals, and his intelligence officers that we intend to stage not one invasion of France, but 2. The first strike, according to Fortitude South, is to be a diversionary strike across the Baie de la Seine at Normandy. The second strike, the main thrust, will take place 3 days later across the Strait of Dover at Calais. From Calais, our invading armies can turn directly to the east and be inside Germany within a few weeks." Boothby paused to sip his brandy and soda and allow his words to sink in. "Fortitude says that the goal of the first assault is to force Rommel and von Rundstedt to hurl their crack panzer units of the German 15th Army at Normandy, thus leaving Calais undefended when the real invasion occurs. Obviously, we want the opposite to take place.
We want the panzers of the 15th Army to remain at Calais, waiting for the real invasion, paralyzed by indecision, while we come ashore at Normandy."
"Brilliant in its simplicity."
"Quite," Boothby said, "but with one glaring weakness. We don't have enough men to pull it off. By late spring, there will be just 37 divisions in Britain, American, British, and Canadian, barely enough to stage one strike against France, let alone two. If fortitude is to have any chance of succeeding, we must convince Hitler and his generals that we have the divisions necessary to stage two invasions."
"How in heaven's name are we going to do that?"
"Why, we're simply going to create an army of 1 million men. Conjure it up, I'm afraid, completely out of thin air."
Vicary sipped his drink, staring at Boothby, disbelief on his face.
"You can't be serious." "Yes, we can, Alfred. We're deadly serious. In order for the invasion to have that 1 in 2 chance of succeeding, we have to convince Hitler, Rommel, and von Rundstedt that we have a massive and powerful force coiled behind the cliffs of Dover, waiting to lash out across the Channel at Calais. We won't, of course, but by the time we're finished, the Germans are going to believe they're confronted with a living, breathing force of some 30 divisions. If they don't believe this force exists, if we fail and they see through our deception, there is a very good chance the return to Europe, as Churchill calls it, will end in a bloody and cataclysmic failure."
"Does this phantom army have a name?" Vicary asked.
"Indeed. The First United States Army Group. FUSAG, for short. It even has a commander, Patton himself. The Germans believe General Patton is our finest battlefield commander, and think we would be fools to launch any invasion without his playing a major role. At his disposal, Patton will have some 1 million men, made up primarily of 9 divisions from the U.S. Third Army and 2 divisions of the Canadian First Army. FUSAG even has its own London headquarters in Bryanston Square."
Vicary blinked rapidly, trying to digest the extraordinary information he was being given. Imagine creating an army of 1 million men, completely out of thin air. Boothby was right. It was a ruse de guerre of unimaginable proportions. It made the Trojan horse of Odysseus look like a college escapade. "Hitler's no fool, and neither are his generals," he said. "They're well schooled in the lessons of Clausewitz, and Clausewitz offered valuable advice about wartime intelligence. A great part of the information obtained in war is contradictory. A still greater part is false, and by far the greatest part is doubtful. The Germans aren't going to believe there's an army of 1 million men camped in the Kent countryside just because we tell them it's so." Boothby smiled, reached into the briefcase, and withdrew another folder.
"True, Alfred. Which is why we came up with this. Quicksilver. The goal of Quicksilver is to put flesh and bones on our little army of ghosts. In the coming weeks, as the phantom forces of FUSAG begin arriving in Britain, we're going to flood the airwaves with wireless traffic. Some of it in codes we know the Germans have already broken. Some of it en clair. Everything has to be perfect, just the way it would be if we were putting a real army of 1 million men in Kent. Quartermasters complaining about the lack of tents, mess units griping about shortages of food and silver, radio chatter during exercises. Between now and the invasion, we're going to bombard their listening posts in northern France with close to 1 million messages. Some of those messages will provide the Germans a small clue, a tidbit of information about the location of the forces or their disposition. Obviously, we want the Germans to find those clues and latch onto them."
1 million wireless messages? How is that possible?"
"The US 3103 Signals Service Battalion. They're bringing quite a crew with them. Broadway actors, radio stars, voice specialists. Men who can imitate the accent of a Jew from Brooklyn one minute and the bloody awful drawl of a Texas farmhand the next. They'll record the false messages in a studio on 16-inch records and then broadcast them from trucks circulating through the Kent countryside."
"Unbelievable," Vicary said beneath his breath.
"Yes, quite. And that's only a small part of it. Quicksilver accounts for what the Germans will hear over the air. But we also have to take into account what they'll see from the air. We have to make it look as though a massive army is staging a slow and methodical build-up in the southeast corner of the country. Enough tents to house a force of 1 million men, a massive armada of aircraft, tanks, landing craft. We're going to widen the roads. We're even going to build a bloody oil depot in Dover."
Vicary said,
"But surely, Sir Basil, we don't have enough planes, tanks, and landing craft to waste on a deception." "Of course not. We're going to build models out of plywood and canvas. From the ground, they'll look like what they are, crude, hastily prepared fakes. But from the air, through the lens of a Luftwaffe surveillance camera, they'll look like the real thing."
"How do we know the surveillance planes will get through?" Boothby smiled broadly, finished the rest of his drink, and deliberately lit a cigarette.
"Now you're getting it, Alfred. We know they're going to get through because we're going to let them through. Not all of them, of course. They'd smell a rat if we did that. RAF and American aircraft will constantly patrol the skies over our phantom fuselage, and they'll chase away most of the intruders. But some of them, only those flying over 30,000 feet, I should add, will be allowed through. If all goes according to the script, Hitler's aerial surveillance analysts will tell him the same thing his eavesdroppers in northern France are telling him, that there is a massive Allied force poised off the Pas-de-Calais."
Vicary was shaking his head.
"Wireless signals, aerial photographs, two of the ways the Germans can gather intelligence about our intentions. The third way, of course, is through spies."
But were there really any spies left? In September 1939, the day war broke out, MI5 and Scotland Yard engaged in a massive roundup. All suspected spies were jailed, turned into double agents, or hanged. In May 1940, when Vicary arrived, MI5 was in the process of capturing the new spies Canaris was sending to England to collect intelligence for the coming invasion. Those new spies suffered the same fate as the previous wave. Spycatcher was not an appropriate word to describe what Vicary did at MI5. He was technically a double-cross officer. It was his job to make sure the Abwehr believed its spies were still in place, still gathering intelligence, and still sending it back to their case offices in Berlin. Keeping the agents alive in the minds of the Abwehr had obvious advantages. MI5 had been able to manipulate the Germans from the very outset of the war by controlling the flow of intelligence from the British Isles. It also kept the Abwehr from sending new agents into Britain because Canaris and his control officers believed most of their spies were still on the job. "Exactly, Alfred. Hitler's third source of intelligence about the invasion is his spies. Canaris' spies, I should say. And we know how effective they are. The German agents under our control will make a vital contribution to Bodyguard by confirming for Hitler much of what he can see from the skies and hear over the airwaves. In fact, one of our doubles, Tate, has already been brought into the game." Tate earned his code name because of his uncanny resemblance to the popular music hall comedian Harry Tate. His real name was Wolf Schmidt, an Abwehr agent who parachuted from a Heinkel 111 into the Cambridgeshire countryside on the night of September 19, 1940. Vicary, though not assigned to the Tate case, knew the basics. Having spent the night in the open, he buried his parachute and wireless and walked into a nearby village. His first stop was Wilfrid Searle's barber shop, where he purchased a pocket watch to replace the wristwatch he smashed leaping from the Heinkel. Next, he purchased a copy of the Times from Mrs. Field, the newsagent, washed his swollen ankle at the village pump, and took his breakfast in a small cafe. Finally, at 10 a.m., he was taken into custody by Private Tom Cousins of the local Home Guard. The following day, he was driven to MI5's interrogation facility in Ham Common, Surrey, and there, after 13 days of questioning, Tate agreed to work as a double agent and send double-cross messages back to Hamburg over his wireless. "Eisenhower is in London, by the way. Only a select few on our side have been made aware of that. Canaris knows it, however, and now so does Hitler. In fact, the Germans knew Eisenhower was here before he settled down for his first night at Hayes Lodge. They knew he was here because Tate told them he was here. It was perfect, of course. A seemingly important, yet completely harmless piece of intelligence. Now the Abwehr believes Tate has an important and credible source inside Schaeff. That source will be critical as the invasion draws nearer. Tate will be given an important lie to transmit. And with any luck, the Abwehr will believe that, too."
In the coming weeks, Canaris's spies will begin to see signs of a massive build-up of men and materiel in southeast England. They'll see American and Canadian troops. They'll see encampments and staging areas. They'll hear horror stories from the British public about the terrible inconvenience of having so many soldiers crammed in so small a place. They'll see General Patton careening through the villages of East Anglia with his polished boots and ivory-handled revolver. The good ones will even learn the names of this army's top commanders, and they'll send those names back to Berlin. Your own double-cross network will play a critical role. Boothby paused, crushed out his cigarette, and immediately lit another. But you're shaking your head, Alfred. I suspect you've spotted the Achilles heel of the entire deception plan. Vicary's lips curled into a careful smile. Knowing Vicary's love of Greek history and law, Boothby realized he would automatically think of the Trojan War when being briefed on the details of Operation Fortitude. "May I?" Vicary said, gesturing toward Boothby's packet of Player's cigarettes. "I'm afraid I've left mine downstairs." "Of course," Boothby said, handing Vicary the cigarettes and holding up the flame of his lighter for him. "Achilles died after being struck by an arrow in his one vulnerable spot, his heel," Vicary said. "The Achilles heel of fortitude is the fact that it can be undone by one genuine report from a source Hitler trusts. It requires total manipulation of every source of information Hitler and his intelligence officers possess. Each one of them has to be positioned in order for fortitude to work. Hitler must be enmeshed in a total web of lies. If one thread of truth slips through, the entire scheme could unravel." Vicary, pausing for a pull on his Players, could not resist making the historical parallel. When Achilles was undone, his armor was awarded to Odysseus. Our armor, I'm afraid, will be awarded to Hitler. Boothby picked up his empty glass and rolled it consciously in the palm of his large hand. "That's the danger inherent to all military deception, isn't it, Alfred? It almost always points the way to the truth. General Morgan, the invasion planner, said it best. All it would take is one decent German spy to walk the south coast of England from Cornwall to Kent. If that happened, the entire thing would come crashing down, and with it the hopes of Europe. Which is why we've been holed up with the Prime Minister all evening, and why you're here now." Boothby stood and slowly paced the length of his office. "As of this moment, we are acting under the reasonable certitude that we have in fact poisoned all Hitler's sources of intelligence. We are also acting under the reasonable certitude that we have accounted for all of Canaris's spies in Britain, and that none of them are operating outside our control. We wouldn't be embarking on a stratagem such as Fortitude if that weren't the case. I use the words reasonable certitude because there is no way we can ever be truly certain of that fact. 260 spies, all arrested, turned, or hanged." Boothby drifted from the weak lamplight and vanished into the dark corner of his office. "Last week, Hitler staged a conference in Rustenburg. All the heavies were there, Rommel, von Rundstedt, Canaris, and Himmler. The subject was the invasion, specifically the time and place of the invasion. Hitler put a gun to Canaris's head, figuratively, not literally, and ordered him to learn the truth or face some rather distressing consequences. Canaris, in turn, gave the job to a man on his staff named Vogel, Kurt Vogel. Until now, we've always believed Kurt Vogel was Canaris's personal legal advisor. Obviously, we were wrong. Your job is to make sure Kurt Vogel doesn't learn the truth. I haven't had a chance to read his file. I suspect Registry may have something on him." "Right," Vicary said. Boothby had drifted back into the dim light. He pulled a mild frown, as though he had overheard something unpleasant in the next room, then fell into a long, speculative silence. "Alfred, I want to be perfectly honest with you about something from the outset of this case. The Prime Minister insisted you be given the assignment over the strenuous objections of the Director General and myself." Vicary held Boothby's gaze for a moment. Then, embarrassed by the remark, he looked away and allowed his eyes to wander. Over the walls, over the dozens of photographs of Sir Basil with famous people,
over the deep, burnished oak panelling, over the old oar that hung on one wall, strangely out of place in the formal setting. Perhaps it was a reminder of happier, less complicated times, Vicary thought. A glassy river at sunrise, Oxford versus Cambridge, train rides home on chilly autumn afternoons. "Allow me to explain that remark, Alfred. You have done marvelous work. Your Becker network has been a stunning success. But both the Director General and I feel a more senior man might be better suited to this case." "I see," Vicary said. A more senior man was code for a career officer, not one of the new recruits Boothby so mistrusted. "But obviously," Boothby resumed, "we were unable to convince the Prime Minister that you were not the best man for the case. So it's yours. Give me regular updates on your progress. And good luck, Alfred. I suspect you'll need it." Chapter 7. London. By January 1944, the weather had resumed its rightful place as the primary obsession of the British public. The summer and autumn had been unusually dry and hot, the winter, when it came, unusually cold. Freezing fogs rose from the river, stalked Westminster and Belgravia, hovered like gun smoke over the ruins of Battersea and Southwark. The Blitz was little more than a distant memory. The children had returned. They filled the toy shops and department stores, mothers in tow, exchanging unwanted Christmas presents for more desirable items. On New Year's Eve, large crowds had jammed Piccadilly Circus. It all might have seemed normal, if not for the fact that the celebration took place in the gloom of the blackout. But now the Luftwaffe, after a long and welcome absence, had returned to the skies over London. At 8 p.m., Catherine Blake hurried across Westminster Bridge. Fires burned across the East End and the docks. Tracer fire and searchlights crisscrossed the night sky. Catherine could hear the dull thump-thump of anti-aircraft fire from the batteries in Hyde Park and along the embankment, and taste the acrid bite of smoke from the fires. She knew she was in for a long, busy night. She turned into Lambeth Palace Road and was struck by an absurd thought. She was absolutely famished. Food was in shorter supply than ever. The dry autumn and bitter cold winter had combined to eliminate almost all green vegetables from the country. Potatoes and Brussels sprouts were delicacies. Only turnips and Swedes were in plentiful supply. She thought, if I have to eat one more turnip, I'll shoot myself. Still, she suspected things were much worse in Berlin. A policeman, a short, chubby man who looked too old to get into the army, stood watch at the entrance to Lambeth Palace Road. He raised his hand and, shouting over the wail of the air raid sirens, asked for her identification. As always, Catherine's heart seemed to miss a beat. She handed over a badge identifying her as a member of the Women's Voluntary Service. The policeman glanced at it, then at her face. She touched the policeman's shoulder and leaned close to his ear so that when she spoke, he could feel her breath on his ear. It was a technique she had used to neutralize men for years. Catherine said, "I'm a volunteer nurse at St. Thomas' Hospital." The police officer looked up. By the expression on his face, Catherine could see he was no longer a threat to her. He was grinning stupidly, gazing at her as if he had just fallen in love. The reaction was nothing new to Catherine. She was strikingly beautiful, and she had used her looks as a weapon her entire life. The policeman handed back her identification. "How bad is it?" she asked. "Bad. Be careful and keep your head down." London's need for ambulances had far exceeded the supply. The authorities grabbed anything suitable they could lay their hands on: delivery vans, milk trucks, anything with 4 wheels, a motor, and room in the back for the injured and a medic. Catherine noticed a red cross painted over the faded name of a popular local bakery on one of the ambulances pouring into the hospital's emergency entrance. She walked quickly now, trailing the ambulance, and stepped inside. It was bedlam. The emergency room was filled with wounded. They seemed to be everywhere, the floors, the hallways, even the nurses' station. A few cried. Others sat staring, too dazed to comprehend what had happened to them. Dozens of patients had yet to see a doctor or a nurse. More were arriving by the minute. Catherine felt a hand on her shoulder. "No time for standing around, Miss Blake." Catherine turned and saw the stern face of Enid Pritt. Before the war, Enid had been a kind, sometimes confused woman, accustomed to dealing with cases of influenza and occasionally the loser of a Saturday night knife fight outside a pub. all that changed with the war. Now she stood ramrod straight and spoke in a clear parade ground voice, never using more words than needed to make a point. She ran one of the busiest emergency wards in London without a hitch. A year earlier, her husband of 28 years had been killed in the Blitz. Enid Pritt did not grieve. That could wait until after the Germans were beaten. "Don't let them see what you're thinking, Miss Blake," Enid Pritt said briskly. "Frightens them even more. Off with your coat and get to work. At least 150 wounded in this hospital alone, and the morgue's filling fast. Been told to expect more." "I haven't seen it this bad since September 1940. "That's why they need you. Now get to work, young lady, quick as you like." Enid Pritt moved off across the emergency room like a commander crossing a battlefield. Catherine watched her take a young nurse to task over a sloppy dressing. Enid Pritt didn't play favourites. She was hard on nurses and volunteers alike. Catherine hung up her coat and started making her way down a hallway filled with injured. She began with a small girl, clutching a scorched stuffed bear. "Where does it hurt, little one?" "My arm." Catherine rolled up the sleeve of the girl's sweater, revealing an arm that was obviously broken. The child was in shock and unaware of the pain. Catherine kept her talking, trying to keep her mind off the wound. "What's your name, sweetheart?" "Ellen." "Where do you live?" "Stepney, but our house isn't there anymore." Her voice was calm, emotionless. "Where are your parents? Are they here with you?" "The fireman told me they're with God now." Catherine said nothing, just held the girl's hand. "The doctor will be along to see you soon. Just sit still and try not to move your arm. All right, Ellen?" "Yes," she said. "You're very pretty." Catherine smiled. "Thank you. You know what?" "What?" "So are you." Catherine moved up the hallway. An older man with a contusion across the top of his bald head looked up as Catherine examined the wound. "I'm just fine, young lady. There are a lot of people hurt worse than myself. See to them first." She smoothed his rumpled ring of grey hair and did as he asked. It was a quality she had seen in the English time and time again. Berlin was foolish to resume the Blitz. She wished she were allowed to tell them. Catherine moved down the hall, tending to the wounded, listening to the stories while she worked. "I was in the kitchen pouring myself a cup of bleeding tea when, boom, a 1,000-pound bomb lands right on me bleeding doorstep. Next thing I know, I'm lying flat on me back in what used to be me garden, looking up at a pile of rubble that used to be me bleeding house. Watch your mouth, George, there's children present." "That's not so bad, mate. House across the street from mine took a direct hit. Family of 4, good people, wiped out." A bomb landed nearby. The hospital shook. A nun, badly injured, blessed herself and began leading the others in the Lord's Prayer. "It's going to take more than prayer to knock the Luftwaffe out of the sky tonight, sister." "Thy kingdom come, thy will be done." "I lost my wife to the Blitz in 1940. I think I may have lost my only daughter tonight." "On earth as it is in heaven." "What a war, sister, what a bleeding war." "As we forgive those who trespass against us." "You know, Mervyn, I get the impression Hitler doesn't much like us." "I've noticed that too." The emergency room erupted with laughter. 10 minutes later, when the nun decided that prayer had run its course, the inevitable singing began. "Roll out the barrel." Catherine shook her head. "We'll have a barrel of fun." But after a moment, she found herself singing along with the others. It was 8 o'clock the next morning when she let herself into her flat. The morning's post had arrived. Her landlady, Mrs. Hodges, always slipped it beneath the door. Catherine bent down, picked up the letters, and immediately tossed 3 envelopes into the trash bin in the kitchen. She did not need to read them because she had written them herself and mailed them from different locations around London. Under normal circumstances, Catherine would receive no personal letters, for she had no friends and no family in Britain. But it would be odd for a young, attractive, educated woman never to correspond with anyone, and Mrs. Hodges was a bit of a snoop. So Catherine engaged in an elaborate ruse to make sure she had a steady stream of personal mail. She went into the bathroom and opened the taps above the tub. The pressure was low, the water trickled from the spigot in a thread, but at least it was hot today. Water was in short supply because of the dry summer and fall, and the government was threatening to ration that, too. Filling the tub would take several minutes. Catherine Blake had been in no position to make demands at the time of her recruitment, but she made one anyway, enough money to live comfortably. She had been raised in large townhouses and sprawling country estates. Both her parents had come from the upper classes, and spending the war in some hovel of a boarding house sharing a bathroom with 6 other people was out of the question. Her cover was a war widow from a middle-class family of respectable means, and her flat matched it to perfection, a modest yet comfortable set of rooms in a Victorian terrace in Earl's Court. The sitting room was cosy and modestly furnished, though a stranger might have been struck by the complete lack of anything personal. There were no photographs and no mementos. There was a separate bedroom with a comfortable double bed, a kitchen with all modern appliances, and her own bathroom with a large tub. The flat had other qualities that a normal Englishwoman living alone might not demand. It was on the top floor, where her AFU suitcase radio could receive transmissions from Hamburg with little interference, and the Victorian bay window in the sitting room provided a clear view of the street below. She went into the kitchen and placed a kettle of water on the stove. The volunteer work was time-consuming and exhausting, but it was essential for her cover. Everyone was doing something to help. It wouldn't look right for a healthy young woman with no family to be doing nothing for the war effort. Signing up to work at a munitions factory was risky. Her cover might not withstand much of a background check, and joining the Wrens was out of the question. The women's voluntary service was the perfect compromise. They were desperate for people. When Catherine went to sign up in September 1940, she was put to work that same night. She cared for the injured at St. Thomas Hospital and handed out books and biscuits in the underground during the night raids. By all appearances, she was the model young Englishwoman doing her bit. Sometimes she had to laugh. The kettle screamed. She returned to the kitchen and made tea. Like all Londoners, she had become addicted to tea and cigarettes. It seemed the whole country was living on tannin and tobacco, and Catherine was no exception. She had used up her ration of powdered milk and sugar, so she drank the tea plain. At moments like these, she longed for the strong, bitter coffee of home and a piece of sweet Berlin cake. She finished the first cup and poured a second. She wanted to take a bath, crawl into bed, and sleep round the clock, but she had work to do, and she needed to stay awake. She would have been home an hour earlier if she moved around London like a normal woman. She would have taken the Underground straight across London to Earl's Court, but Catherine did not move around London like a normal woman. She had taken a train, then a bus, then a taxi, then another bus. She had stepped off the bus early and walked the final quarter-mile to her flat, constantly checking to make certain she was not being followed. When she finally arrived home, she was soaked by the rain, but confident she was alone. After more than 5 years, some agents might be tempted to become complacent. Catherine would never become complacent. It was one of the reasons she survived when others had been arrested and hanged. She went into the bathroom and undressed in front of the mirror. She was tall and fit. Years of heavy riding and hunting had made her much stronger than most women and many men. She was broad through the front of her shoulders, and her arms were smooth and firm as a statue's. Her breasts were rounded and heavy and perfectly shaped, her stomach hard and flat. Like almost everyone, she was thinner than before the war. She undid the clasp that held her hair in a discreet nurse's bun, and it tumbled about her neck and shoulders, framing her face. Her eyes were ice blue, the color of a Prussian lake, her father had always said, and the cheekbones were wide and prominent, more German than English. The nose was long and graceful, the mouth generous, with a pair of sensuous lips. She thought, all in all, you're still a very attractive woman, Catherine Blake. She climbed into the tub, feeling suddenly very alone. Fogel had warned her about the loneliness. She never imagined it could be so intense. Sometimes it was actually worse than the fear. She thought it would be better if she were completely alone, isolated on a deserted island or mountaintop, than to be surrounded by people she could not touch. She had not allowed herself a lover since the boy in Holland. She missed men and she missed sex, but she could live without both. Desire, like all her emotions, was something she could turn on and off like a light switch. Besides, having a man was difficult in her line of work. Men tended to become obsessive about her. The last thing she needed now was a lovesick man looking into her past. Catherine finished her bath and got out. She combed her wet hair quickly and put on her robe. She went to the kitchen and opened the door to the pantry. The shelves were barren. The suitcase radio was on the top shelf. She brought it down and took it into the sitting room near the window, where the reception was the best. She opened the lid and switched it on. There was another reason why she had never been caught. Catherine stayed off the airwaves. Each week she switched on the radio for a period of 10 minutes. If Berlin had orders for her, they would send them then. For 5 years there had been nothing, only the hiss of the atmosphere. She had communicated with Berlin just once, the night after she murdered the woman in Suffolk and assumed her new identity, Beatrice Pym. She thought of the woman now, feeling no remorse. Catherine was a soldier, and during wartime soldiers were forced to kill. Besides, the murder was not gratuitous. It was absolutely necessary. There were 2 ways for an agent to slip into Britain: clandestinely, by parachute or small boat, or openly, by passenger ship or airplane. Each method had drawbacks. Attempting to slip into the country undetected from the air or by small boat was risky. The agent might be spotted or injured in the jump. Simply learning how to parachute would have added months to Catherine's already interminable training. The second method, coming by legal means, carried its own danger. The agent would have to go through passport control. A record would be made of the date and port of entry. When war broke out, MI5 would surely rely on those records to help track down spies. If a foreigner entered the country and never left, MI5 could safely assume that person was a German agent. Vogel devised a solution. Enter Britain safely by boat, then erase the record of the entry by erasing the actual person. Simple, except for one thing. It required a body. Beatrice Pym, in death, became Christa Kunst. MI5 had never discovered Catherine because they had never looked. Christa Kunst's entry and departure were both accounted for. They had no hint Catherine ever existed. Catherine poured another cup of tea, slipped on her earphones, and waited. She nearly spilled it on herself when, 5 minutes later, the radio crackled into life. The operator in Hamburg tapped out a burst of code. German Kias had the reputation of being the most precise in the world, also the fastest. Catherine struggled to keep up. When the Hamburg operator finished, she asked him to repeat the message. He did, more slowly. Catherine acknowledged and signed off. It took several minutes to find her codebook and several more to decode the message. When she was finished, she stared at it in disbelief. Execute Rendezvous Alpha. Kurt Vogel finally wanted her to meet with another agent. Chapter 8. Hampton Sands, Norfolk. Rain drifted across the Norfolk coast as Sean Doherty, done in by 5 pints of watery ale, tried to mount his bicycle outside the Hampton Arms. He succeeded on his 3rd attempt and set out for home. Doherty, cycling steadily, barely noticed the village. A dreary place, really. A cluster of cottages along the single street, the village store, the Hampton Arms pub. The sign hadn't been painted since 1938. Paint, like nearly everything else, was rationed. St. John's Church rose over the east end. The graveyard lay at the edge of the village. Doherty unconsciously blessed himself as he passed the Lich Gate and pedalled over the wooden bridge spanning the Sea Creek. A moment later, the village disappeared behind him. Darkness gathered. Doherty struggled to keep the bicycle upright on the pitted lane. He was a small man of 50, green eyes set too deeply in his skull, a derelict grey beard. His nose, twisted and off-centre, had been broken more times than he cared to remember, once during a brief career as a welterweight in Dublin, and a few more times in drunken street fights. He wore an oilskin coat and a woolen cap. The cold air clawed at the exposed skin of his face. North Sea air, knife-edged, scented with the Arctic ice fields and Norwegian fjords it had passed before assaulting the Norfolk coast. The curtain of rain parted, and the terrain came into view. Broad emerald fields, endless grey mudflats, salt marshes deep with reeds and grass. To his left, a wide, seemingly endless beach ran down to the water's edge. To his right, in the middle distance, green hills blended into low cloud. A pair of Brent geese, down from Siberia for the winter, rose out of the marsh and banked out over the water, wings pumping gently. A perfect habitat for many species of birds, the Norfolk coast once was a popular tourist destination, but the war had made bird-watching all but impossible. Much of Norfolk was a restricted military zone, and petrol rationing left few citizens with the means to travel to such an isolated corner of the country. If they had, they would have found it difficult to find their way around. In the spring of 1940, with invasion fever running high, the government took down all the road signs. Sean Doherty, more than other residents of the Norfolk coast, took special note of such things. In 1940, he had been recruited to spy for the Abwehr and given the code name Emerald. The cottage appeared in the distance, smoke lifting gently from the chimney only to be sliced off by the wind and carried across the broad meadow. It was a small holding on rented land, but it provided an adequate living, a small flock of sheep that gave them wool and meat, chickens, a small plot of root vegetables that fetched good prices these days at the market. Doherty even owned a dilapidated old van and transported goods from neighbouring farms to the market in King's Lynn. As a result, he was given an agricultural ration of petrol, more than the standard civilian ration. He turned into the drive, climbed off his bicycle, and pushed it along the pitted pathway toward the barn. Overhead, he heard the drone of Lancaster bombers setting out from their Norfolk bases. He remembered a time when the planes came from the other direction, the Luftwaffe's heavy Heinkels, sweeping in over the North Sea toward the industrial centres of Birmingham and Manchester. Now the Allies had established supremacy of the skies, and the Heinkels rarely ventured over Norfolk. He looked up and saw the curtains of the kitchen window part slightly, saw the blurry image of Mary's face through the rain-streaked glass. Not tonight, Mary, he thought, eyes consciously averted. Please, not again tonight. It had not been difficult for the Abwehr to convince Sean Doherty to betray England and go to work for Nazi Germany. In 1921, his older brother Daniel was arrested and hanged by the British for leading an Irish Republican Army flying column. Inside the barn, Doherty unlocked a tool cabinet and took down his Abwehr-issue suitcase transceiver, his cipher pad, a notebook, and a pencil. He switched on the radio and smoked a cigarette while he waited. His instructions were simple. Turn on the radio once each week and stand by for any instructions from Hamburg. It had been more than 3 years since the Abwehr had asked him to do anything. Still, he dutifully switched on his radio at the instructed time and waited for 10 minutes. With 2 minutes remaining in the window, Doherty placed the cipher pad and the notebook back in the cabinet. With 1 minute left, he reached for the power switch. He was about to shut off the radio when it suddenly came to life. He lunged for his pencil and wrote furiously until the radio went silent. He quickly tapped out an acknowledgement and signed off. It took Doherty several minutes to decode the message. When he finished, he couldn't believe his eyes. Execute Reception Procedure 1. The Germans wanted him to take in an agent. It had been 15 minutes since Mary Doherty, standing in the kitchen window, had seen her husband enter the barn. She wondered what was taking so long. Sean's dinner would go cold if he didn't come in soon. She wiped her hands on her apron and carried a mug of steaming tea to the front window. The rain was coming down harder now, wind whipping across the coastline from the North Sea. She thought, terrible night to be out in it, Sean Doherty. She cupped her hands around the chipped enamel mug, letting the rising steam warm her face. She knew what he was doing in the barn. He was on the radio with the Germans. Spying for the Nazis, Mary had to admit, had rejuvenated Sean. In the spring of 1940, he reconnoitred huge sections of the Norfolk countryside. Mary watched in amazement as he seemed to come back to life under the assignment, pedalling several miles a day, looking for signs of military activity, taking photographs of coastal defences. The information was passed to an Abwehr contact in London, who in turn passed it on to Berlin. Sean thought it was all very dangerous and loved every moment of it. Mary hated it. She feared Sean would be caught. Everyone was on the lookout for spies. It was a national obsession. One slip, one mistake, and Sean would be arrested. The 1940 Treachery Act prescribed a single sentence for spying: execution. Mary had read about spies in the newspapers, the hangings at Wandsworth and Pentonville, and each one sent ice through her veins. One day, she feared, she would read of Sean's execution. The rain fell harder now, and the wind beat so furiously against the side of the sturdy little cottage, Mary feared it might come down. She thought of living alone on the broken-down old farm. It would be miserable. Shuddering, she drew away from the window and moved closer to the fire. Perhaps it would have been different if she'd been able to give him children. She pushed it from her mind. She had punished herself needlessly too long. No use dredging up things she could do nothing about. Sean was what he was, and there was nothing she could do to change him. Sean, Mary thought, what on earth has become of you? pounding at the door startled Mary, causing her to spill tea on her apron. It was not like Sean to lock himself out. She set down the mug in the window and hurried to the door, prepared to yell at him for leaving the cottage without his key. Instead, when she pulled back the door, she saw the figure of Jenny Colville, a girl who lived on the other side of the village. She stood in the rain, a shiny oilskin coat hanging over bony shoulders. She wore no hat, and her shoulder-length hair lay plastered against her head, framing an awkward face that one day might be very pretty. Mary could tell she had been crying. "What happened, Jenny? Did your father hit you again? Has he been drinking?" Jenny nodded and burst into tears. "Come in out of the rain," Mary said. "You'll catch your death of cold out there on a night like this." As Jenny came inside, Mary looked in the front garden for her bicycle. It wasn't there. She had walked all the way from the Colville cottage, more than a mile away. Mary closed the door. "Take off those clothes. They're soaking wet. I'll get you a robe to wear until they're dry." Mary disappeared into the bedroom. Jenny did as she was told. Exhausted, she shed the oilskin, letting it fall from her shoulders onto the floor. Then she pulled off her heavy wool sweater and dropped it on the floor next to the oilskin. Mary came back with the robe. "Get the rest of those clothes off, young lady," she said, gentle mock anger in her voice. "But what about Sean?" Mary lied. "He's out fixing a break in one of his blessed fences." "In this weather?" Jenny sang in her heavy Norfolk accent, regaining some of her usual good humor. Mary marveled at her resiliency. "Is he daft, Mary?" "I've always known you were a perceptive child. Now, off with the rest of those wet clothes." Jenny stripped off her trousers and her undershirt. She tended to dress like a boy, even more so than other country girls. Her skin was milky white and covered with goosebumps. She would be very lucky not to come down with a heavy cold. Mary helped Jenny into the robe and wrapped it around her tightly. "Now, isn't that better?" "Yes, thank you, Mary." Jenny started to cry again. "I don't know what I'd do without you." Mary drew Jenny to her. "You'll never be without me, Jenny. I promise." Jenny climbed into an old chair next to the fire and covered herself with a musty blanket. She pulled her feet up under herself, and after a moment the shivering stopped and she felt warm and safe. Mary was at the stove, singing softly to herself. After a few moments the stew bubbled, filling the cottage with a wonderful smell. Jenny closed her eyes, her tired mind leaping from one pleasant sensation to the next. The warm smell of the lamb stew, the heat of the fire, the thrilling sweetness of Mary's voice. The wind and rain lashed at the window next to her head. The storm made Jenny feel wonderful to be safely inside a peaceful home. She wished her life were always like this. A few moments later, Mary brought a tray with a bowl of stew, a lump of hard bread, and a steaming mug of tea. "Sit up, Jenny," she said, but there was no response. Mary set down the tray, covered the girl with another quilt, and let her sleep. Mary was reading next to the fire when Doherty let himself into the cottage. She regarded him silently as he came into the room. He pointed to the chair where Jenny slept and said, "Why is she here? Her father hit her again?" "Shh," Mary hissed. "You'll wake her." Mary rose and led him into the kitchen. She set a place for him at the table. Doherty poured himself a mug of tea and sat down. "What Martin Colville needs is a bit of his own medicine, and I'm just the man to give it to him." "Please, Sean, he's half your age and twice your size." "And what's that supposed to mean, Mary?" "It means you could get hurt, and the last thing we need is for you to attract the attention of the police by getting in some stupid fight. Now finish your dinner and be quiet. You'll wake the girl." Doherty did as he was told and resumed eating. He took a spoonful of the stew and pulled a face. "Jesus, but this food is stone cold." "If you'd come home at a decent hour, it wouldn't be. Where have you been?" Without lifting his head from his plate, Doherty cast Mary an icy glance through his eyebrows. "I was in the barn," he said coldly. "Were you on the wireless, waiting for instructions from Berlin?" Mary whispered sarcastically. "Later, woman," Sean growled. "Don't you realize you're wasting your time out there, and risking both our necks, too?" "I said later, woman." "Stupid old goat." "That's enough, Mary." "Maybe one day the boys in Berlin will give you a real assignment. Then you can get rid of all the hate that's inside you, and we can get on with what's left of our lives." She rose and looked at him, shaking her head. "I'm tired, Sean. I'm going to bed. Put some more wood on the fire so Jenny will be warm enough. And don't do anything to wake her. She's had a rough time of it tonight." Mary walked upstairs to their bedroom and quietly closed the door behind her. When she was gone, Doherty went to the cupboard and took down a bottle of Bushmills. Whiskey was like gold these days, but it was a special night, so he poured himself a generous measure. "Maybe the boys in Berlin will do just that, Mary Doherty," he said, raising his glass in a quiet toast. "In fact, maybe they already have." Chapter 9. London. Alfred Vicary had actually engaged in deception to get a job with military intelligence during the First War. He was 21, nearing the end of his studies at Cambridge, and convinced England was foundering and in need of all the good men she could lay her hands on. He wanted nothing to do with the infantry. He knew enough of history to realize there was no glory in it, only boredom, misery, and very likely death or serious injury. His best friend, a brilliant philosophy student named Brendan Evans, arrived at the perfect solution. Brendan had heard the army was starting up something called the Intelligence Corps. The only qualifications were fluent German and French, extensive travel throughout Europe, the ability to ride and repair a motorbike, and perfect eyesight. Brendan had contacted the War Office and made appointments for them the next morning. Vicary was despondent. He did not meet the qualifications. He had fluent, if uninspired, German, passable French, and he had traveled broadly across Europe, including inside Germany, but he had no idea how to ride a motorbike. Indeed, the contraption scared the daylights out of him, and his eyesight was atrocious. Brendan Evans was everything Vicary was not. Tall, fair, strikingly handsome, possessed of a boyish lust for adventure and more women than he knew what to do with. They had one trait in common: flawless memories. Vicary conceived his plan. That evening, in the cool twilight of August, Brendan taught him to ride a motorcycle on a deserted patch of road in the fens. Vicary nearly killed them both several times, but by the end of the night he was roaring along the pathways, experiencing a thrill and a recklessness he had never before felt. The following morning, during the train ride from Cambridge to London, Brendan drilled him relentlessly on the anatomy of motorbikes. When they arrived in London, Brendan went into the War Office while Vicary waited outside in the warm sunshine. He emerged an hour later, grinning broadly. "I'm in," Brendan said. "Now it's your turn. Listen carefully." He then proceeded to read back the entire eye chart used for the vision test, even the hopelessly tiny characters at the bottom. Vicary removed his spectacles, handed them to Brendan, and walked like a blind man into the dark, forbidding building. He passed with flying colors. He made only one mistake, transposing a B for a D, but that was Brendan's fault, not his. Vicary was immediately commissioned as a second lieutenant in the motorcyclist section of the Intelligence Corps, given a warrant for his uniform and kit, and ordered to cut his hair, which had grown long and curly over the summer. The following day he was ordered to Euston Station to collect his motorbike, a shiny new Raj model packed in a wooden crate. A week later, Brendan and Vicary boarded a troop ship along with their motorbikes and sailed for France. It was all so simple then. Agents slipped behind enemy lines, counted troops, watched the railways. They even used carrier pigeons to deliver secret messages. Now it was more complex, a duel of wits over the wireless that required immense concentration and attention to detail. Double cross. Karl Becker was a perfect example. He was sent by Canaris to England during the heady days of 1940, when invasion seemed certain. Becker, posing as a Swiss businessman, set himself up in suitable style in Kensington and began collecting every questionable secret he could lay his hands on. It was Becker's use of counterfeit sterling that set Vicary onto him, and within a matter of weeks he had been spun into MI5's web. Vicary, with the help of the watchers, went everywhere Becker went. To the parties where he traded in gossip and drank himself stiff on black-market champagne, to his meetings with live agents, to his dead drops, to his bedroom, where he brought his women, his men, his children, and only God knew what else. After a month, Vicary brought down the hammer. He arrested Becker, pulled him from the arms of a young girl he had kept locked away and drunk on champagne, and rolled up an entire network of German agents. Next came the tricky part. Instead of hanging Becker, Vicary turned him. convinced him to go to work for MI5 as a double agent. The following night, Becker, from his prison cell, turned on his radio and tapped out a coded recognition signal to the operator in Hamburg. The operator asked him to stay on the air for instructions from his Abwehr control officer in Berlin, who ordered Becker to determine the exact location and size of an RAF fighter base in Kent. Becker confirmed the message and signed off. But it was Vicary who went to the airfield the next day. He could have called the RAF, obtained the coordinates for the base, and sent them to the Abwehr, but it wouldn't be so easy for a spy. To make the message appear authentic, Vicary went about reconnoitering the airbase just the way a spy would do it. He took the train from London and, because of delays, didn't arrive in the area until dusk. A military policeman harassed him on a hillside outside the base and asked him for his identification. Vicary could see the airbase on the flats below, the same perspective from which a spy might see it. He saw a cluster of Nissen huts and a few aircraft along the grassy runway. During his return to London, Vicary composed a brief report on what he had seen. He noted that the light had been poor because the trains were late, and said he had been prevented from getting too close by an MP. That night, Vicary forced Becker to send the report with his own hand, for each spy had his own distinctive keying style, known as a fist, that German radio operators could recognize. Hamburg congratulated him and signed off. Vicary then contacted the RAF and explained the situation. The real Spitfires were removed to another field, the personnel evacuated, and several badly damaged fighters were fueled and placed along the runway. That night, the Luftwaffe came. The dummy planes exploded into fireballs. Certainly the crews of the Heinkel bombers thought they had scored a direct hit. The next day, the Abwehr asked Becker to return to Kent to assess the damage. Again, it was Vicary who went, gathered a report on what he could see, and forced Becker to send it. The Abwehr was ecstatic. Becker was a star, a super spy, and all it had cost the RAF was a day patching up the runway and carting off the charred skeletons of the Spitfires. So impressed were Becker's controllers, they asked him to recruit more agents, which he did. Actually, which Vicary did. By the end of 1940, Karl Becker had a ring of 12 agents working for him, some reporting to him, some reporting directly to Hamburg. All were fictitious, products of Vicary's imagination. Vicary tended to every aspect of their lives. They fell in love, they had affairs, they complained about money, they lost houses and friends in the Blitz. Vicary even allowed himself to arrest a couple of them. No network operating on enemy soil was foolproof, and the Abwehr would never believe none of their agents had been lost. It was mind-bending, tedious work, requiring attention to the most trivial detail. Vicary found it exhilarating and loved every minute of it. The lift was on the blink again, so Vicary had to take the stairs from Boothby's lair down to registry. Opening the door, he was struck by the smell of the place. Decaying paper, dust, tangy mildew from the damp creeping through the cellar walls. It reminded him of the library at the university. There were files on open shelves, files in the file cabinets, files stacked on the cold stone floor, piles of paper waiting to ripen into files. A trio of pretty girls, the shakedown night staff, moved quietly about, speaking a language of inventory Vicary could not understand. The girls, known as registry queens in the lexicon of the place, looked strangely out of place amid the paper and the gloom. He half expected to turn a corner and spot a pair of monks reading an ancient manuscript by candlelight. He shivered. God, but the place was cold as a crypt. He wished he had worn a sweater or brought something warm to drink. It was all here, the entire secret history of the service. Vicary, wandering the stacks, was struck by the thought that long after he left MI5, there would be an eternal record of his every action. He wasn't certain if he found the thought comforting or sickening. Vicary thought of Boothby's disparaging remarks about him, and a cold shiver of anger passed over him. Vicary was a damned good double-cross officer. Even Boothby couldn't deny that. He was convinced it was his training as a historian that suited him so perfectly to the work. Often, a historian must engage in conjecture, taking a series of small, inconclusive clues and reaching a reasonable inference. Double-cross was very much like engaging in conjecture, only in reverse. It was the job of the double-cross officer to provide the Germans with small, inconclusive clues so they could arrive at desired conclusions. The officer had to be careful and meticulous in the clues he revealed. They had to be a careful blend of fact and fiction, of truth and painstakingly veiled lies. Vicary's bogus spies had to work very hard for their information. The intelligence had to be fed to the Germans in small, sometimes meaningless bites. It had to be consistent with the spy's cover identity. A lorry driver from Bristol, for example, could not be expected to come into possession of stolen documents in London, and no piece of intelligence could ever seem too good to be true, for information too easily obtained is easily discarded. The files on Abwehr personnel were stored on open floor-to-ceiling shelves in a smaller room at the far end of the floor. The V's started on a bottom shelf, then jumped to a top one. Vicary had to get down on all fours and tilt his neck sideways, as if he were looking for a lost valuable beneath a piece of furniture. Damn, the file was on the top shelf, of course. He struggled to his feet, and craning his neck, peered at the files over his half-moon reading glasses. Bloody hopeless. The files were 6 feet above him, too far to read the names. Boothby's revenge on all those who had not attained regulation department height. One of the registry queens found him gazing upward and said she would bring him a library ladder. "Claymore tried to use a chair last week and nearly broke his neck," she sang, returning a moment later, dragging the ladder. She took another look at Vicary, smiled as if he were a daft uncle, and offered to get the file for him. Vicary assured her he could manage. He climbed the ladder and, using his forefinger as a probe, picked through the files. He found a manila folder with a red tab. Vogel, Kurt, Abwehr, Berlin. He pulled it down, opened it, and looked inside. Vogel's file was empty. A month after he arrived at MI5, Vicary had been surprised to find Nicholas Jago working there too. Jago had been head archivist at University College and was recruited by MI5 the same week as Vicary. He was assigned to registry and ordered to impose some discipline on the sometimes fickle memory of the department. Jago, like registry itself, was dusty and irritable and difficult to use. But once past the rough exterior, he could be kind and generous, bubbling with valuable information. Jago had one other valuable skill. He knew how to lose a file as well as find one. Despite the late hour, Vicary found Jago working at his desk in his cramped, glass-enclosed office. Unlike the file rooms, it was a sanctuary of neatness and order. When Vicary rapped his knuckle against the windowed door, Jago looked up, smiled, and waved him in. Vicary noticed the smile did not extend to his eyes. He looked exhausted. Jago lived in this place. There was something else. In 1940, his wife had been killed in the Blitz. Her death had left him shattered. He had taken a personal oath to defeat the Nazis, not with a gun, with organization and precision. Vicary sat down and refused Jago's offer of tea. "Real stuff I hoarded before the war," he said excitedly. Not like the atrocious wartime tobacco he was stuffing into the bowl of his pipe and setting ablaze with a match. The vile smoke smelled of burning leaves, and it hung between them in a pall while they swapped banalities about returning to the university when the job was done. Vicary signaled he wanted to get down to business by gently clearing his throat. "I'm looking for a file on a rather obscure Abwehr officer," Vicary said. "I was surprised to find it's missing. The exterior cover is on the shelf, but the contents are gone." "What's the name?" Jago asked. "Kurt Vogel." Jago's face darkened. "Christ! Let me take a look for it. Wait here, Alfred. I'll just be a moment." "I'll come with you," Vicary said. "Maybe I can help." No, Jago insisted. "I wouldn't hear of it. I don't help you find spies. You don't help me find files." He laughed at his own joke. "Stay here. Make yourself comfortable. I'll just be a moment." "That's the second time you've said that," Vicary thought. "I'll just be a moment." Vicary knew that Jago had become obsessive about his files, but one missing dossier on an Abwehr officer was not cause for a departmental emergency. Files were misplaced and mistakenly discarded all the time. Once Boothby sounded a red alert after losing an entire briefcase filled with important files. Department legend said they had been found a week later at the flat of his mistress. Jago rushed back into the office a moment later, a cloud of the vile pipe smoke floating behind him like steam from a locomotive. He handed Vicary the file and sat down behind his desk. "Just as I thought," Jago said, absurdly proud of himself. "It was right there on the shelf. One of the girls must have placed it in the wrong folder. Happens all the time." Vicary listened to the dubious excuse and frowned. "Interesting. Never happened to me before." "Well, maybe you're just lucky.
We handle thousands of files a week down here. We could use more staff. I've taken it up with the Director General, but he says we've used up our allotment and we can't have any more."
Jago's pipe had gone dead, and he was making a vast show of relighting it. Vicary's eyes teared as the little chamber of an office filled with smoke again. Nicholas Jago was a thoroughly good and honest man, but Vicary didn't believe a word of his story. He believed the file had been pulled by someone recently and hadn't made its way back to the shelf, and the someone who pulled it must have been someone damned important, judging by the look on Jago's face when Vicary had asked for it. Vicary used the file to wave a clear patch in the cloud of smoke.
"Who had Vogel's file last?" "Come on, Alfred, you know I can't tell you that."
It was the truth. Mere mortals like Vicary had to sign out files. Records were kept on who pulled what files and when. Only the registry staff and department heads had access to those records. A handful of very senior officers could get files without signing them out. Vicary suspected Vogel's file had been pulled by one of those officers.
"All I have to do is ask Boothby for a chit to see the access list, and he'll give it to me," Vicary said. "Why don't you let me see it now and save me the time?" "He might not." "What do you mean by that, Nicholas?" "Listen, old man, the last thing I want to do is get between you and Boothby again."
Jago was busying himself with a pipe again, stuffing the bowl, digging a match out of the matchbox. He stuck the thing between his clenched teeth so the bowl bounced while he spoke.
"Talk to Boothby. If he says you can see the access list, it's all yours."
Vicary left him sitting in his smoky glass chamber, trying to set fire to his cheap tobacco, his match flaring with every drag on the pipe. Taking one last glance at him as he walked away with Vogel's file, he thought Jago looked like a lighthouse on a foggy point. Vicary stopped at the canteen on the way back up to his office. He couldn't remember when he had last eaten. His hunger was a dull ache. He no longer craved fine food. Eating had become a practical undertaking, something to be done out of necessity, not pleasure. Like walking London at night. Do it quickly, try not to get hurt. He remembered the afternoon in May 1940 when they had come for him. "Mr. Ashworth delivered 2 nice lamb chops to your house a short time ago." Such a waste of precious time. It was late, and the selection was worse than usual. A chunk of brown bread, some suspect cheese, a bubbling cauldron of brown liquid. Someone had crossed out the words beef broth on the menu and written stone soup. Vicary passed on the cheese and sniffed at the broth. It seemed harmless enough. He cautiously ladled himself out a bowl. The bread was as hard as the cutting board. Vicary hacked off a hunk with a dull knife. Using Vogel's file as a service tray, he picked his way through the tables and chairs. John Masterman sat stooped over a volume of Latin. A pair of famous lawyers sat at a corner table, re-arguing an old courtroom duel. A popular writer of crime novels was scribbling in a battered notebook. Vicary shook his head. MI5 had recruited a remarkable array of talent. He walked carefully up the stairs, the bowl of broth balanced precariously on the file. The last thing he needed was to soil the dossier. Jago had written countless irate memoranda imploring case officers to take better care of the files. "What's the name?" "Kurt Vogel." "Christ, let me take a look for it." Something about it just wasn't right. That Vicary knew. Better not to force it. Better to set it aside and let his subconscious turn over the pieces. He set the file and the soup down on his desk and switched on the lamp. He read the file through once while he sipped at the soup. It tasted like a boiled leather boot. Salt was one of the few spices the cooks had in plentiful supply, and they had used it generously. By the time he finished reading the file the second time, he had a desert thirst, and his fingers were beginning to swell. Vicary looked up and said, "Harry, I think we have a problem." Harry Dalton, who had drifted off to sleep at his desk in the common area outside Vicary's office, got to his feet and came inside. They were a dubious pairing, jokingly referred to inside the department as Muscle and Brains Limited. Harry was tall and athletic, sharp-suited, with thickly brilliantined black hair, intelligent blue eyes, and a ready all-purpose smile. Before the war, he was Detective Inspector Harry Dalton of the Metropolitan Police Department's elite murder squad. He was born and raised in Battersea, and still had a trace of working-class South London in his soft, pleasant voice. "He's got brains, that's for certain," Vicary said. "Look at this. Doctorate of Law from Leipzig University. Studied under Heller and Rosenberg. Doesn't sound like your typical Nazi to me. The Nazis perverted the laws of Germany. Someone with an education like that couldn't be too thrilled about them. Then in 1935 he suddenly decides to forsake the law and go to work for Canaris as his personal attorney, a sort of in-house counsel for the Abwehr. I don't believe that. I think he's a spy, and this business about being Canaris' legal advisor is just another layer of cover." Vicary was flipping through the file again. "You have a theory?" Harry asked. "3 theories, actually." "Let's hear them." Number 1, Canaris has lost faith in the British networks and has commissioned Fogel to undertake an investigation. A man with Fogel's background and training is the perfect officer to sift through all the files and all the agent reports to look for inconsistencies. We've been damned careful, Harry, but maintaining double-cross is an enormously complex task. I bet we've made a couple of mistakes along the way, and if the right person were looking for them, an intelligent man like Kurt Fogel, for instance, he might be able to spot them. Theory 2? Theory 2, Canaris has commissioned Fogel to construct a new network. It's very late in the game for something like that. Agents would have to be discovered, recruited, trained, and inserted into the country. That usually takes months to do the right way. I doubt that's what they're up to, but it can't be totally discounted. Theory 3? Theory 3 is that Kurt Fogel is the control officer of a network we don't know about. An entire network of agents that we haven't uncovered? Is that possible? We have to assume it is. Then all our doubles would be at risk. It's a house of cards, Harry. All it takes is one good agent and the entire thing comes crashing down. Vicary lit a cigarette. The tobacco took the aftertaste of the broth out of his mouth. Canaris must be under enormous pressure to deliver. He'd want the best to handle the operation. So that means Kurt Fogel is a man operating in a pressure cooker. Right. That could make him dangerous. It could also make him careless. He has to make a move. He has to use his radio or send an agent into the country. And when he does, we'll be on to him. They sat in silence for a moment, Vicary smoking, Harry thumbing his way through Fogel's file. Then Vicary told him about what had happened in registry. Lots of files go missing now and again, Alfred. Yes, but why this file? And more importantly, why now? Good questions, but I suspect the answers are very simple. When you're in the middle of an investigation, it's best to stay focused, not get sidetracked. I know, Harry, Vicary said, frowning, but it's driving me to distraction. Harry said, I know 1 or 2 of the registry queens. Vicary looked up. I'm sure you do. I'll poke around, ask a few questions. Do it quietly. There's no other way to do it, Alfred. Jago's lying. He's hiding something. Why would he lie? I don't know, Vicary said, crushing out his cigarette. But I'm paid to think wicked thoughts. Chapter 10. Bletchley Park, England. Officially, it was called the Government Code and Cipher School. However, it was not a school at all. It looked as though it might be a school of some kind, a large, ugly Victorian mansion surrounded by a high fence, but most people in the narrow-streeted railway town of Bletchley understood that something portentous was going on there. The great lawns were covered with dozens of makeshift huts. The remaining space had been trampled into pathways of frozen mud. The gardens were overgrown and shabby, like tiny jungles. The staff was an odd collection. The country's brightest mathematicians, chess champions, crossword puzzle wizards, all assembled for one purpose, cracking German codes. Even in the notoriously eccentric world of Bletchley Park, Denholm Saunders was considered an oddball. Before the war, he had been a top mathematician at Cambridge. Now he was among the best cryptanalysts in the world. He also lived in a hamlet outside Bletchley, with his mother and his Siamese cats, Plato and St. Thomas Aquinas. It was late afternoon. Saunders was seated at his desk in the mansion, working over a pair of messages sent by the Abwehr in Hamburg to German agents inside Britain. The messages had been intercepted by the Radio Security Service, flagged as suspicious, and forwarded to Bletchley Park for decoding. Saunders whistled tunelessly while his pencil scraped across his pad, a habit that irritated his colleagues no end. He worked in the hand cipher section of the park. His workspace was crowded and cramped, but it was relatively warm. Better to be here than outside in one of the huts, where cryptanalysts slaved over German army and naval ciphers like Eskimos in an igloo. 2 hours later, the scraping and the whistling stopped. Saunders was aware only of the sound of melting snow gurgling through the gutters of the old house. The work that afternoon had been far from challenging. The messages had been transmitted in a variation of a code Saunders unbuttoned himself in 1940. "My goodness, but they are getting a bit boring, aren't they?" Saunders said, to no one in particular. His superior was a Scot named Richardson. Saunders knocked, stepped inside, and laid the pair of decodes on the desk. Richardson read them and frowned. An officer at MI5 named Alfred Vicary had put out a red flag for this kind of thing just yesterday. Richardson called for a motorcycle courier. "There's one other thing," Saunders said. "What's that?" "The first message, the agent seemed to have some difficulty with the Morse. In fact, he asked for the Kia to send it twice. They get testy about things like that. Could be nothing. There might have been some interference, but it might be a good idea to tell the boys at MI5 about it." Richardson thought, good idea indeed. When Saunders was gone, he typed out a brief memo describing how the agent appeared to struggle with the Morse. 5 minutes later, the decodes and Richardson's note were tucked inside a leather pouch for the 42-mile ride to London. Chapter 11. Selsey, England. "It was the oddest thing I've ever seen," Arthur Barnes told his wife over breakfast that morning. Barnes, as he did every morning, had walked his beloved corgi Fiona along the waterfront. Part of it still was open to civilians. Most of it had been sealed off and designated a restricted military zone. Everyone wondered what the military was doing there. No one talked about it. Dawn was late that morning, a grey overcast sky, rain now and again. Fiona was off her leash, scampering up and down the docks. Fiona spotted the thing first, then Barnes did. "A bloody giant concrete monster, Mabel, like a block of flats lying on its side." 2 tugs were pulling it out to sea. Barnes carried a pair of field glasses inside his coat. A friend once spotted the conning tower of a German U-boat, and Barnes was dying to catch a glimpse of one too. He removed the glasses and raised them to his eyes. The concrete monster had a boat attached to it, with a broad, flat prow pushing through the choppy seas. Barnes scanned off its port side. "Hard to tell the port side from the starboard side, mind you." And he spotted a small vessel with a bunch of military types on deck. "I couldn't believe it, Mabel," he recounted, finishing the last of his toast. "They were clapping and cheering, giving each other hugs and pats on the back." He shook his head. "Imagine that. Hitler's got the world by the short hairs, and our boys get excited because they can make a giant hunk of concrete float." The giant floating concrete structure spotted by Arthur Barnes that dreary January morning was codenamed Phoenix. It was 200 feet long, 50 feet wide, and displaced more than 6,000 tons of water. More than 200 were scheduled to be built. Its interior, invisible from Barnes's vantage point on the harbour front, was a labyrinth of hollow chambers and scuttling valves, for the Phoenix was not designed to remain on the surface for long. It was designed to be towed across the English Channel and sunk off the coast of Normandy. The Phoenixes were just one component of a massive Allied project to construct an artificial harbour in England and drag it to France on D-Day. The overall code name for the project was Operation Mulberry. It was Dieppe that taught them their lesson. Dieppe and the amphibious landings in the Mediterranean. At Dieppe, site of the disastrous Allied raid on France in August 1942, the Germans denied the Allies use of a port for as long as possible. In the Mediterranean, they destroyed ports before abandoning them, rendering them useless for long periods. The invasion planners determined that attempting to capture a port intact was hopeless. They decided the men and supplies would come ashore the same way, on the beaches of Normandy. The problem was the weather. Studies of weather patterns along the French coast showed that periods of fair conditions could be expected to last no more than 4 consecutive days. Therefore, the invasion planners had to assume that supplies would have to be brought ashore in a storm. In July 1943, Prime Minister Winston Churchill and a delegation of 300 officials sailed for Canada aboard the Queen Mary. Churchill and Roosevelt were meeting in Quebec in August to approve plans for the Normandy invasion. During the journey, Professor J.D. Bernal, a distinguished physicist, gave a dramatic demonstration in one of the vessel's luxurious staterooms. He filled the bath with a few inches of water, the shallow end representing the Normandy beaches, the deep end the Baie de la Seine. Bernal placed 20 paper ships in the bath and used a back brush to simulate stormy conditions. The boats immediately sank. Bernal then inflated a Mae West lifebelt and laid it across the bath as a breakwater. The back brush was again used to create a storm, but this time the vessel survived. Bernal explained that the same thing would happen at Normandy. A storm would create havoc. An artificial harbor was needed. At Quebec, the British and the Americans agreed to build 2 artificial harbors for the Normandy invasion, each with the capacity of the great port of Dover. Dover took 7 years to build. The British and Americans had roughly 8 months. It was a task of unimaginable proportions. Each mulberry cost $96 million. The British economy, crippled by 4 years of war, would have to supply 4 million tons of concrete and steel. Hundreds of top-flight engineers would be needed, as well as tens of thousands of skilled construction workers. To get the mulberries from England to France on D-Day would require every available tug in Britain and on the eastern seaboard of the United States. The only assignment equal to the task of building the mulberries would be keeping them secret, proved by the fact that Arthur Barnes and his corgi Fiona were still standing on the waterfront when the coaster carrying the team of British and American mulberry engineers nosed against the dock. The team disembarked and walked toward a waiting bus. One of the men broke away toward a staff car waiting to return him to London. The driver stepped out and crisply opened the rear door, and Commander Peter Jordan climbed inside. New York City, October 1943. They came for him on a Friday. He would always remember them as Laurel and Hardy, the thick, stubby American who smelled of bargain aftershave and his lunchtime beer and sausage, the thin, smooth Englishman who shook Jordan's hand as though searching for a pulse. In reality, their names were Lehman and Broom, or at least that's what it said on the identification cards they waved past him. Lehman said he was the War Department. Broom, the angular Englishman, murmured something about being attached to the War Office. Neither man wore a uniform. Lehman, a shabby brown suit that pulled across his corpulent stomach and rode up his crotch. Broom, an elegantly cut suit of charcoal grey, a little too heavy for the American fall weather. Jordan received them in his magnificent lower Manhattan office. Lehman suppressed little belches while admiring Jordan's spectacular view of the East River bridges, the Brooklyn Bridge, the Manhattan Bridge, the Williamsburg. Broom, who showed almost no interest in things man-made, commented on the weather. A perfect autumn day, a crystalline blue sky, brilliant orange sunshine. An afternoon to make you believe Manhattan is the most spectacular place on earth. They walked to the south window and chatted while watching freighters move in and out of New York Harbor. "Tell us about the work you're doing now, Mr. Jordan," Lehman said, a trace of South Boston in his voice. It was a sore subject. He was still the chief engineer of the Northeast Bridge Company, and it was still the largest bridge construction firm on the East Coast. But his dream of starting his own engineering firm had died with the war, just as he feared. Lehman, it seemed, had memorized his resume, and he recited it now as if Jordan had been nominated for an award. "First in your class at the Rensselaer Polytechnic Institute, Engineer of the Year in 1938. Scientific American says you're the greatest thing since the guy who invented the wheel. You're hot stuff, Mr. Jordan." An enlarged version of the Scientific American article hung on the wall in a neat black frame. The photograph taken of him then looked like another man. He was thinner now, some said more handsome, and even though he still was not yet 40, flecks of grey had appeared at his temples. Broom, the narrow Englishman, was wandering the office, scrutinizing the photographs and the models of bridges the company had designed and built. "You have many Germans working here," Broom observed, as if it would be a news bulletin to Jordan. It was true. Germans among the engineering staff and Germans on the secretarial staff. Jordan's own secretary was a woman named Miss Hofer, whose family came to America from Stuttgart when she was a girl. She still spoke English with a German accent. Then, as if to prove Broom's point, 2 mailboys walked past Jordan's door, prattling in Berlin-accented German. "What kind of security checks have you run on them?" It was Lehman talking again. Jordan could tell he was a cop of some sort, or at least he had been a cop in another life. It was written in the poor fit of his threadbare suit and the look of dogged determination on his face. For Lehman, the world was filled with evil people, and he was the only thing standing between order and anarchy. "We don't run security checks on them. We build bridges here, not bombs." "How do you know they're not sympathetic to the other side?" "Lehman. Is that a German name?" Lehman's meaty face collapsed into a frown. "Irish, actually." Broom broke off his inspection of the bridge models to chuckle at the exchange. Then he said, "Do you know a man named Walker Hardigan?" Jordan had the uncomfortable feeling he had been investigated. "I think you already know the answer to that question. And yes, his family is German. He speaks the language and he knows the country. He's been invaluable to my father-in-law." "You mean your former father-in-law?" Broom asked. "We've remained very close since Margaret's death." Broom was stooped over another model. "Is this a suspension bridge?" "No, it's a cantilever design. You're not an engineer?" Broom looked up and smiled as if he found the question somewhat offensive. "No, of course not." Jordan sat down behind his desk. "All right, gentlemen, suppose you tell me what this is all about." "It has to do with the invasion of Europe," Broom said. "We may need your help." Jordan smiled. "You want me to build a bridge between England and France?" "Something like that," Lehman said. Broom was lighting a cigarette. He blew an elegant stream of smoke toward the river. "Actually, Mr. Jordan, it's nothing like that at all." Chapter 12. London. The skies erupted into a downpour as Alfred Vicary hurried across Parliament Square toward the underground war rooms, Winston Churchill's subterranean headquarters beneath the pavements of Westminster. The Prime Minister had personally telephoned Vicary and asked to see him straight away. Vicary had quickly changed into his uniform and, in his haste, fled MI5 headquarters without an umbrella. Now his only defense against the onslaught of freezing rain was to quicken his pace, one hand clutching the throat of his mackintosh, the other holding a batch of files over his head like a shield. He rushed past the contemplative statues of Lincoln and Beaconsfield, and then, thoroughly wet, presented himself to the Royal Marine Guard at the sandbagged doorway of No. 2 Great George Street. MI5 was in a panic. The previous evening, a pair of decoded Abwehr signals had arrived by motorcycle courier from Bletchley Park. They confirmed Vicary's worst suspicions. At least 2 agents were operating inside Britain without MI5's knowledge, and it appeared the Germans planned to send in another. It was a disaster. Vicary, after reading the messages with a sinking heart, had telephoned Sir Basil at home and broken the news. Sir Basil had contacted the Director General and other senior officers involved in Double Cross. By midnight, the lights were burning on the 5th floor. Vicary was now heading one of the most important cases of the war. He had slept less than an hour. His head ached, his eyes burned, his thoughts were coming and going in chaotic, turbulent flashes. The guard glanced at Vicary's identification and waved him inside. Vicary descended the stairs and crossed the small lobby. Ironically, Neville Chamberlain had ordered construction to begin on the underground war rooms the day he returned from Munich, declaring peace in our time. Vicary would always think of the place as a subterranean monument to the failure of appeasement. Shielded by 4 feet of concrete reinforced with old London tram rails, the underground labyrinth was regarded as absolutely bomb-proof. Along with Churchill's personal command post, the most vital and secret arms of the British government were housed here. Vicary moved down the corridor, ears filled with the clatter of typewriters and the rattle of a dozen unanswered telephones. The low ceiling was buttressed by the timbers of one of Nelson's ships of the line. A sign warned, "Mind your head." Vicary, barely 5.5 feet tall, passed easily beneath it. The walls, once the colour of Devonshire cream, had faded like old newspaper to a dull beige. The floors were covered in an ugly brown linoleum. Overhead, in a brace of drainage pipes, Vicary could hear the gurgle of sewage from the above-ground new public offices. Even though the air was filtered by a special ventilation system, it smelled of unwashed bodies and stale cigarette smoke. Vicary approached the doorway, where another Royal Marine guard stood at ease. The guard snapped to attention as Vicary passed, the crack of his heels deadened by a special rubber mat. Vicary looked at the faces of the staff who worked, lived, ate, and slept below ground in the Prime Minister's subterranean fortress. The word pale did not do justice to the state of their complexions. They were pasty, waxen troglodytes, scampering about their underground warren. Suddenly, Vicary's windowless hutch in St. James's Street didn't seem so bad after all. At least it was above the ground. At least there was something approaching fresh air. Churchill's private quarters were located in room 65A, next door to the map room and across the hall from the transatlantic telephone room. An aide took Vicary immediately inside, earning him the icy stares of a band of bureaucrats who looked as though they had been waiting since the last war. It was a tiny space, much of it consumed by a small bed made up with grey army blankets. At the foot of the bed stood a table with a bottle and 2 glasses. The BBC had installed a permanent microphone so Churchill could make his radio broadcasts from the safety of his underground fortress. Vicary noticed a small darkened sign that said, "Quiet, on the air." The room contained only one luxury item, a humidor for the Prime Minister's Romeo y Julieta cigars. Churchill, cloaked in a green silk robe, the first cigar of the day between his fingers, sat at his small desk. He remained there as Vicary entered the room. Vicary sat on the edge of the bed and regarded the figure before him. He was not the same man Vicary had seen that afternoon in May 1940, nor was he the jaunty, confident figure of newsreels and propaganda films. He was obviously a man who had worked too much and slept too little. He had just returned to Britain a few days earlier from North Africa, where he convalesced after suffering a mild heart attack and contracting pneumonia. His eyes were rimmed with red, his cheeks puffy and pale. He managed a weak smile for his old friend. "Hello, Alfred. How have you been?" Churchill said, when the Royal Marine orderly closed the door. "Fine, but I should be asking that of you. You're the one who's been through the mill." "Never better," Churchill said. "Bring me up to date." "We've intercepted 2 messages from Hamburg to German agents operating inside Britain." Vicary handed them across to Churchill. "As you know, we were acting on the assumption that we had arrested, hanged, or turned every German agent operating in Britain. This is obviously a major blow. If the agents transmit any information that contradicts material we've sent through Double Cross, they will suspect everything. We also believe they are planning to insert a new agent into the country." "What are you doing to stop them?" Vicary briefed Churchill on the steps they had taken thus far. "But unfortunately, Prime Minister, the chances of capturing the agent at the drop are not good. In the past, in the summer of 1940, for example, when they were sending in spies for the invasion, we were able to capture incoming spies because the Germans often told old agents operating in Britain precisely when, where, and how the new spies were coming." "And those old agents were working for you as doubles?" "Or sitting in a prison cell, yes. But in this case, the message to the existing agent was very vague, a code phrase only. Execute reception procedure 1. We assume it tells the agent everything he needs to know. Unfortunately, it tells us nothing. We can only guess how the new spy is planning to get into the country, and unless we're very lucky, the chances of capturing him are slim at best." "Damn!" Churchill swore, bringing his hand down on the arm of the chair. He rose and poured brandy for them both. He stared into his glass, mumbling to himself, as if he had forgotten Vicary was there. "Do you remember the afternoon in 1940 when I asked you to come to work for the MI5? "Of course, Prime Minister." "I was right, wasn't I?" "How do you mean?" "You've had the time of your life, haven't you? Look at you, Alfred. You're a completely different man. Good heavens, but I wish I looked as good as you." "Thank you, Prime Minister." "You've done marvelous work. But it will all mean nothing if these German spies find what they're looking for. Do you understand?" Vicary exhaled heavily. "I understand the stakes involved, Prime Minister." "I want them stopped, Alfred. I want them crushed." Vicary blinked rapidly and unconsciously beat his breast pockets for his half-moon reading glasses. Churchill's cigar had gone dead in his hand. Relighting it, he indulged himself in a quiet moment of smoking. "How's Boothby?" Churchill said finally. Vicary sighed. "As ever, Prime Minister."
"Supportive?"
"He wants to be kept abreast of every move I make."
"In writing, I suppose. Boothby's a stickler for having things in writing. Man's office generates more bloody paper than the Times."
Vicary permitted himself a mild chuckle.
"I never told you this, Alfred, but I had my doubts about whether you could be successful, whether you truly had what it took to operate in the world of military intelligence. Oh, I never doubted you had the brains, the intelligence, but I doubted whether you possessed the sort of low cunning necessary to be a good intelligence officer. I also doubted whether you could be ruthless enough."
Churchill's words stunned Vicary.
"Now, why are you looking at me like that? You're one of the most decent men I've ever met. The men who usually succeed in your line of work are men like Boothby. He'd arrest his own mother if he thought he would further his career or stab the enemy in the back."
"But I have changed, Prime Minister. I've done things I've never thought I was capable of doing. I've also done things I'm ashamed of." Churchill looked perplexed.
"Ashamed?"
"When one is employed to sweep chimneys, one must black one's fingers," Vicary said. "Sir James Harris wrote those words while he was serving as minister to The Hague in 1785. He detested the fact that he was asked to pay bribes to spies and informers. Sometimes I wish it was still that simple." Vicary remembered a night in September 1940. He and his team had hidden in the heather on a cliff-top overlooking a rocky Cornish beach, sheltered from the cold rain beneath a black oilskin tarp. Vicary knew the German would come that night. The Abwehr had asked Karl Becker to arrange a reception party for him. He was little more than a boy, Vicary remembered, and by the time he reached the shore in his inflatable raft, he was half dead with cold. He fell into the arms of the Special Branch men, babbling in German, just happy to be alive. His papers were atrocious, his 200 pounds of currency badly forged, his English limited to a few well-rehearsed pleasantries. It was so bad Vicary had to conduct the interrogation in German. The spy had been assigned to gather intelligence on coastal defenses, and when the invasion came, engage in sabotage. Vicary determined that he was useless. He wondered how many more Canaris had like him, poorly trained, poorly equipped and financed, with virtually no chance of succeeding. Maintaining MI5's elaborate deception required that they execute a few spies, so Vicary recommended hanging him. He attended the execution at Wandsworth Prison and would never forget the look in the spy's eyes as the hangman slipped the hood over his head.
"You must make a stone of your heart, Alfred,"
Churchill said in a hoarse whisper.
"We don't have time for feelings like shame or compassion. None of us, not now. You must set aside whatever morals you still have. Set aside whatever feelings of human kindness you still possess, and do whatever it takes to win. Is that clear?"
"It is, Prime Minister." Churchill leaned closer and spoke in a confessional tone.
"There is an unfortunate truth about war. While it is virtually impossible for one man to win a war, it is entirely possible for one man to lose one."
Churchill paused.
"For the sake of our friendship, Alfred, don't be that man."
Vicary, shaken by Churchill's admonition, gathered up his things and showed himself to the door. Opening it, he walked out into the corridor. On the wall, the weatherboard, updated hourly, read rainy. Behind him, he heard Winston Churchill, alone in his underground chamber, muttering to himself. It took Vicary a moment to understand what the Prime Minister was saying.
"Blasted English weather," Churchill murmured. "Blasted English weather."
Vicary, by instinct, looked for clues in the past. He read and reread decodes of messages sent by agents inside Britain to the radio operators in Hamburg. Decodes of messages sent by Hamburg to the agents inside Britain. Case histories, even cases he had been involved with. He read the final report of one of the first cases he had handled, an incident that had ended in the north of Scotland, at a place aptly named Cape Wrath. He read the letter of commendation that went into his file, grudgingly written by Sir Basil Boothby, division head, copy forwarded to Winston Churchill, Prime Minister. He felt the pride all over again. Harry Dalton shuttled back and forth between Vicary's desk and registry like some medieval outrider, bringing new documents in one direction, returning old ones in the other. Other officers, aware of the tension building in Vicary's office, drifted past his doorway in twos and threes, like motorists passing a road accident, eyes averted, stealing quick, frightened glances. When Vicary would finish with one batch of files, Harry would ask, "Anything?" Vicary would pull a fussy frown and say, "No, nothing, damn it." By 2 o'clock that afternoon, the walls were collapsing in on him. He had smoked too many cigarettes and drunk too many cups of murky grey tea. "I need some fresh air, Harry. Get out of here for a couple of hours. Be good for you." "I'm going to take a walk. Have some lunch, perhaps." "Want some company?" "No, thanks." A freezing drizzle, like the smoke of a nearby battle, drifted over Westminster as Vicary marched along the embankment. A bitterly cold wind rose from the river, clattered the shabby temporary street signs, whistled through a pile of splintered timber and broken brick where once a splendid building stood. Vicary moved quickly with his stiff-jointed mechanical limp, head down, hands plunged into coat pockets. By the look on his face, a passing stranger might have guessed he was late for an important meeting, or fleeing an unpleasant one. The Abwehr had just so many ways of inserting an agent into Britain. Many put ashore in small boats launched from submarines. Vicary had just read arrest reports of double agents codenamed Mutt and Jeff. They waded ashore from an Arado seaplane near the herring-fishing village of Macduff, east of Spey Bay. Vicary already had asked the Coast Guards and Royal Navy to be especially vigilant. But the British coastline stretches many thousands of miles, impossible to cover entirely, and the chances of catching an agent on a darkened beach were slim. The Abwehr had parachuted spies into Britain. It was impossible to account for every square inch of airspace, but Vicary had asked the RAF to be watchful of stray aircraft. The Abwehr had dropped and landed agents in Aire and Ulster. To get to England, they had to take the ferry. Vicary had asked the ferry operators in Liverpool to keep an eye out for strange passengers, anyone unfamiliar with the routine of ferry passage, uncomfortable with the language or currency. He couldn't give them a description because he didn't have one. The brisk walk and cold weather made him hungry. He entered a pub near Victoria Station and ordered a vegetable pie and a half-pint of beer. "You must make a stone of your heart," Churchill had said. Unfortunately, he had done that a long time ago. Helen. She was the spoiled, attractive daughter of a wealthy industrialist, and Vicary, against his better judgment, had fallen hopelessly in love with her. Their relationship began to crumble the afternoon they made love for the first time. Somehow, Helen's father had read the signs correctly, the way they held hands on the way back from the lake, the way Helen touched Vicary's already thinning hair. That evening, he summoned Helen for a private chat. Under no circumstances would she be allowed to marry the son of a mid-level bank clerk who attended university on a scholarship. Helen was instructed to terminate the relationship as quickly and quietly as possible, and she did exactly as she was told. She was that kind of girl. Vicary never held it against her, and he loved her still. But something went out of him that day. He supposed it was his ability to trust. He wondered if he would ever get it back. "It is virtually impossible for one man to win a war." Vicary thought, "Damn the old man for laying that on my shoulders." The publican, a well-fed woman, appeared at the table. "That bad, dearie?" Vicary looked down at his plate. The carrots and potatoes had been pushed to the side, and he had been absently trailing the point of his knife through the gravy. He looked at the plate carefully and noticed he had traced an outline of Britain in the brown mess. He thought, where will that damned spy land? "It was fine," Vicary said politely, handing the plate over. "I suppose I wasn't quite as hungry as I thought." Outside, Vicary turned up the collar of his overcoat and started back toward the office. "It is entirely possible for one man to lose one." Dead leaves rattled across Vicary's path as he hurried along Birdcage Walk. The afternoon's last light retreated with little resistance. In the gathering darkness, Vicary could see the blackout curtains closing like eyelids in the windows overlooking St. James's Park. He imagined Helen standing in one of the windows, watching him hurry along the walkway below. He entertained a wild fantasy that by solving the case, arresting the spies and winning the war, he would prove himself worthy of her, and she would have him back. "Don't be that man." There was something else Churchill had said. He had been complaining about the ceaseless rain. The Prime Minister, safe in the shelter of his subterranean fortress, complaining about the weather. Vicary rushed past the guard at MI5 headquarters without showing his identification badge. "Any inspiration?" Harry asked, when Vicary returned to his office. "Perhaps. If you needed to get a spy into the country on short notice, Harry, which route would you use?" "I suppose I'd come through the east. Kent, East Anglia, even eastern Scotland." "My thoughts exactly." "So? If you were mustering an operation quickly, which mode of transportation would you choose?" "That depends." "Come on, Harry." "I suppose I'd choose an airplane." "Why not a submarine? Put the spy ashore in a raft." "Because it's easier to get a small plane on short notice than a precious submarine." "Exactly, Harry. And what do you need to drop a spy into England by plane?" "Decent weather, for one thing." "Right again, Harry." Vicary snatched up the telephone receiver and waited for the operator to come on the line. "This is Vicary. Connect me with the RAF Meteorological Service immediately." A young woman picked up a moment later. "Hello? This is Vicary from the War Office. I need some information about the weather." "Quite a nasty spell we're having, isn't it?" Yes, Vicary said impatiently. "When is it going to break in the east?" "We expect the current system to move offshore sometime tomorrow afternoon." "And we'll have clear skies?" "Crystal." "Damn!" "But not for long. There's another front behind it, moving rapidly across the country in a southeasterly direction." "How far behind it?" "That's difficult to say. Probably 12 to 18 hours.
"And after that?"
"The entire country will be in the soup for the next week. Intermittent snow and rain."
"Thank you."
Vicary put down the phone and turned to Harry.
"If our theory holds, our agent will try to enter the country by parachute tomorrow night."
Chapter 13. Hampton Sands, Norfolk. The bicycle ride down to the beach usually took about 5 minutes. Sean Doherty, late that afternoon, timed it just to make certain. He pedaled at a careful, unhurried pace, head inclined into the freshening wind beating off the sea. He wished the bicycle were in better shape. Like wartime England itself, it was battered, kicked around, desperately in need of maintenance. It clattered and grated with every turn of the pedals. The chain needed oil, which was scarce, and the tires were so bald and patched Doherty might as well have been riding on the rims. The rain had tapered off at midday. Plump, broken clouds floated over Doherty's head like barrage balloons adrift at their moorings. Behind him the sun lay on the horizon like a fireball. The marshes and hillsides burned with a fine orange light. Doherty felt an intense excitement rising in his chest. He had not felt anything like this since the first time he met his Abwehr contact in London early in the war. The road ended in a grove of pines at the base of the dunes. A weathered sign warned of mines on the beach. Doherty, like everyone else in Hampton Sands, knew there were none. In the bicycle's basket, Doherty had placed a sealed quart jar of precious petrol. He removed the jar, pushed the bicycle into the grove, and leaned it carefully against a tree. Doherty checked his watch. 5 minutes exactly. A footpath led through the trees. Doherty followed it, sand and dry pine needles beneath his feet, and started through the dunes. The crash of breaking waves filled the air. The sea opened before him. The tide had reached its high mark 2 hours ago. Now it was running out fast and hard. By midnight, when the drop was scheduled, there would be a wide strip of flat, hard sand along the water's edge, perfect for landing an agent by parachute. Doherty had the beach to himself. He returned to the pine trees and spent the next 5 minutes gathering enough wood for 3 small signal fires. It took 4 trips to carry the wood to the beach. He checked the wind, from the northeast, about 20 miles per hour. Doherty stacked the wood in piles 20 yards apart in a straight line, indicating the direction of the wind. The twilight was dying. Doherty opened the jar of petrol and doused the wood. He was to wait by his radio tonight until he received a signal from Hamburg that the plane was approaching. Then he would ride down to the beach, light the signal fires, take in the agent. Simple, if everything went according to plan. Doherty started back across the beach. It was then he saw Mary standing atop the dunes, silhouetted by the last light of sunset, arms folded beneath her breasts. The wind tossed hair across her face. He had told her the previous night, told her that the Abwehr had asked him to take in an agent. He had asked her to leave Hampton Sands until it was over. They had friends and family in London she could stay with. Mary had refused to leave. She had not said a word to him since. They bumped around the cramped cottage in angry silence, eyes averted, Mary slamming pots onto the stove and breaking plates and cups because of her jangled nerves. It was as if she was staying to punish him with her presence. By the time Doherty reached the top of the dunes, Mary was gone. He followed the path to the spot where he had left the bicycle. Mary had taken it. Doherty thought, another round in our silent war. He turned up his collar against the wind and walked back to the cottage. Jenny Colville had discovered this spot when she was 10 years old. A small depression in the pine trees, several hundred yards from the roadway, sheltered from the wind by a pair of large rocks. A perfect hiding place. She had constructed a crude camp stove by stacking stones in a circle and placing a small metal grill on top. Now she laid the makings of a fire, pine needles, dried dune grass, small lengths of fallen tree limbs, and touched a match to it. She blew on it gently, and a moment later the fire crackled into life. She kept a small case hidden beneath the rocks, covered with a layer of pine needles. She brushed away the needles and pulled it out. Opening the lid, Jenny removed the contents, a worn woolen blanket, a small metal pot, a chipped enamel mug, and a tin of dry, dusty tea. Jenny unfolded the blanket and spread it next to the fire. She sat down and warmed her hands against the flames. 2 years ago, a villager had found her things and concluded a tinker was living on the beach. It caused the most excitement in Hampton Sands since the fire at St. John's in 1912. For a time, Jenny stayed away, but the scandal quickly calmed, and she was able to return. The flames died, leaving a bed of glowing red embers. Jenny filled the pot with water from a canteen she had carried from home. She set the pot on the grill and waited for it to boil, listening to the sound of the sea and the wind hissing through the pines. As always, the place worked its magic. She began to forget about her problems, her father. Earlier that afternoon, when she arrived home from school, he had been sitting at the kitchen table, drunk. Soon he would become belligerent, then angry, then violent. He would take it out on the person nearest him. Inevitably, that would be Jenny. She decided to head off the beating before it could take place. She made him a plate of meager sandwiches and a pot of tea and set them on the table. He had said nothing, expressed no concern about where she was going, as Jenny put on her coat and slipped out the door. The water boiled. Jenny added the tea, covered it, removed it from the fire. She thought of the other girls from the village. They would be home now, sitting down with their parents for supper, talking over the events of the day, not hiding in the trees near the beach with nothing but the sound of breaking waves and a cup of tea for company. It had made her different, older, more clever. She had been stripped of her childhood, her time of innocence, forced to confront the fact very early in life that the world could be an evil place. God, why does he hate me so much? What have I ever done to hurt him? Mary had done her best to explain Martin Colville's behavior. He loves you, Mary had said countless times, but he's just hurt and angry and unhappy, and he takes it out on the person he cares about most. Jenny had tried to put herself in her father's place. She vaguely remembered the day her mother packed her things and left. She remembered her father begging and pleading with her to stay. She remembered the look on his face when she refused, remembered the sound of shattering glass, breaking dishes, the horrid things they said to each other. For many years she was not told where her mother had gone. It was simply not discussed. When Jenny asked her father, he would stalk off in a stormy silence. Mary was the one who finally told her. Her mother had fallen in love with a man from Birmingham, had an affair with him, and was living with him there now. When Jenny asked why her mother had never tried to contact her, Mary could supply no answer. To make matters worse, Mary said Jenny had become her mirror image. Jenny had no proof of this. The last memory she had of her mother was of a desperate and angry woman, eyes swollen and red from crying, and her father had destroyed all photographs of her long ago. Jenny poured tea, holding the enamel mug close for warmth. The wind gusted, stirring the canopy of pine trees over her head. The moon appeared, followed by the first stars. Jenny could tell it would be a very cold night. She wouldn't be able to stay too long. She laid 2 larger pieces of wood on the fire and watched the shadows dancing on the rocks. She finished her tea and curled up in a ball, pillowing her head on her hands. She pictured herself somewhere else, anywhere but Hampton Sands. She wanted to do something great and never come back. She was 16 years old. Some of the older girls from the surrounding villages had gone to London and other big cities to take over the jobs left behind by the men. She could find work in a factory, wait tables in a cafe, anything. She was beginning to drift off to sleep when she thought she heard a sound from somewhere near the water. For a moment, she wondered if there really were tinkers living on the beach. Startled, Jenny got to her feet. The pine trees ended at the dunes. She walked carefully through the grove, for it had grown dark rapidly, and started up the slope of sand. She paused at the top, dune grass dancing in the wind at her feet, staring in the direction of the sound. She saw a figure dressed in an oilskin, sea boots, and a sou'wester. Sean Doherty. He seemed to be stacking wood, pacing, calculating some distance. Maybe Mary was right. Maybe Sean was going crazy. Then Jenny spotted another figure at the top of the dunes. It was Mary, just standing there in the wind, arms folded, gazing at Sean silently. Then Mary turned and quietly left without waiting for Sean. When Sean was out of sight, Jenny doused the embers, put away her things, and pedaled her bicycle home. The cottage was empty, cold, and dark when she arrived. Her father was gone, the fire long dead. There was no note explaining his whereabouts. She lay awake in bed for some time, listening to the wind, replaying the scene she had witnessed on the beach. There was something very wrong about it, she concluded. Something very wrong indeed.
"Surely there's something else we could do, Harry," Vicary said, pacing his office. "We've done everything we can do, Alfred. Perhaps we should check with the RAF again." "I just checked with the RAF." "Anything?"
"Nothing."
"Well, call the Royal Navy."
"I just got off the telephone with the Citadel."
"And?"
"Nothing."
"Christ."
"You've just got to be patient."
"I'm not endowed with natural patience, Harry."
"I've noticed."
"What about—"
"I've called the ferry in Liverpool."
"Well?"
"Shut down by rough seas."
"So they won't be coming from Ireland tonight?"
"Not bloody likely."
"Perhaps we're just approaching this from the wrong direction, Harry."
"What do you mean?"
"Perhaps we should be focusing our attention on the 2 agents already in Britain."
"I'm listening."
"Let's go back to the passport and immigration records."
"Christ, Alfred, they haven't changed since 1940. We've rounded up everyone we thought was a spy and interned everyone we had doubts about."
"I know, Harry, but perhaps there's something we missed."
"Such as?"
"How the hell should I know?"
"I'll get the records. It can't hurt."
"Perhaps we've run out of luck."
"Alfred, I've known a lot of lucky cops in my day."
"Yes, Harry?"
"But I've never known a lucky, lazy cop."
"What are you driving at?"
"I'll get the files and make a pot of tea." Sean Doherty let himself out the back door of the cottage and walked along the footpath toward the barn. He wore a heavy sweater and an oilskin coat and carried a kerosene lantern. The last clouds had moved off. The sky was a mat of deep blue, thick with stars, a bright 3/4 moon. The air was bitterly cold. A ewe bleated as he pulled open the barn door and went inside. The animal had become entangled in the fencing earlier that day. In her struggle to get free, she had managed to slash her leg and tear a hole in the fence at the same time. She lay now on a bed of hay in the corner of the barn. Doherty switched on his radio and started changing the dressing, humming quietly to calm both their nerves. He removed the bloodied gauze, replaced it, and taped it securely in place. He was admiring his work when the radio crackled into life. Doherty bolted across the barn and slipped on his earphones. The message was brief. He sent back an acknowledging signal and dashed outside. The ride to the beach took less than 3 minutes. Doherty dismounted at the end of the road and pushed the bicycle into the trees. He climbed the dunes, scrambled down the other side, and ran across the beach. The signal fires were intact, ready to be lit. In the distance, he could hear the low rumble of an airplane. He thought, "Good Lord, he's actually coming." He lit the signal fires. In a few seconds the beach was ablaze with light. Doherty, crouching in the dune grass, waited for the plane to appear. It descended over the beach, and a moment later a black dot leapt from the back. The parachute snapped open as the plane banked and headed out to sea. Doherty rose from the dune grass and ran across the beach. The German made a perfect landing, rolled, and was gathering up his black parachute by the time Doherty arrived. "You must be Sean Doherty," he said in perfect public school English.
"That's right,"
Sean replied, startled.
"And you must be the German spy."
The man frowned. "Something like that. Listen, old sport, I can manage this. Why don't you put out those bloody fires before the whole world knows we're here?" Part 2. Chapter 14. East Prussia, December 1925. The deer are starving this winter. They leave the woods and scratch about the meadows for food. The big buck is there, standing in the brilliant sunshine, nose pushing into the snow for a little frozen grass. They are behind a low hill, Anna on her belly, Papa crouching beside her. He is whispering instructions, but she does not hear him. She needs no instruction. She has waited for this day, imagined it, prepared for it. She is slipping the shells into the barrel of her rifle. It is new, the stock smooth, unscratched, and smelling of clean gun oil. It is her birthday present. Today she is 15. The deer is her present, too. She had wanted to take a deer earlier, but Papa had refused.
"It is a very emotional thing, killing a deer,"
he had said, by way of explanation.
"It's hard to describe. You have to experience it, and I won't let that happen until you are old enough to understand."
It is a difficult shot, 150 meters, a brisk, icy crosswind. Anna's face stings with the cold. Her body is shuddering. Her fingers have gone numb in her gloves. She choreographs the shot in her mind. Squeeze the trigger gently, just like on the shooting range, just like Papa taught her. The wind gusts. She waits. She rises onto one knee and swings the rifle into firing position. The deer, startled by the crunch of snow beneath her, raises its massive head and turns in the direction of the sound. Quickly she finds the buck's head in her sight, accounts for the crosswind, and fires. The bullet pierces the buck's eye, and it collapses onto the snowy meadow in a lifeless heap. She lowers the gun, turns to Papa. She expects him to be beaming, cheering, to have his arms open to hold her and tell her how proud he is. Instead, his face is a blank mask as he stares first at the dead buck, then at her. "Your father always wanted a son, but I didn't give him one," Mother said as she lay dying of tuberculosis in the bedroom at the end of the hall. "Be what he wants you to be. Help him, Anna. Take care of him for me." She has done everything Mother asked. She has learned to ride and shoot and do everything the boys do, only better. She has traveled with Papa to his diplomatic postings. On Monday, they sail for America, where Papa will be first consul. Anna has heard about the gangsters in America, racing around the streets in their big black cars, shooting everyone in sight. If the gangsters try to hurt Papa, she'll shoot them through the eye with her new gun. That night, they lie together in Papa's great bed, a large wood fire burning brightly on the hearth. Outside, it is a blizzard. The wind howls and the trees beat against the side of the house. Anna always believes they are trying to get inside because they are cold. The fire is crackling, and the smoke smells warm and wonderful. She presses her face against Papa's cheek, lays her arm across his chest.
"It was hard for me the first time I took a deer," he says, as if admitting failure. "I almost put down my gun. Why wasn't it hard for you, Anna, darling?"
"I don't know, Papa. It just wasn't."
"All I could see was the damn thing's eyes staring at me. Big brown eyes. Beautiful. Then I saw the life go out of them, and I felt terrible. I couldn't get the damn thing out of my mind for a week afterward."
"I didn't see the eyes." He turns to her in the dark.
"What did you see?"
She hesitates. I saw his face.
Whose face, darling? He is confused. The deer's face?
No, Papa, not the deer.
Anna, darling, what on earth are you talking about?
She wants desperately to tell him. To tell someone. If Mother was still alive, she might be able to tell her. But she cannot bring herself to tell Papa. He would go insane. It would not be fair to him. Nothing, Papa. I'm tired now. She kisses his cheek. Good night, Papa. Sweet dreams. London, January 1944. It had been 6 days since Catherine Blake received the message from Hamburg. During that time, she had thought long and hard about ignoring it. Alpha was the code name of a rendezvous point in Hyde Park, a footpath through a grove of trees. She couldn't help but feel jittery about going forward with the meeting. MI5 had arrested dozens of spies since 1940. Surely some of those spies had spilled everything they knew before their appointments with the hangman. Theoretically, this should make no difference in her case. Vogel had promised her she would be different. She would have different radio procedures, different rendezvous procedures, and different codes. Even if every other spy in England were arrested and hanged, they would have no way of getting at her. Catherine wished she could share Vogel's confidence. He was hundreds of miles away, cut off from Britain by the Channel, flying blindly. The smallest mistake might get her arrested or killed. Like the rendezvous site, for example. It was a bitterly cold night. Anyone loitering in Hyde Park would automatically come under suspicion. It was a silly mistake, so unlike Vogel. He must be under enormous pressure. It was understandable. There was an invasion coming. Everyone knew it. The only question was when and where. She was reluctant to make the rendezvous for another reason. She was frightened of being drawn into the game. She had grown comfortable. Too comfortable, perhaps. Her life had assumed a structure and a routine. She had her warm flat. She had her volunteer work at the hospital. She had Vogel's money to support her. She was reluctant, at this late stage of the war, to put herself in danger. She did not regard herself as a German patriot by any means. Her cover seemed totally secure. She could wait out the war and then make her way back to Spain, back to the Grand Estancia in the foothills, back to Maria. Catherine turned into Hyde Park. The evening traffic in Kensington Road faded to a pleasant hum. She had 2 reasons for making the rendezvous. The first was her father's safety. Catherine had not volunteered to work for the Abwehr as a spy. She had been forced to do it. Vogel's instrument of coercion was her father. He had made it clear her father would be harmed, arrested, thrown into a concentration camp, even killed, if she did not agree to go to Britain. If she refused to take an assignment now, her father's life would surely be in danger. The second reason was more simple. She was desperately lonely. She had been cut off and isolated for 6 years. The normal agents were allowed to use their radios. They had some contact with Germany. She had been permitted almost no contact. She was curious. She wanted to talk to someone from her own side. She wanted to be able to drop her cover for just a few minutes, to shed the identity of Catherine Blake. She thought, God, but I almost can't remember my real name. She decided she would make the rendezvous. She walked along the edge of the Serpentine, watching a fleet of ducks fishing the gaps in the ice. She followed the pathway toward the trees. The last light had faded. The sky was a mat of winking stars. One nice thing about the blackout, she thought, you could see the stars at night, even in the heart of the West End. She reached inside her handbag and felt for the butt of her silenced pistol, a Mauser 635 automatic. It was there. If anything appeared out of the ordinary, she would use it. She had made one vow, that she would never allow herself to be arrested. The thought of being locked up in some stinking British jail made her physically sick. She had nightmares about her own execution. She could see their laughing English faces before the hangman placed the black hood over her head and the rope around her neck. She would use her suicide pill, or she would die fighting, but she would never let them touch her. An American soldier passed in the other direction. A prostitute clung to his shoulder, was rubbing his cock and sticking her tongue in his ear. It was a common sight. The girls worked Piccadilly. Few wasted time or money on hotel rooms. Wall jobs, the soldiers called them. The girls just took their customers into alleyways or parks and raised their skirts. Some of the more naive girls thought fucking standing up would keep them from getting pregnant. Catherine thought, stupid English girls. She entered the trees and waited for Fogel's agent to show. The afternoon train from Hunstanton arrived at Liverpool Street Station a half-hour late. Horst Neumann collected his small leather grip from the luggage rack and joined the line of passengers spilling onto the platform. The station was chaos. Knots of weary travellers wandered the terminus like victims of a natural disaster, faces blank, waiting for hopelessly delayed trains. Soldiers slept wherever they liked, heads pillowed on kit bags. A few uniformed railway policemen meandered about, trying to keep order. All the porters were women. Neumann stepped onto the platform. Small, agile, bright-eyed, he sliced his way through the dense crowd. The men at the exit had authority written all over them. They wore rumpled suits and bowler hats. He wondered if they were looking for him. There was no way they could have a description. Instinctively, he reached inside his jacket and felt for the butt of his pistol. It was there, tucked in the waistband of his trousers. He also felt for his billfold in his breast pocket. The name on his identity card read James Porter. His cover was a travelling pharmaceutical salesman. He brushed past the two men and joined the crowd, jostling along Bishopsgate Road. The journey, except for the inevitable delay, had gone smoothly. He had shared a compartment with a group of young soldiers. For a time they had eyed him malevolently while he read his newspapers. Neumann guessed any healthy-looking young man not in uniform would be subjected to a certain amount of contempt. He told them he had been wounded at Dunkirk and brought back to England half-dead aboard an ocean-going tug, one of the little ships. The soldiers asked Neumann to join them in a game of cards, and he beat the pants off them. The street was pitch dark, the only light provided by the shaded headlamps of the evening traffic working its way along the road, and the pale blackout torches carried by many of the pedestrians. He felt as if he were in the midst of a child's game, trying to perform a ridiculously simple task while blindfolded. Twice he smashed straight into a pedestrian coming in the opposite direction. Once he collided with something cold and hard and started to apologize before noticing it was a lamppost. He had to laugh. London certainly had changed since his last visit. He was born Nigel Fox in London in 1919 to a German mother and an English father. When his father died in 1927, his mother returned to Germany and settled in Düsseldorf. A year later, she remarried a wealthy manufacturer named Erich Neumann, a stern disciplinarian who wasn't about to have a stepson named Nigel who spoke German with an English accent. He immediately changed the boy's name to Horst, allowed him to take his family name, and enrolled him in one of the toughest military schools in the country. Horst was miserable. The other boys teased him because of his poor German. Small, easily bullied, he came home most weekends with blackened eyes and split lips. His mother grew worried. Horst had become quiet and withdrawn. Erich thought it was good for him. But when Horst turned 14, his life changed. At an all-comers track meet, he entered the 1,500 meters in his school shorts and no shoes. He finished well under 5 minutes, stunning for a boy with no training. A coach from the National Federation had watched the race. He encouraged Horst to train and convinced his school to make special provisions for the boy. Horst came alive. Freed from the drudgery of the school's physical education classes, he spent afternoons running through the countryside and the mountains. He loved being alone, away from the other boys. He was never happier. He quickly became one of the best junior track athletes in the country and a source of pride for the school. He joined the Hitler Jugend, the Hitler Youth. Boys who had picked on him years earlier suddenly were vying for his attention. In 1936, he was invited to attend the Olympic Games in Berlin. He watched the American Jesse Owens stun the world by winning 4 gold medals. He met Adolf Hitler at a reception for Hitler Youth and even shook his hand. He was so excited he telephoned home to tell his mother. Erich was immensely proud. Sitting in the grandstand, Horst dreamed of 1944, when he would be old enough and fast enough to compete for Germany. The war would change all that. He joined the Wehrmacht early in 1939. His physical fitness and lone wolf attitude brought him to the attention of the Fallschirmjäger, the paratroopers. He was sent to paratroop school at Stendal and jumped into Poland on the first day of the war. France, Crete, and Russia followed. He had his Knight's Cross by the end of 1942. Paris would end his jumping days. Late one evening, he went into a small bar for a brandy. A group of SS officers had taken over the back room for a private party. Halfway through his drink, Neumann heard a scream from the back room. The Frenchman behind the bar froze, too terrified to investigate. Neumann did it for him. When he pushed back the door, he saw a French girl on the table, arms and legs pinned down by SS men. A major was raping her. Another was beating her with a belt. Neumann went in on the run and delivered a brutal blow to the major's face. His head struck the corner of a table. He never regained consciousness. The other SS men dragged him into an alley, beat him savagely, and left him for dead. He spent 3 months in a hospital recovering. His head injuries were so severe he was declared unfit to jump. Because of his fluent English, he was assigned to an army intelligence listening post in northern France, where he spent his days sitting before a radio receiver in a cramped, claustrophobic hut, monitoring wireless communications originating across the Channel in England. It was drudgery. Then came the man from the Abwehr, Kurt Vogel. He was gaunt and tired, and under different circumstances Neumann might have thought he was an artist or an intellectual. He said he was looking for qualified men willing to go to Britain and conduct espionage. He said he would double Neumann's Wehrmacht pay. Neumann wasn't interested because of the money. He was bored out of his skull. He accepted on the spot. That night he left France and returned to Berlin with Vogel. A week before coming to Britain, Neumann was taken to a farmhouse in the district of Dahlem, just outside Berlin, for a week of briefings and intense preparation. Mornings were spent in the barn, where Vogel had rigged a jump platform for Neumann to practice. A live jump was deemed out of the question for security reasons. He also brushed up his skills with a handgun, which were impressive to begin with, and silent killing. Afternoons were given over to the essence of field work, dead drops, rendezvous procedures, codes, and radio. At times the briefings were handled by Vogel alone. At other times he brought his assistant, Werner Ulbricht. Neumann playfully referred to him as Watson, and Ulbricht accepted it with an uncharacteristic relish. In the late afternoons, with the winter light dying over the gentle snowy landscape of the farm, Neumann was allowed 45 minutes for running. For 3 days he was permitted to go alone, but on the 4th day, his head filling with Vogel's secrets, a jeep shadowed him from a distance. Evenings were Vogel's private preserve. After a group supper in the farmhouse kitchen, Vogel would lead Neumann into the study and lecture him by the fire. He never used notes, for Vogel, Neumann could see, had the gift of memory. Vogel told him of Sean Doherty and the drop procedure. He told him of an agent named Catherine Blake. He told him of an American officer named Peter Jordan. Each night, Vogel would cover old ground before adding another level of detail. Despite the informality of the country atmosphere, his wardrobe never changed. Dark suit, white shirt, and dark tie. His voice was as annoying as a rusty hinge, yet it held Neumann with its intensity and singleness of purpose. On the 6th night, pleased with his pupil's progress, Vogel actually permitted himself a brief smile, which he quickly covered with his right hand, embarrassed by his dreadful teeth. Enter Hyde Park from the north, Vogel had reminded him during their final meeting, from Bayswater Road, which Neumann did now. Follow the pathway to the trees overlooking the lake. Make 1 pass to make certain the place is clean. Make your approach on the 2nd pass. Let her decide whether it will continue. She will know if it is safe. She is very good. A small man appeared on the pathway. He wore a wool overcoat and a brimmed hat. He walked briskly past without looking at her. She wondered if she was losing her power to attract men. She stood in the trees, waiting. The rules for the rendezvous were specific. If the contact does not appear exactly on time, leave and come back the following day. She decided to wait another minute, then leave. She heard the footsteps. It was the same man who had passed her a moment earlier. He nearly bumped into her in the dark. "I say, I do seem to be a bit lost," he said, in an accent she couldn't quite place. "Can you point me in the direction of Park Lane?" Catherine looked at him carefully. He wore an all-weather smile, his eyes burning bright blue beneath the brim of his hat. She pointed west. "It's in that direction." "Thank you." He started to walk away, then turned around. "Who shall ascend into the hill of the Lord, or who shall stand in his holy place? He that hath clean hands and a pure heart, who hath not lifted up his soul unto vanity, nor sworn deceitfully." He smiled and said, "Catherine Blake, as I live and breathe. Why don't we go somewhere warm where we can talk?" Catherine reached inside her purse and removed a blackout torch. "Do you have one of these?" she asked. "Unfortunately, no." "That's a stupid mistake, and stupid mistakes like that could get us both killed." Chapter 15. London. While Harry Dalton was still on the Met, he was considered a meticulous, shrewd, and relentless investigator who believed no lead, no matter how trivial, should be discarded. His big break came in 1936. 2 young girls had vanished from an East End playground, and Harry was assigned to the crack team of officers investigating the case. After 3 sleepless days of digging, Harry arrested a drifter named Spencer Thomas. Harry handled the interrogation. At daybreak, he led a search party to a secluded spot along the Thames estuary, where Thomas had told him he would find the mutilated bodies of the girls. In the days that followed, he also found the bodies of a prostitute in Gravesend, a waitress in Bristol, and a housewife in Sheffield. Spencer Thomas was locked up in an asylum for the criminally insane. Harry was promoted to detective inspector. Nothing in his professional experience had prepared him for a day as frustrating as this. He was looking for a German agent, but he didn't have a single clue or lead. His only recourse was to telephone local police forces and ask for reports of anything out of the ordinary, any crime that might be committed by a spy on the move. He couldn't tell them he was looking for a spy. That would be a breach of security. He was fishing, and Harry Dalton hated fishing. The conversation Harry had with a police officer in Evesham was typical. "What did you say your name was?" "Harry Dalton." "Calling from where?" "The War Office in London." "I see. What would you be wanting with me?" "I want to know whether you've had any reports of crimes that might be committed by someone on the run." "Such as?" "Such as stolen cars, stolen bicycles, stolen ration coupons, petrol. Use your imagination." "I see." "Well?" "We did have a report of a stolen bicycle." "Really? When?" "This morning." "That could be something." "Bicycles are bloody valuable these days. I had an old wreck rusting in my shed. Took it out, cleaned it up a bit, sold it to a Yank corporal for 10 quid. 10 quid? Can you believe it? That thing wasn't worth 10 shillings. "That's interesting. What about the stolen bicycle?" "Hold on a minute. What did you say your name was?" "Harry." "Harry. Hold on a minute, Harry. George, did we hear anything more about that missing bicycle up on Sheep Street?" "Yeah, that one." "What do you mean he found it? Where the hell was it? In the middle of the pasture? How the hell did he get there?" "He did? Christ almighty. You with me, Harry?" "I'm still here." "Sorry, false alarm." "That's all right. Thanks for looking into it." "No problem. If you hear of anything, you'll be the first to know, Harry." "Cheers." In the late afternoon, he had fielded dozens of telephone calls from policemen in the countryside, one more bizarre than the next. An officer from Bridgewater called to report a broken window. Harry said, "Look like breaking and entering?" "Not really." "Why not?" "Because it was the stained glass window at the church." "Right. Keep your eyes open." The police in Skegness reported someone trying to get into a pub after hours. Harry said, "The man I'm looking for may not be familiar with English licensing laws." "I'll look into it a little harder then." "Good. Keep in touch." He called back 20 minutes later. "It was just a local woman looking for a husband. Terrible drunk, I'm afraid." "Damn." "Sorry, Harry. Didn't mean to get your hopes up." "You did, but thanks for checking it out." Harry looked at his watch. 4 o'clock, shift change in registry. Grace would be coming on duty. He thought, maybe I can make something out of this day. He took the lift down to registry and found her pushing a metal cart brimming with files. She had a shock of short white blonde hair, and her cheap blood-red wartime lipstick made her look as if she were tarted up for a man. She wore a schoolboy's grey woolen sweater and a black skirt that was a little too short. Her heavy stockings could not hide the shape of her long, athletic legs. She spotted Harry and smiled warmly. Within the world of registry, Grace was the exception. Vernon Kell, the founder of the service, believed only members of the aristocracy or relatives of MI5 officers could be trusted for such sensitive work. As a result, registry was always populated with a staff of rather beautiful debutantes. But Grace was a middle-class girl, the daughter of a schoolteacher. She spotted Harry and smiled warmly. Then, with only a sideways glance of her bright green eyes, she told him to meet her in one of the small side rooms. She joined him a moment later, closed the door, and kissed his cheek. "Hello, Harry, darling. How have you been?"
"Fine, Grace. Good to see you."
It started in 1940 during a night raid over London. They sheltered together in the underground, and in the morning, when the all-clear sounded, she had taken him to her flat and to her bed. She was attractive in an unconventional way and a passionate, uninhibited lover, a pleasant, convenient escape from the pressure of the office. For Grace, Harry was someone kind and gentle who would help pass the time until her husband came back from the army. They could have carried on that way the entire war, but 3 months into the affair, Harry was suddenly overwhelmed with guilt. "The poor sod is fighting for his life in North Africa, and I'm here in London bedding his wife." The feelings provoked a deeper crisis for him. He was a young man. Maybe he should be in the army risking his life instead of chasing relatively harmless spies around Britain. He told himself MI5's work was vital to the war effort, indispensable, but the nagging feelings of doubt persisted. What would I do on the battlefield? Would I pick up my gun and fight, or would I cower in a foxhole? He told Grace about his feelings the next night when he broke off the affair. They made love one last time, her kisses salty with tears. "Bloody war," she kept saying. "Lousy, bloody, awful war." "I need a favor, Grace," Harry said, voice low. "Listen to you, Harry. You don't call, you don't write, you don't bring me flowers, then you pop round and say you need a favor." She smiled and kissed him again. "All right. What do you need?" "I need to see the access list on a file." Her face darkened. "Come on, Harry. You know I can't do that." "An Abwehr man named Vogel. Kurt Vogel." A look of recognition flashed across her face, then dissipated. "Grace, I don't need to tell you we're working a very important case." "I know you're working on an important case, Harry. The whole department is buzzing about it." "When Vicary came down to pull Vogel's file, it was missing. He went to see Jago, and 2 minutes later he had the bloody thing in his hand. Jago spun some yarn about it being mislaid." She was angrily digging through the files on the cart. She grabbed a bunch and began replacing them on the shelves. "I know all about it, Harry." "How do you know?" "Because he blamed it on me. He wrote a letter of reprimand and put it in my file, the bastard." "Who blamed you?" "Jago," she hissed. "Why?" "To cover his arse, that's why." She was digging through the files again. Harry reached out and took her hands in his to make her stop. "Grace, I need to see that access list." "The access list won't tell you anything. The person who had that file before Vicary doesn't leave a trail." "Grace, please, I'm begging." "I like it when you beg, Harry." "Yeah, I remember." "Why don't you come over for some dinner one night?" She dragged the tip of her finger over the back of Harry's hand. It was black from sorting files. "I miss your company. We'll talk, have a few laughs, nothing else." "I'd like that, Grace." It was the truth. He missed her very much. "If you tell anyone where you got this, Harry, so help me God—" "It stays between you and me." "Not even Vicary," she insisted. Harry put his hand over his heart. "Not even Vicary." Grace picked up another handful of files, then looked up at him. With her blood-red lips, she mouthed the initials BB.
"How is it possible you don't have a single lead?"
Basil Boothby said as Vicary sank down into the deep, overstuffed couch. Sir Basil had demanded nightly updates on the progress of the investigation. Vicary, knowing Boothby's passion for having things in writing, suggested a concise note, but Sir Basil wanted to be briefed in person. Tonight, Boothby had an engagement. He had mumbled something about the Americans to explain the fact he was dressing in his formal wear when Vicary was shown into the office. While he spoke, his big paw was engaged in an abortive effort to stuff a gold cufflink through the starched cuff of his shirt. Sir Basil had a valet to assist him with such tedious tasks at home. Vicary's briefing was suspended a moment while Boothby summoned his pretty secretary to help him dress. It gave him a moment to process the information Harry had given him. It was Sir Basil who had pulled Fogel's file. He tried to remember their first conversation. What was it Boothby had said? "Registry may have something on him." Boothby's secretary slipped quietly out. Vicary resumed his briefing. They had men watching every rail station in London. Their hands were tied because they had no description of the agents they were supposed to be looking for. Harry Dalton had compiled a list of every known location used by German agents for rendezvous points. Vicary had men watching as many of those as he could. "I'd give you more men, Alfred, but there aren't any," Boothby said. "The watchers are all pulling double and triple shifts. The head of the watchers is complaining to me that you're running them into the ground. The cold is killing them. Half of them have been struck down by the flu." "I'm sympathetic to the plight of the watchers, Sir Basil. I'm using them as judiciously as possible." Boothby lit a cigarette and sipped his gin and bitters while pacing the length of the room. "We have 3 German agents loose in the country outside our control. I don't need to tell you how serious this is. If one of those agents tries to contact one of our doubles, we're going to be in trouble. The whole double-cross apparatus will be in jeopardy." "My guess is they won't try to contact any other agents." "Why not?" "Because I think Fogel is running his own show. I think we're dealing with a separate network of agents we never knew about." "That's just a hunch, Alfred. We need to deal with the facts." "Ever read Fogel's file?" Vicary said, as carelessly as possible. "No." "And you're a liar," Vicary thought. "Judging by the way this affair has unfolded, I'd say Fogel has kept a network of sleeper agents inside Britain, on ice, since before the beginning of the war. If I had to guess, the primary agent is operating in London, the sub-agent somewhere in the countryside, where he could take in an agent on short notice. The agent who arrived last night is almost certainly here to brief the lead agent on his assignment. For all we know, they're meeting right now as we speak, and we're falling further and further behind." "Interesting, Alfred, but it's all based on guesswork." "Educated guesswork, Sir Basil. In the absence of hard, provable facts, I'm afraid that's our only recourse." Vicary hesitated, aware of the response his next suggestion was likely to generate. "In the meantime, I think we should schedule a meeting with General Betts to brief him on developments." Boothby's face sagged into an angry frown. Brigadier General Thomas Betts was the Deputy Chief of Intelligence at Schaeff. Tall, bear-like, Betts had one of the most unenviable jobs in London, making sure none of the several hundred American and British officers who knew the secret of Overlord gave that secret, intentionally or unintentionally, to the enemy. "That's premature, Alfred." "Premature? You said it yourself, Sir Basil. We have 3 German spies on the loose." "I've got to go down the hall and brief the Director General in a moment. If I suggest to him that we broadcast our failures to the Americans, he will fall on me from a very great height." "I'm sure the DG won't be too hard on you, Sir Basil." Vicary knew that Boothby had convinced the Director General that he was indispensable. "Besides, it's hardly a failure." Boothby stopped pacing. "What would you call it?" "A temporary setback." Boothby snorted and crushed out his cigarette. "I will not permit you to tarnish the reputation of this department, Alfred. I won't have it." "Perhaps there's something else you should consider, besides the reputation of this department, Sir Basil." "What's that?" Vicary struggled out of the soft, deep couch. "If the spies succeed, we may very well lose the war." "Well, then, do something, Alfred." "Thank you, Sir Basil. That's certainly sound advice." Chapter 16. London. From Hyde Park, they took a taxi into Earl's Court. They paid off the driver a quarter-mile from her flat. During the short walk, they doubled back twice, and Catherine made a bogus call from a phone box. They were not being tailed. Her landlady, Mrs. Hodges, was in the hall as they arrived. Catherine threaded her arm through Neumann's. Mrs. Hodges shot her a glance of disapproval as they walked upstairs. Catherine was reluctant to take him to her flat. She had jealously protected its whereabouts and refused to provide the address to Berlin. The last thing she needed was some agent on the run from MI5 to come pounding on her door in the middle of the night. But meeting in public was out of the question. They had much to discuss, and doing it in a cafe or a railway station was too dangerous. She watched Neumann as he led himself on a tour of her flat. She could tell by the precise walk and economical gestures that he had been a soldier once. His English was flawless. Clearly, Fogel had chosen him carefully. At least he wasn't sending some rank amateur to brief her. He went to the drawing-room window, parted the curtains, and gazed down into the street. "Even if they're out there, you'll never spot them," Catherine said as she sat down. "I know, but it makes me feel better to look." He came away from the window. "It's been a long day. I could use a cup of tea." "Everything you need is in the kitchen. Help yourself." Neumann set water on the stove to boil, then came back into the room. "What's your name?" she asked him. "Your real name?" "Horst Neumann." "You're a soldier. At least you used to be one. What's your rank?" "I'm a lieutenant." She smiled. "I outrank you, by the way." "Yes, I know. Major." "What's your cover name?" "James Porter." "Let me see your identification." He handed it across. She examined it carefully. It was an excellent forgery. She gave it back to him. "It's good," she said, "but show it only if it is absolutely necessary. What's your cover?" "I was wounded at Dunkirk and invalided out of the army. I'm a traveling salesman now." "Where are you staying?" "The Norfolk coast, a village called Hampton Sands. Fogel has an agent there named Sean Doherty. He's an IRA sympathizer who runs a small farm." "How did you enter the country?" "Parachute." "Very impressive," she said genuinely. "And Doherty took you in? He was waiting for you?" "Yes." "Fogel contacted him by radio?" "I assume so, yes." "That means MI5 is looking for you." "I think I spotted 2 of their men at Liverpool Street." "It makes sense. They'd certainly be watching the stations." She lit a cigarette. "Your English is excellent. Where did you learn it?" While he told her the story, Catherine looked at him carefully for the first time. He was small and sparingly built. He might have been an athlete once, a tennis player or a runner. His hair was dark, his eyes a penetrating blue. He was obviously intelligent, not like some of the imbeciles she had seen at the Abwehr spy school in Berlin. She doubted he had been behind enemy lines before as an agent, yet he showed no sign of nerves. She had a few more questions before she would listen to what he had to say. "How did you end up in this line of work?" Neumann told her the story, that he had been a member of the Fallschirmjäger, that he had seen action in more places than he could remember. He told her about Paris, about his transfer to the Funkabwehr eavesdropping unit in northern France, and about his eventual recruitment by Kurt Vogel. "Our Kurt is very good at finding work for the restless," Catherine said, when he had finished. "So what does Vogel have in mind for me?" "One assignment, then out. Back to Germany." The kettle screamed. Neumann went into the kitchen and busied himself with the tea. One assignment, then out. Back to Germany. And with a highly capable former paratrooper to help her make her escape. She was impressed. She had always assumed the worst. When the war ended, she would be abandoned in Britain and forced to fend for herself. The British and the Americans, when the inevitable victory came, would pore over captured Abwehr files. They would find her name, realize she had never been arrested, and come after her. That was the other reason she had withheld so much information from Vogel. She didn't want to leave a trail in Berlin for her enemies to follow. But Vogel obviously wanted her back in Germany, and he had taken steps to make sure that happened. Neumann came back into the drawing-room with a pot of tea and 2 mugs. He placed the things on a table and sat down again. Catherine said, "What's your job, besides briefing me on my assignment?" "Whatever you need, basically. I'm your courier, your support agent, and your radio operator. Vogel wants you to continue to stay off the air. He's convinced it's not safe. The only time you're to use your radio is if you need me. You contact Vogel with a prearranged signal, and Vogel will contact me." She nodded, then said, "And when it's all over? How are we supposed to get out of Britain? And please don't say something heroic like steal a boat and sail back to France, because it's not possible." "Of course not. Vogel has arranged first-class passage for you aboard a U-boat." "Which one?" U-509. "Where?" "The North Sea." "It's big. Where in the North Sea?" "Spurn Head, off the Lincolnshire coast." "I've lived here for 5 years, Lieutenant Neumann. I know where Spurn Head is. How are we supposed to get to the U-boat?" "Vogel has a boat and a skipper waiting at a dock along the River Humber. When it's time to leave, I contact him. and he takes us out to the submarine." She thought, "So Vogel has a built-in escape hatch he's never told me about." Catherine sipped her tea, inspecting Neumann over the brim of the mug. It was remotely possible he was an MI5 man posing as a German agent. She could play silly games like testing his German or asking him about some little-known Berlin cafe. But if he truly was MI5, he would be smart enough to avoid an obvious trap. He knew the patter, he knew a great deal about Vogel, and his story seemed credible. She decided to let it continue. As Neumann was about to resume speaking, the air raid sirens wailed. "Do we need to take this seriously?" Neumann asked. "Did you see the building behind this one?" Neumann had seen it, a pile of broken brick and smashed timber. "Where's the nearest shelter?" "Around the corner." She smiled at him. "Welcome back to London, Lieutenant Neumann." It was early evening the following day when Neumann's train drew into Hunstanton station. Sean Doherty was smoking anxiously on the platform as he stepped off the train. "How did it go?" Doherty asked as they walked to his truck. "Went off without a hitch." Doherty drove uncomfortably fast over the rolling, crumbling, single-lane track. It was a rattletrap van, badly in need of an overhaul by the sound of it. Blackout shades shrouded the headlamps. A dribble of pale yellow light tried vainly to illuminate the roadway. Neumann had the sensation of walking through a strange, darkened house with only a match for light. They passed through bleak, darkened villages, Holme, Thornham, Titchwell. No lights burning, shops and cottages tightly shuttered, no sign of human habitation. Doherty was telling him about his day, but Neumann gradually tuned him out, thinking about last night. They had rushed to a tube station like everyone else and waited 3 hours on the dank platform for the all clear to sound. She slept for a time, allowing her head to fall against his shoulder. He wondered if it was the first time she had felt safe in 6 years. He stared at her in the darkness. A remarkably beautiful woman, but there was a distant sadness, a childhood wound, perhaps, inflicted by a careless adult. She stirred in her sleep, troubled by dreams. He touched the pile of curls that lay spread across his shoulder. When the all-clear sounded, she awoke, like all soldiers in enemy territory, quickly, eyes suddenly wide, hand reaching for the nearest weapon. In her case, it was the handbag, where Neumann assumed she kept a gun or a knife. They talked until dawn. Actually, he had talked and she had listened. She never spoke, except to correct him when he had made a mistake, or contradicted something he had said hours earlier. She obviously had a powerful mind, capable of storing immense amounts of information. No wonder Vogel had so much respect for her abilities. A grey dawn was spreading over London when Neumann slipped out of her flat. He had moved like a man leaving his mistress, sneaking small glances over his shoulder, searching the faces of passers-by for traces of suspicion. For 3 hours he weaved through London in a cold drizzle, making sudden course changes, getting on and off buses, looking at reflections in windows. He decided he was not being followed and started back to Liverpool Street Station. On the train he pillowed his head on his hands and tried to sleep. Don't fall under her spell, Vogel had playfully warned on their last day together at the farm. Keep to a safe distance. She has dark places where you don't want to go. Neumann pictured her in her flat, listening in the faint light as he told her of Peter Jordan and what she was expected to do. It was the unnerving stillness about her that struck him most, the way the hands lay folded in the lap, the way the head and shoulders never seemed to move. Only the eyes, casting around the room, back and forth across his face, up and down his body, like searchlights. For a moment he allowed himself to entertain a fantasy that she desired him. But now, as Hampton Sands vanished into the gloom behind them and the Doherty cottage appeared before them, Neumann came to a disturbing conclusion. Catherine was not looking at him that way because she found him attractive. She was deciding how best to kill him if she ever needed to. Neumann had given her the letter as he left that morning. She had placed it aside, too terrified to read it. Now she opened it, hands trembling, and read it as she lay in bed. My dearest Anna, I am relieved to hear you are well and safe. Since you have left me, all light has gone from my life. I pray that this war will end soon so we can be together again. Good night, sweet dreams, little one. Your adoring father, When she finished reading it, she carried the letter into the kitchen, touched it to the gas flame, and tossed it into the sink. It flared a moment, then quickly died away. She ran the tap and washed the black ashes down the drain. She suspected it was a forgery, that Vogel had concocted it in order to keep her in line. Her father, she feared, was dead. She went back to bed, lying awake in the soft grey light of morning, listening to the rain drumming against her window, thinking of her father, thinking of Vogel. Chapter 17. Gloucestershire, England.
Congratulations, Alfred. Come inside. I'm sorry it had to happen this way, but you've just become a rather wealthy man.
Edward Kenton thrust out his hand as if he were waiting for Vicary to impale himself on it. Vicary took the hand and shook it weakly before brushing past Kenton into the drawing-room of his aunt's cottage.
Damned cold outside,
Kenton was saying as Vicary surveyed the room. He hadn't been here since the war, but nothing had changed.
I hope you don't mind, but I've made a fire. The place was like an icebox when I arrived. There's tea as well, and real milk. I don't suppose you see much of that in London these days.
Vicary removed his coat while Kenton went into the kitchen. It wasn't really a cottage. That was what Matilda had insisted on calling it. It was a rather large home of Cotswold limestone, with spectacular gardens surrounded by a high wall. She died of a massive stroke the night Boothby assigned him the case. Vicary had planned to attend the funeral, but he was summoned by Churchill that morning after Bletchley Park decoded the German radio signals. He felt horrible about missing the services. Matilda had virtually raised Vicary after his own mother died when he was just 12. They had remained the best of friends. She was the only person he had told about his assignment to MI5.
What do you do exactly, Alfred?
I catch German spies, Aunt Matilda.
Oh, good for you, Alfred.
French doors overlooked the gardens, dead with winter. Sometimes I catch spies, Aunt Matilda, he thought. Sometimes they get the better of me. That morning, Bletchley Park had forwarded Vicary a decoded message from an agent in Britain. It said the rendezvous had been successful, and the agent had accepted the assignment. Vicary was growing discouraged about his chances of catching the spies. Things had worsened that morning. 2 men were observed meeting in Leicester Square and brought in for questioning. The older of the 2 turned out to be a senior Home Office clerk. The younger man was his lover. Boothby had blown a fuse.
How was the drive?
Kenton asked from the kitchen over the tinkle of china and running water. Fine, Vicary said. Boothby had reluctantly permitted him to have a rover and a driver from transport.
I can't remember the last time I took a relaxing drive through the country, Kenton said, but I suppose petrol and motor cars are some of the fringe benefits of your new job.
Kenton came into the room with a tray of tea. He was tall as Boothby, but with none of the bulk or physical agility. He wore round spectacles, too small for his face, and a thin moustache that looked as though it had been put there with a woman's eyebrow pencil. He set the tea down on the table in front of the couch, poured milk into the cups as though it were liquid gold, then added the tea.
My goodness, Alfred, how long has it been?
25 years, Vicary thought. Edward Kenton had been friends with Helen. They'd even dated a few times after Helen broke off the relationship with Vicary. By coincidence, he became Matilda's solicitor 10 years earlier. Vicary and Kenton had spoken by telephone several times over the past few years, as Matilda grew too old to manage alone, but it was the first time they had seen each other face to face. Vicary wished he could conclude his dead aunt's affairs without the spectre of Helen hanging over the proceedings. Kenton said,
You've been assigned to the War Office, I hear.
That's right, Vicary said, and swallowed half his cup of tea. It was delicious, much better than the swill they served in the canteen.
What do you do exactly?
Oh, I work for a very dull department doing this and that. Vicary sat down. I'm sorry, Edward, I hate to rush things along, but I really have to be heading back to London. Kenton sat down opposite Vicary and fished a batch of papers from his black leather briefcase. Licking the tip of his slender forefinger, he guardedly turned to a suitable page.
Ah, here we are. I drew up this will myself 5 years ago, he said. She spread some money and other properties among your cousins, but she left the bulk of her estate to you.
I had no idea.
She's left you the house and quite a large amount of money. She was frugal. She spent carefully and invested wisely.
Kenton turned the papers around so Vicary could read them.
Here's what's coming to you.
Vicary was stunned. He had no idea. Missing her funeral over a couple of German spies seemed even more obscene. Something must have shown on his face, because Kenton said, "It's a shame you couldn't make it to the funeral, Alfred. It really was a lovely service. Half the county was there." "I wanted to be here, but something came up." "I have a few papers for you to sign to take possession of the cottage and the money. If you'll give me an account number in London, I can move the money and close her bank accounts." Vicary spent the next few minutes silently signing his name to a pile of legal and financial documents. At the last one, Kenton looked up and said, "Done." "Is the telephone still working?" "Yes, I used it myself before you arrived." The telephone was on Matilda's writing table in the drawing room. Vicary picked up the receiver and looked at Kenton. "Edward, if you wouldn't mind, it's official." Kenton forced a smile. "Say no more. I'll clear away the dishes." Something about the exchange warmed the vindictive corners of Vicary's heart. The operator came on the line, and he gave her the number of MI5 headquarters in London. It took a few moments to get through. A department operator answered and connected Vicary to Harry Dalton. Harry answered, his mouth full of food. "What's the fare today?" Vicary asked. "They claim it's vegetable stew." "Any news?" "I think so, actually." Vicary's heart leapt. "I've been going over the immigration lists one more time, just to see if we missed anything." The immigration lists were the meat and potatoes of MI5's contest with Germany's spies. In September 1939, while Vicary was still on the faculty at University College, MI5 had used immigration and passport records as the primary tool in a massive roundup of spies and Nazi sympathizers. Aliens were classified in 3 categories. Category C aliens were allowed complete freedom. Category B aliens were subject to certain restrictions. Some weren't allowed to own automobiles or boats, and limits were placed on their movement within the country. Category A aliens, those deemed to be a threat to security, were interned. Anyone who had entered the country before the war and could not be accounted for was assumed to be a spy and hunted down. Germany's espionage networks were rolled up and smashed, virtually overnight. "A Dutch woman named Christa Kunst entered the country in November 1938 at Dover," Harry continued. "A year later, her body was discovered in a shallow grave in a field near a village called Whitchurch." "What's unusual about that?" "The thing just doesn't feel right to me. The body was badly decomposed when it was pulled out of the ground. The face and skull had been crushed. All the teeth were missing. They used the passport to make the identification. It was conveniently buried with the body. It sounds too neat to me." "Where's the passport now?" "The Home Office has it. I've sent a courier up to collect it. It has a photograph. They say it got roughed up a bit while it was in the ground, but it's probably worth looking at." "Good, Harry. I'm not sure this woman's death has anything to do with the case, but at least it's a lead." "Right. How did the meeting go with the lawyer, by the way?" "Oh, just a few papers to sign." Vicary lied. He felt suddenly awkward about his newfound financial independence. "I'm leaving now. I should be back in the office late this afternoon." Vicary rang off as Kenton came back into the drawing room. "Well, I think that about does it." He handed Vicary a large brown envelope. "All the papers are there, as well as the keys. I've included the name of the gardener and his address. He'll be happy to serve as caretaker." They put on their coats, locked up the cottage, and went outside. Vicary's car was in the drive. "Can I drop you anywhere, Edward?" Vicary was relieved when he declined the offer. "I spoke to Helen the other day," Kenton said suddenly. Vicary thought, "Oh, good heavens." "She says she sees you from time to time in Chelsea." Vicary wondered whether Helen had told Kenton about the afternoon in 1940 when he had stared into her passing car like some silly schoolboy. Mortified, Vicary opened the door of the car, absently beating his pockets for his half-moon glasses. "She asked me to say hello, so I'm saying it. Hello." "Thank you." Vicary got inside. "She also says she'd like to see you sometime. Do some catching up." "That would be lovely," Vicary said, lying. "Well, marvelous. She's coming to London next week. She'd love to have lunch with you." Vicary felt his stomach tighten. 1 o'clock at the Connaught, a week from tomorrow, Kenton said. "I'm supposed to speak with her later today. Shall I tell her you'll be there?" The back of the Rover was cold as a meat locker. Vicary sat on the big leather seat, legs covered in a travelling rug. watching the countryside of Gloucestershire sweep past his window. A red fox crossed the road, then darted back into the hedge. Drowsy fat pheasants pulled at the cropped remains of a snowy cornfield. Feather coats puffed out against the cold. Bare tree limbs scratched at the clear sky. A small valley opened before him. Fields stretched like a rumpled patchwork quilt into the distance. The sun was sinking into a sky splashed with watercolor shades of purple and orange. He was angry with Helen. His spiteful half wanted to believe his job with British intelligence somehow made him more interesting to her. His rational half told him he and Helen had managed to part as friends, and a quiet lunch might be very pleasant. At the very least, it would be a welcome diversion from the pressure of the case. He thought, "What are you so afraid of? That you might remember you were actually happy for the 2 years she was part of your life?" He pushed Helen from his mind. Harry's news intrigued him. By instinct, he attacked it like a problem of history. His area of expertise was 19th century Europe. He won critical acclaim for his book on the collapse of the balance of power after the Congress of Vienna. But Vicary had a secret passion for the history and myth of ancient Greece. He was intrigued by the fact that much scholarship on the age had to be based on guesswork and conjecture. The immense passage of time and lack of a clear historical record made that necessary. Why, for example, did Pericles launch the Peloponnesian War with Sparta that eventually led to the destruction of Athens? Why not accept the demands of his more powerful rival and revoke the Megarian decree? Was he driven by fear of the superior armies of Sparta? Did he believe war was inevitable? Did he embark on a disastrous foreign adventure to relieve pressure at home? Now Vicary asked similar questions about his rival in Berlin, Kurt Vogel. What was Vogel's goal? Vicary believed Vogel's goal was to build a network of elite sleeper agents at the outset of the war and leave them in place until the climactic moment of the confrontation. In order to succeed, great care would have to be given to the way the agent was inserted into the country. Obviously, Vogel had done this. The mere fact that MI5 had no knowledge of the agent until now confirmed it. Vogel would have to assume immigration and passport control records would be used to find his agents. Vicary would certainly assume that if the roles were reversed. But what if the person who entered the country was dead? There would be no search. It was brilliant. But there was one problem. It required a body. Was it possible they actually murdered someone to trade places with Christa Kunst? Germany's spies, as a rule, were not killers. Most were money grubbers, adventurers, and petty fascists, poorly trained and financed. But if Kurt Vogel had established a network of elite agents, they would be better motivated, more disciplined, and almost certainly more ruthless. Was it possible one of those highly trained and ruthless agents was a woman? Vicary had handled only one case involving a woman, a young German girl who managed to get a job as a maid in the home of a British admiral. "Stop in the next village," Vicary said to the wren driving the car. "I need to use the telephone." The next village was called Aston Magna, a hamlet, really, no shops, just a clump of cottages bisected by a pair of narrow lanes. An old man was standing along the roadway with his dog. Vicary wound down the window and said, "Hello." "Hello?" The man wore Wellington boots and a lumpy tweed coat that looked at least 100 years old. The dog had 3 legs. "Is there a telephone in the village?" Vicary asked. The man shook his head. Vicary swore the dog was shaking its head too. "No one's bothered to get one yet." The man's accent was so broad, Vicary had trouble understanding him. "Where's the nearest telephone?" "That'll be in Morton." "And where's that?" "Follow that road there past the barn. Go left at the manor house and follow the trees into the next village. That's Morton." "Thank you." The dog barked as the car sped away. Vicary used the telephone at a bakery. He munched a cheese sandwich while he waited for the operator to connect him with the office. He wanted to share a little of his newfound wealth, so he ordered 24 scones for the typists and the girls in registry. Harry came on the line. Vicary said, "I don't think it was Christa Kunst they dug out of that grave in Whitchurch." "Then who was it?" "That's your job, Harry. Get on the phone with Scotland Yard. See if a woman went missing about the same time. Start within a 2-hour radius of Whitchurch, then go wider if you have to. When I get back to the office, I'll brief Boothby." "What are you going to tell him?" "That we're looking for a dead Dutch woman. He'll love that."
Chapter 18. East London. Finding Peter Jordan would not be a problem. Finding him the right way would. Vogel's information was good. Berlin knew Jordan worked at Grosvenor Square at the Supreme Headquarters Allied Expeditionary Force, better known as SHAEF. The square was heavily patrolled by military policemen, impenetrable to an outsider. Berlin had the address of Jordan's house in Kensington and had put together an extraordinary amount of information on Jordan's background. What was missing was a minute-by-minute account of his daily routine in London. Without it, Catherine could only guess at how best to make her approach. Following Jordan herself was out of the question for a number of reasons. The first dealt with her personal security. It would be very dangerous for her to trail an American officer through the West End of London. She could be spotted by military policemen or by Jordan himself. If the officers were feeling especially diligent, they could bring her in for questioning. A little checking might reveal that the real Catherine Blake died 30 years ago at the age of 8 months, and that she was a German agent. The second reason for not following Peter Jordan herself was purely practical. It was virtually impossible for her to do the job correctly alone. Even if Neumann helped, it would be difficult. The first time Jordan stepped into a military staff car, she would be completely helpless. She couldn't walk up to a taxi and say, "Follow that American staff car." Cabbies were aware of the threat posed to Allied officers by spies. She might be driven straight to the nearest police station instead. She needed nondescript vehicles to tail him, nondescript men to walk with him, nondescript men to maintain a static post outside his home. She needed help. She needed Vernon Pope. Vernon Pope was one of London's biggest and most successful underworld figures. Pope, along with his brother Robert, ran protection rackets, illegal gambling parlors, prostitution rings, and a thriving black market operation. Early in the war, Vernon Pope had brought Robert to the emergency room at St. Thomas Hospital with a serious head wound suffered in the Blitz. Catherine examined him quickly, saw that he was concussed, and suspected his skull might have been fractured. She made certain Robert was seen by a doctor straight away. A grateful Vernon Pope had left a note for her. It said, "If there's ever anything I can do to repay you, please don't hesitate to ask." Catherine kept the note. It was in her handbag. Somehow Vernon Pope's warehouse had survived the bombing. It stood intact, an arrogant island surrounded by seas of destruction. Catherine had not ventured to the East End in nearly 4 years. The devastation was shocking. It was difficult to make certain she was not being followed. There were few doorways left for shelter, no boxes for false telephone calls, no shops for a small purchase, just endless mountains of debris. She watched the warehouse from across the street, a light cold rain falling. She wore trousers, sweater, and a leather coat. The doors of the warehouse were pulled back, and 3 heavy lorries rumbled out into the street. A pair of well-dressed men pulled them shut quickly, but not before Catherine caught a glimpse inside. It was a beehive of activity. A knot of dock workers walked past her, coming off the day shift. She dropped in a few paces behind them and walked toward the Pope warehouse. There was a small gate with an electric buzzer for deliveries. She pressed it, received no answer, and pressed it again. Catherine felt she was being watched. Finally, the gate drew back. "What can we do for you, love?" The pleasant Cockney voice did not match the figure before her. He stood well over 6 feet tall, with black hair cropped close to his skull and small spectacles. He wore an expensive grey suit with a white shirt and silver tie. The muscles of his upper arms filled out the sleeves of the jacket. "I'd like to speak to Mr. Pope, please." Catherine handed the hulk the note. He read quickly, as though he had seen many of them before. "I'll ask the boss if he has a minute to see you. Come inside." Catherine stepped through the gate, and he closed it behind her. "Hands above your head, darling. That's a good girl. Nothing personal. Mr. Pope requires it of everyone." Pope's man patted her down. It was brisk and not very professional. She cringed as he ran his hands over her breasts. She resisted an impulse to crush his nose with her elbow. He opened her handbag, glanced inside, and handed it back. She had expected this, so she had come unarmed. She felt naked without a weapon, vulnerable. Next time she would bring a stiletto. He led her through the warehouse. Men dressed in overalls were loading crates of goods into half a dozen vans. At the far end of the warehouse, boxes stood floor to ceiling on wooden pallets. Coffee, cigarettes, sugar, as well as barrels of petrol. There was a fleet of shining motorbikes parked in a neat row.
Vernon Pope was obviously doing a brisk business. "This way, love," he said. "Name's Dickie, by the way." He led her into a freight lift, pulled shut the doors, and pressed the button. Catherine reached into her purse for a cigarette and stuck it between her lips. "Sorry, darling," said Dickie, waving a finger in disapproval. "The boss hates fags. Says one day we're going to find out they're killing us. Besides, there's enough petrol and ammunition in this place to blow us clear to Glasgow."
"That's some favour,"
Vernon Pope said. He rose from his comfortable leather sofa and roamed his office. It was not just an office, but more like a small flat, with a seating area and a kitchen filled with modern appliances. There was a bedroom behind a pair of black teak doors. They parted briefly, and Catherine spotted a drowsy blonde waiting impatiently for the meeting to conclude. Pope poured himself another whiskey. He was tall and handsome, with pale skin, fair brilliantined hair, wintry grey eyes. His suit was carefully tailored and circumspect. It might have been worn by a successful executive or someone born to wealth.
"Can you imagine that, Robert? Catherine here actually wants us to spend 3 days chasing an American naval officer around the West End."
Robert Pope remained at the fringes, pacing like a skittish grey wolf.
"That's not really our line of work, Catherine, darling,"
Vernon Pope said.
"Besides, what if the Yank or British security boys catch on to our little game? The London police I deal with. MI5 is another story."
Catherine withdrew a cigarette. "Do you mind?"
"If you must. Dickie, give her an ashtray."
Catherine lit the cigarette and smoked quietly for a moment. "I've seen the equipment you have downstairs in your warehouse. You could easily mount the kind of surveillance operation I'm talking about."
"And why in the world would a volunteer nurse from St. Thomas Hospital want to mount a surveillance operation on an Allied officer, Robert, I ask you?"
Robert Pope knew he was not expected to provide an answer. Vernon Pope moved to the window, drink cupped in his hand. The blackout curtains were raised, giving him a view of the boats working up and down the river.
"Look at what the Germans have done to this place," he said finally. "Used to be the center of the world, the biggest port on the face of the earth. And now look at it, a bloody wasteland. Things will never be the same around here. You're not working for the Germans, are you, Catherine?"
"Of course not," she said calmly. "My reasons for following him are strictly personal."
"Good. I'm a thief, but I'm still a patriot."
He paused, then asked,
"So why do you want him followed?"
"I'm offering you a job, Mr. Pope. Frankly, the reasons why are none of your business." Pope turned around and faced her.
"Very good, Catherine. You've got guts. I like that. Besides, you'd be a fool to tell me."
The bedroom doors parted and the blonde emerged, wearing a man's paisley silk robe. It was tied loosely at the waist, revealing a good pair of legs and small upturned breasts.
"Vivy, we're not finished yet,"
Pope said. "I was thirsty." She glanced at Catherine while pouring herself a gin and tonic. "How much longer are you going to be, Vernon?"
"Not long. Business, darling. Back in the bedroom."
Vivy moved back to the bedroom, hips flowing beneath the gown. She threw another glance at Catherine over her shoulder before softly closing the door. "Pretty girl," Catherine said. "You're a lucky man." Vernon Pope laughed quietly and shook his head.
"Sometimes I wish I could bestow some of my luck on another man."
There was a long silence while Pope paced the room.
"I'm into a lot of shady things, Catherine, but I don't like this. I don't like it one little bit."
Catherine lit another cigarette. Maybe she had made a mistake by approaching Vernon Pope with the offer.
"But I'm going to do it. You helped my brother, and I made you a promise. I'm a man of my word."
He paused, looking her up and down.
"Besides, there's something about you I like, very much."
"I'm glad we can do business together, Mr. Pope."
"It's going to cost you, love. I've got a lot of overhead. I've got wages to pay. This kind of thing is going to take a good deal of my resources."
"That's why I came to you." Catherine reached inside her purse and withdrew an envelope. "How does £200 sound? 100 now, 100 on delivery of the information. I want Commander Jordan followed for 72 hours, 24 hours a day. I want a minute-by-minute accounting of his movements. I want to know where he eats, who he meets with, and what they talk about. I want to know if he's seeing any women. Can you manage that, Mr. Pope?"
Of course.
Good. Then I'll contact you on Saturday.
How can I reach you?
Actually, you can't. Catherine laid the envelope on the table and got to her feet. Vernon Pope smiled pleasantly.
I thought you would say that. Dickie, show Catherine the way out. Put together a bag of groceries for her. Some coffee, some sugar, maybe a little tinned beef if that shipment came in. Something nice, Dickie.
I have a bad feeling about this one, Vernon, Robert Pope said. Maybe we should drop the whole thing. Vernon Pope hated to be questioned by his younger brother. As far as Vernon was concerned, he made the business decisions and Robert handled the muscle.
It's nothing we can't handle. Did you ever followed?
Dickie and the boys picked her up as she left the warehouse.
Good. I want to know who that woman is and what she's playing at.
Maybe we could turn this to our advantage. We could buy ourselves some goodwill with the police if we quietly tell them what she's up to.
We'll do nothing of the kind. Is that clear?
Maybe you should think a little more about business and a little less about getting it wet.
Vernon turned on him and grabbed him by the throat. What I do is none of your goddamn business. Besides, it's a hell of a lot better than what you and Dickie do.
Robert visibly reddened.
Why are you looking at me like that, Robert? You think I don't know what goes on?
Vernon released his grip.
Now get out on the street where you belong and make sure Dickie doesn't lose her.
Catherine spotted the tail 2 minutes after leaving the warehouse. She had expected it. Men like Vernon Pope don't stay in business long unless they are cautious and suspicious. But the tail was clumsy and amateurish. After all, Dickie had been the one who had greeted her, searched her, and taken her inside. She knew his face. Stupid of them to put him on the street to follow her. Losing him would be easy. She ducked into an underground station, melting into the evening crowds. She crossed through the tunnel and emerged on the other side of the street. A bus was waiting. She boarded it and found a seat next to an elderly woman. Through the fogged window she watched Dickie charge up the stairs into the street, panic on his face. She felt a little sorry for him. Poor Dickie was no match for a professional, and Vernon Pope would be furious. She would take no chances. A taxi ride, 2 or 3 more buses, a stroll through the West End before returning to her flat. For now, she settled into her seat and enjoyed the ride. The bedroom was dark when Vernon Pope entered and quietly closed the doors. Vivie rose to her knees at the end of the bed. Vernon kissed her deeply. He was being rougher than usual. Vivie thought she knew why. She slid her hand down the front of his trousers. "Oh, my God, Vernon, is this for me or that bitch?" Vernon parted the silk robe and pushed it down over her shoulders. "A little of both, I'm afraid," he said, kissing her again. "You wanted her right there in the office. I could see it on your face."
"You always were a perceptive little girl."
She kissed him again. "When is she coming back?"
"End of the week."
"What's her name?"
"Calls herself Catherine."
"Catherine," Vivie said. "What a lovely name." "She's beautiful."
"Yes,"
Pope said distantly. "What kind of business is she into?" Pope told her about the meeting. There were no secrets between them. "Sounds a bit touchy. I think we could bring a good bit of leverage to bear on her."
"You're a very smart girl."
"No, just a very nasty girl."
"Vivie, I can tell when your mind is working in evil ways."
She laughed wickedly. "I have 3 days to dream up all the wonderful things we can do to that woman when she comes back. Now, take off your pants so I can help ease your pain." Vernon Pope did as he was told. A moment later, there was a soft knock at the door. Robert Pope stepped inside without waiting for an answer. A shaft of light partially illuminated the scene. Vivie looked up, unashamed, and smiled. Vernon exploded in anger.
"How many times have I told you not to come in here when the door is closed?"
"It's important. She got away from us."
"How in the hell did that happen?"
"Dickie swears she was there 1 minute and gone the next. She just vanished."
"For Christ's sake!"
"No one gets away from Dickie. She's obviously a professional. We ought to stay as far away from her as possible." Vivie felt a stab of panic.
"Get out of here and close the door, Robert."
When Robert was gone, Vivie licked Vernon playfully. "You're not going to take that little queer's advice, are you, Vernon?"
"Of course not."
"Good," she said. Now, where were we?
Oh, my God,
Vernon groaned. Chapter 19. London. Early the following morning, Robert Pope and Richard Dicky Dobbs made their unwitting debut in the world of wartime espionage with a hastily improvised surveillance of Commander Peter Jordan that would have made the watchers of MI5 a touch green with envy. It began before the damp, freezing dawn, when the pair arrived outside Jordan's Edwardian house in Kensington in a black-panelled van, complete with boxes of tinned food in the back and the name of a West End grocer on the side. They waited there until shortly before 8 o'clock, Pope dozing, Dicky nervously munching a soggy bun and drinking coffee from a paper cup. Vernon Pope had threatened him with grievous bodily harm over last night's foul-up with the woman. He was damned if he was going to lose Peter Jordan. Dicky, considered the finest wheelman in London's criminal underground, had secretly vowed to pursue Jordan across the lawns of Green Park if need be. Such motoring heroics would not be necessary, for at 7:55 an American military staff car drew up outside Jordan's house and blew its horn. The door of the house opened, and a man of medium height and build emerged. He wore a U.S. Navy uniform, a white cap, and a dark overcoat. A thin leather briefcase hung at the end of his arm. He vanished into the back of the car and closed the door. Dicky had been concentrating on Jordan so intently he forgot to start the engine. When he tried to do so, it coughed once and died. He cursed it, threatened it, and cajoled it before trying again. This time the van roared into life, and their silent watch on Peter Jordan was underway. Grosvenor Square would present them with their first challenge. It was crowded with taxis, staff cars, and Allied officers rushing in every direction. Jordan's car passed through the square, entered an adjacent side street, and stopped outside a small, unmarked building. Remaining on the street was impossible. Vehicles were parked on both sides with only one lane for traffic, and a white-helmeted MP was pacing up and down, lazily swinging his baton. Pope hopped out and walked back and forth along the street while Dicky circled. 10 minutes later, Jordan emerged from the building, a heavy briefcase chained to his wrist. Dicky collected Pope and headed back to Grosvenor Square, arriving in time to spot Jordan walking through the front entrance of SHAEF headquarters. He found a parking space in Grosvenor Street with a clear view and turned off the engine. A few minutes later, they caught a glimpse of General Eisenhower flashing one of his famous smiles before disappearing through the entrance. Pope, even if he'd been trained by MI5 itself, could not have discharged his next moves any better. He determined that they could not cover the building with a static post alone. It was a huge complex, with many ways in and out. Using a public phone, he telephoned Vernon at the warehouse and demanded 3 men. When they arrived, he posted one behind the building in Blackburn Street, another in Upper Brook Street, and the third in Upper Grosvenor Street. 2 hours later, Pope called the warehouse again and demanded 3 fresh faces. It wasn't safe for civilians to loiter around American installations. Vicary and Boothby, had they been able to hear the conversation, might have laughed at the irony, for like any good desk man and field agent, Vernon and Robert quarreled bitterly over resources. The stakes were different, though. Vernon needed a couple of good men to pick up a shipment of stolen coffee and to rough up a shopkeeper who had fallen behind with his protection payments. They changed vehicles at midday. The grocer's van was replaced by an identical van with the name of a fictitious laundry service stenciled on the side. It was so quickly prepared that the word laundry was spelled laundery, and the white clothes bags piled in the back were stuffed with crumpled old newspapers. At 2 o'clock, they were brought a thermos flask of tea and a bag of sandwiches. An hour later, having finished eating and smoking a pair of cigarettes, Pope was growing nervous. Jordan had been inside nearly 7 hours. It was getting late. Every side of the building was covered, but if Jordan left in the gloom of the blackout, it would be nearly impossible to spot him. But at 4 o'clock, the light almost gone, Jordan left the building by the main door on Grosvenor Square. He repeated the same circuit as the morning, only in reverse. He walked across the square to the smaller building, the same heavy briefcase chained to his wrist, and went inside. He emerged a few moments later carrying the smaller briefcase he had had earlier that morning. The rain had stopped, and Jordan apparently decided a walk would do him good. He headed west, then turned south in Park Lane. Following him in the van would be impossible. Pope hopped out and shadowed Jordan along the pavement, staying several yards behind him. It was more difficult than Pope imagined.
The large Grosvenor House Hotel in Park Lane had been taken over by the Americans as a billet for officers. Dozens of people jammed the pavement outside. Pope moved closer to Jordan to make certain he didn't mistake him for one of the other men. A military policeman glanced at Pope as he sliced through the crowd after Jordan. On some streets in the West End, Englishmen stuck out the same way they would in Topeka, Kansas. Pope tensed. Then he realized he wasn't doing anything wrong. He was simply walking down the street in his own country. He relaxed, and the MP looked away. Jordan walked past Grosvenor House. Pope moved carefully behind him. Pope lost him at Hyde Park Corner. Jordan had vanished into a crowd of soldiers and British civilians waiting to cross the street. When the light changed, Pope followed an American naval officer roughly Jordan's height along Grosvenor Place. Then he looked down and realized the officer wasn't carrying a briefcase. He stopped and looked behind him, hoping Jordan would be there. He was gone. Pope heard a horn blast in the street and looked up. It was Dickie. "He's in Knightsbridge," Dickie said. "Get in!" Dickie executed a perfect U-turn through the buzzing evening traffic. Pope spotted Jordan a moment later and breathed a sigh of relief. Dickie pulled over and Pope jumped out. Determined not to lose his man again, Pope closed to within a few feet of him. The Van Dyke Club was a club for American officers in Kensington, off-limits to British civilians. Jordan went inside. Pope walked a few feet past the doorway, then doubled back. Dickie had pulled to the curb across the street. Pope, winded and chilled, climbed inside and closed the door. He lit a cigarette and finished the dregs of tea in the thermos. Then he said, "Next time Commander Jordan decides to walk halfway across London, you get out and walk with him, Dickie." Jordan came out 45 minutes later. Pope thought, please God, not another forced march. Jordan stepped to the curb and flagged down a taxi. Dickie dropped the van into gear and eased carefully out into the traffic. Following the taxi was easier. It headed east, past Trafalgar Square and into the Strand. Then, after travelling a short distance, it turned right. Pope said, "Now this is more like it." They watched as Jordan paid off his taxi and stepped inside the Savoy Hotel. The vast majority of British civilians survived the war on subsistence levels of food, a few ounces of meat and cheese each week, a few ounces of milk, one egg if they were lucky, delicacies like tinned peaches and tomatoes once in a great while. No one was starving, but few people put on weight. But there was another London, the London of fine restaurants and lavish hotels, which secured a steady supply of meat, fish, vegetables, wine, and coffee on the black market, then charged their customers exorbitant prices for the privilege of dining there. The Savoy Hotel was one of those establishments. The doorman wore a green greatcoat, trimmed in silver, and a stovepipe hat. Pope brushed past him and went inside. He crossed the lobby and entered the salon. There were rich businessmen, reclining in the comfortable easy chairs, beautiful women in fashionable wartime evening clothes, dozens of American and British officers in uniform, tweedy landed gentry up from the country for a few days in the city. Pope, following Jordan through the crowd, had a mixed reaction to the opulent scene. The West End rich were living the high life, while the underprivileged East Enders were hungry and suffering the most from the Blitz. But then, he and his brother had made a fortune in the black market. He dismissed the disparity as an unfortunate consequence of war. Pope followed Jordan into the grill bar. Jordan stood alone among the throng, trying vainly to get the bartender's attention to order a drink. Pope stood a few feet from him. He caught the bartender's eye and ordered a whiskey. When he turned around, Jordan had been joined by a tall American naval officer with a red face and a good-natured smile. Pope took a step closer so he could hear their conversation. The tall man said, "Hitler should come here and try to get a drink on a Friday night. I'm sure he'd have second thoughts about wanting to invade this country." "You want to try our luck at Grosvenor House?" Jordan asked. "Willow Run? Are you out of your mind? The French chef quit the other day. They ordered him to make the meals out of sea rations, and he refused." "Sounds like the last sane man in London." "I'll say. What do you have to do to get a drink around this place?" "This usually works. 2 martinis, for Christ's sake!" The bartender looked up, grinned, and reached for a bottle of Beefeaters. "Hello, Mr. Ramsay." "Hello, William." Pope made a mental note. Jordan's friend was named Ramsay. "Well done, Shepherd." Pope thought, Shepherd Ramsay.
It helps to be a foot taller than anyone else.
Did you make a reservation? There's no way we're going to get in the grill tonight without one.
Of course I did, old sport. Where the hell have you been, anyway? I tried calling you last week. Let the telephone at your house ring off the hook. No answer. Rang your office as well. They said you couldn't come to the phone. Rang back the next day. Same story. What the hell were you doing that you couldn't come to the phone for 2 days?
None of your business.
Still working on that project of yours, are you?
Drop it, Shepard, or I'll knock you on your ass right here in this bar.
In your dreams, old sport. Besides, if you make a scene in here, where the hell will we do our drinking? No decent establishment would have your kind.
Good point.
So when are you going to tell me what you've been working on?
When the war is over.
That important, huh?
Yeah.
Well, at least one of us is doing something important.
Shepard Ramsay downed his drink.
William, 2 more, please.
Are we going to get drunk before dinner tonight?
I just want you to loosen up, that's all.
This is about as loose as I get. What are you up to, Shepard? I know that tone of voice.
Nothing, Peter. Jesus, take it easy.
Tell me, you know how I hate surprises.
I've invited a couple of people to join us tonight.
People?
Girls, actually. In fact, they've just arrived.
Pope followed Jordan's gaze toward the front of the bar. There were 2 women, both young, both very attractive. The women spotted Shepard Ramsay and Jordan and joined them at the bar.
Peter, this is Barbara, but most people call her Baby.
That's understandable. Pleasure to meet you, Barbara. Barbara looked at Shepard. God, you were right. He's a doll. She spoke with a working-class London accent. Are we eating in the grill?
Yes. In fact, our table should be ready.
The maitre d'hotel showed them to their table. There was no way Pope could listen to their conversation from the bar. He needed to be seated at the next table. Gazing through the entrance of the dining room, Pope could see the table beside them was empty, but had a small reserved sign on it. No problem, he thought. He quickly crossed the bar and went out into the street. Dickie was waiting in the front of the van. Pope waved for him to come inside. Dickie climbed out and crossed the street. What is it, Robert? We're having dinner. I need you to make the reservation. Pope sent Dickie to speak to the maitre d'hotel. The first time Dickie asked for the table, the man shook his head, frowned, and waved his hands to show there were no tables to be had. Then Dickie leaned down and whispered something into his ear that made him turn white and start to tremble. A moment later, they were being seated at the table next to Peter Jordan and Shepard Ramsay. What did you say to him, Dickie? I told him if he didn't give us this table, I'd rip out his Adam's apple and drop it into that flaming pan over there. Well, the customer is always right. That's what I say. They opened their menus. Pope said, Are you going to start with the smoked salmon or the pâté de foie gras? Both, I think. I'm starving. You don't suppose they serve bangers and mash here, do you, Robert? Not bloody likely. Try the coq au vin. Now keep quiet so I can hear what these Yanks are saying. It was Dickie who followed them outside after dinner. He watched as they placed the 2 women into a taxi and set out along the Strand.
You might at least have been civil.
I'm sorry, Shepard. We didn't have much to talk about.
What's there to talk about? You have a few drinks, a few laughs, you take her home and have a wonderful evening in bed. No questions asked.
I had trouble getting past the fact that she kept using her knife to check her lipstick.
Do you know what she could have done to you with those lips? And did you get a look at what she had beneath that dress? My God, Peter, that girl has one of the worst reputations in London.
I'm sorry to disappoint you, Shepard. I just wasn't interested.
Well, when are you going to get interested?
What are you talking about?
6 months ago, you promised me you were going to start dating.
Jordan lit a cigarette and angrily waved out the match. I would like to meet an intelligent, interesting grown-up. I don't need you to go out and find me a girl. Listen, Shep, I'm sorry.
No, you're right. It's none of my business. It's just that my mother died when my father was 40. He never remarried. As a result, he died a lonely, bitter old man. I don't want the same thing to happen to you.
Thanks, Shepard. It won't.
You'll never find another woman like Margaret.
Tell me something I don't know. Jordan flagged down a taxi and climbed in. Can I give you a lift?
Actually, I have a previous engagement.
Shepherd.
She's meeting me back in my room in half an hour. I couldn't resist. Forgive me, but the flesh is weak.
More than the flesh. Have a good time, Shep. The taxi drove off. Dickie peeled away and looked for the van. Pope pulled over to the curb a few seconds later, and Dickie climbed inside. They followed the taxi back into Kensington, saw Peter Jordan to his door, and stayed there a half hour, waiting for the night shift to arrive. Chapter 20. London. It had been Alfred Vicary's inability to repair a motorbike that led to his shattered knee. It happened on a glorious autumn day in the north of France, and without a doubt it was the worst day of his life. Vicary had just finished a meeting with a spy who had gone behind enemy lines in a sector where the British planned to attack at dawn the next morning. The spy had discovered a large bivouac of German soldiers. The attack, if it went forward as planned, would be met with heavy resistance. The spy gave Vicary a handwritten note on the strength of the German troops and the number of artillery pieces he had spotted. He also gave Vicary a map showing exactly where they were camped. Vicary placed them in his leather saddlebag and set out back to headquarters. Vicary knew he was carrying intelligence of vital importance. Lives were at stake. He opened the throttle full and drove perilously fast along the narrow track. Large trees lined both sides of the path, a canopy of limbs overhead, the sunlight on the autumn leaves creating a flickering tunnel of fire. The path rose and fell rhythmically beneath him. Several times he felt the exhilarating thrill of his Rudge motorbike soaring airborne for a second or two. The engine rattle began 10 miles from headquarters. Vicary eased off the throttle. Over the next mile, the rattle progressed to a loud clatter. A mile later, he heard the sound of snapping metal, followed by a loud bang. The engine suddenly lost power and died. With the roar of the bike gone, the silence was oppressive. He bent down and looked at the motor. The hot, greasy metal and twisting cables meant nothing to him. He remembered actually kicking the thing and debating whether he should leave it by the roadside or drag it back to headquarters. He took hold of it by the handlebars and began pushing at a brisk pace. The afternoon light diminished to a frail pink dusk. He was still miles from headquarters. If he were lucky, Vicary might run into someone from his own side who could give him a lift. If he were unlucky, he might find himself face to face with a patrol of German scouts. When the last of the twilight had died away, the shelling began. The first shells fell short, landing harmlessly in a field. The next shells soared overhead and thudded against a hillside. The third volley landed on the track directly in front of him. Vicary never heard the shell that wounded him. He regained consciousness sometime in the early evening as he lay freezing in a ditch. He looked down and nearly fainted at the sight of his knee, a mess of splintered bone and blood. He forced himself to crawl out of the ditch back up to the path. He found his bike and blacked out beside it. Vicary came to in a field hospital the next morning. He knew the attack had gone forward because the hospital was overflowing. He lay in his bed all day, head swimming in a drowsy morphine haze, listening to the moaning of the wounded. At twilight, the boy in the next bed died. Vicary closed his eyes, trying to shut out the sound of the death rattle, but it was no good. Brendan Evans, his friend from Cambridge, who had helped Vicary deceive his way into the intelligence corps, came to see him the next morning. The war had changed him. His boyish good looks were gone. He looked like a hardened, somewhat cruel man. Brendan pulled up a chair and sat down next to the bed. "It's all my fault," Vicary told him. "I knew the Germans were waiting, but my motorbike broke down and I couldn't fix the damned thing. Then the shelling started." "I know. They found the papers in your saddlebag. No one's blaming you. It was just bloody awful luck, that's all. You probably couldn't have done anything to repair the bike in any case." Sometimes Vicary still heard the screams of the dying in his sleep, even now, almost 30 years later. In recent days, his dream had taken a new twist. He dreamed it was Basil Boothby who had sabotaged his motorbike. "Ever read Fogel's File?" "No." Liar. Perfect liar. Vicary had tried to refrain from the inevitable comparisons between then and now, but it was unavoidable. He did not believe in fate, but someone or something had given him another chance, a chance to redeem himself for his failure on that autumn day in 1916.
Vicary thought the party in the pub across the street from MI5 headquarters would help him take his mind off the case. It had not. He had lingered at the fringes, thinking about France, gazing into his beer, watching while other officers flirted with the pretty typists. Nicholas Jaeger was giving a rather good account of himself at the piano. He was jolted out of his trance when one of the registry queens began singing "I'll Be Seeing You." She was an attractive crimson-lipped blonde named Grace Clarendon. Vicary knew she and Harry had carried on a rather public affair early in the war. Vicary understood the attraction. Grace was bright, witty, and cleverer than the rest of the girls in registry. But she was also married, and Vicary did not approve. He didn't tell Harry how he felt. It was none of his business. He thought, besides, who am I to lecture on matters of the heart? He suspected it was Grace who had told Harry about Boothby and the Fogel file. Harry walked in, bundled in his overcoat. He winked at Grace, then walked over to Vicary and said, "Let's head back to the office. We need to talk." "Her name was Beatrice Pym. She lived alone in a cottage outside Ipswich," Harry began, as they walked upstairs to Vicary's office. He had spent several hours in Ipswich that morning, delving into Beatrice Pym's past. "No friends, no family. Her mother died in 1936, left her the cottage and a fair amount of money. She didn't have a job. She had no boyfriends, no lovers, not even a cat. The only thing she did was paint." "Paint?" Vicary asked. "Yeah, paint. The people I spoke to said she painted almost every day. She left the cottage early in the morning, went into the surrounding countryside, and spent all day painting. A detective from the Ipswich police showed me a couple of her paintings. Landscapes. Very nice, actually." Vicary frowned. "I didn't know you had an eye for art, Harry." "You think boys from Battersea can't appreciate the finer things? I'll have you know my sainted mother regularly dragged me to the National Gallery." "I'm sorry, Harry. Please continue." "Beatrice didn't own a car. She either rode her bicycle or walked or took the bus. She used to paint too long, especially in the summer when the light was good, and missed the last bus back. Her neighbors would spot her arriving home late at night on foot carrying her painting things. They say she spent the night in some god-awful places just to catch the sunrise." "What do they think happened to her?" "The official version of the story, accidental drowning. Her belongings were found on the banks of the Orwell, including an empty bottle of wine. The police think she may have had a little too much to drink, lost her footing, slipped into the water and drowned. No body was found. They investigated for some time but couldn't find any evidence to support any other theory. They declared her death an accidental drowning and closed the case." "Sounds like a very plausible story." "Sure, it could have happened that way, but I doubt it. Beatrice Pym was very familiar with the area. Why on that particular day did she have a little too much to drink and fall into the river?" "Theory number 2? "Theory number 2 goes as follows. She was picked up by our spy after dark, stabbed in the heart, and her body loaded into a van. Her things were left on the riverbank in order to make it appear like an accidental drowning. In reality, the corpse was driven across the country, mutilated and buried outside Whitchurch." They arrived in Vicary's office and sat down, Vicary behind the desk, Harry opposite. Harry leaned back in his chair and propped up his feet. "Is this all supposition, or do you have facts to support your theory?" "Half and half. But it all fits your guess that Beatrice Pym was murdered in order to conceal the spy's entry into the country." "Let's hear it." "I'll start with the corpse. The body was discovered in August 1939. I spoke to the Home Office pathologist who examined it. Judging from the decomposition, he estimated it had been in the ground 6 to 9 months. That's consistent with Beatrice Pym's disappearance, by the way. The bones of the face had been almost completely shattered. There were no teeth to compare dental records. There were no fingerprints to be taken because the hands had badly decomposed. He was unable to fix a cause of death. He did find one interesting clue, though, a nick on the bottom rib of the left side. That nick is consistent with being stabbed in the chest." "You say the killer may have used a van? What's your evidence?" "I asked the local police forces for reports on any crimes or disturbances around Whitchurch the night of Beatrice Pym's murder. Coincidentally, a van was deserted and set deliberately ablaze outside a village called Alderton. They ran a check on the van's identification number. And stolen in London 2 days earlier." Vicary rose and began pacing. So our spy is in the middle of nowhere with a van blazing on the side of the road. Where does she go now? What does she do? Let's assume she comes back to London. She flags down a passing car or lorry and asks for a lift. Or maybe she walks to the nearest station and takes the first train into London. Too risky, Vicary said. A woman alone in the middle of the countryside late at night would be very unusual. It's November, so it's cold, too. She might be spotted by the police. The murder of Beatrice Pym was perfectly planned and executed. Her killer wouldn't leave her escape to chance. How about a motorbike in the back of the van? Good idea. Run a check. See if any motorbikes were stolen about that time. She rides back to London and ditches the bike. That's right, Vicary said. And when war breaks out, we don't look for a Dutch woman named Christa Kunst because we assume incorrectly that she's dead. Clever as hell. More ruthless than clever. Imagine killing an innocent British civilian to better conceal a spy. This is no ordinary agent, and Kurt Vogel is no ordinary control officer. I'm convinced of that. Vicary paused to light a cigarette. Has the photograph yielded any leads? Nothing. I think that leaves our investigation dead in the water. I'm afraid you're right. I'll make a few more calls tonight. Vicary shook his head. Take the rest of the night off. Go down to the party. Then he added, spend some time with Grace. Harry looked up. How did you know? This place is filled with intelligence officers, if you haven't noticed. Things get around. People talk. Besides, you two weren't exactly circumspect. You used to leave the number of Grace's flat with the night operators in case I was looking for you. Harry's face reddened. Go to her, Harry. She misses you. Any fool can see that. I miss her, too. But she's married. I broke it off because I felt like a complete cad. You make her happy, and she makes you happy. When her husband comes home, if her husband comes home, things will go back to normal. And where does that leave me? That's up to you. It leaves me with a broken heart. That's what it leaves me. I'm crazy about Grace. Then be with her and enjoy her company. There's something else. Harry told him about the other aspect of his guilt over his affair with Grace. That fact that he was in London chasing spies while Grace's husband and other men were risking their lives in the military. I just don't know what I would do under fire, how I would react, whether I would be brave or whether I would be a coward. I also don't know whether I'm doing any damned good here. I could name 100 other detectives who can do what I do. Sometimes I think about giving Boothby my resignation and joining up. Don't be ridiculous, Harry. When you do your job right, you save lives on the battlefield. The invasion of France is going to be won or lost before the first soldier ever sets foot on a French beach. Thousands of lives may depend on what you do. If you don't think you're doing your bit, think of it in those terms. Besides, I need you. You're the only one I can trust around here. They sat in an awkward, embarrassed silence for a moment, the way Englishmen are apt to do after sharing private thoughts. Harry stood up, started for the door, then stopped and turned around. What about you, Alfred? Why is there no one in your life? Why don't you come downstairs to the party and find a nice woman to spend some time with? Vicary beat his breast pockets for his half-moon reading glasses and thrust them onto his face. Good night, Harry, he said, a little too firmly, as he leafed through a stack of papers on the desk in front of him. Have fun at the party. I'll see you in the morning. When Harry was gone, Vicary picked up the telephone and dialed Boothby's number. He was surprised when Boothby answered his own telephone. When Vicary asked if he was free, Sir Basil wondered aloud whether it could wait until Monday morning. Vicary said it was important. Sir Basil granted him an audience of 5 minutes and told Vicary to come upstairs straight away. I've drafted this memorandum to General Eisenhower, General Betts, and the Prime Minister, Vicary said, when he finished briefing Boothby on Harry's discoveries that day. He handed it to Boothby, who remained standing, feet slightly apart, as if for balance. He was in a hurry to leave for the country. His secretary had packed a secure briefcase of weekend reading material and a small leather grip of personal items. An overcoat hung over his shoulders, sleeves dangling at his sides. To keep quiet about this any longer would be a dereliction of duty, in my opinion, Sir Basil. Boothby was still reading. Vicary knew this because his lips were moving. He was squinting so hard his eyes had vanished into his lush brows. Sir Basil liked to pretend he still had perfect vision and refused to wear his reading glasses in front of the staff.
"I thought we'd discussed this once already, Alfred,"
Boothby said, waving the sheet of paper through the air. A problem, once dealt with, should never resurface. It was one of Sir Basil's many personal and professional maxims. He was apt to grow agitated when subordinates raised matters already dispensed with. Careful deliberation and second-guessing were the province of weaker minds. Sir Basil valued quick decision-making over all else. Vicary glanced at Sir Basil's desk. It was clean, polished, and absolutely void of paper or files, a monument to Boothby's management style. "We have discussed this once already, Sir Basil," Vicary said patiently, "but the situation has changed. It appears they've managed to insert an agent into the country, and that agent has met with an agent in place. It appears that their operation, whatever it may be, is now underway. To sit on this information instead of passing it on is to court disaster."
"Nonsense,"
Boothby snapped. "Why is it nonsense?"
"Because this department is not going to officially inform the Americans and the Prime Minister that it is incapable of performing its job, that it is incapable of controlling the threat posed to the invasion preparations by German spies."
"That's not a valid reason for concealing this information."
"It is a valid reason, Alfred, if I say it is a valid reason."
Conversations with Boothby often assumed the characteristics of a cat chasing its own tail. Shallow contradiction, bluff, and diversion, point-scoring contests. Vicary bunched his hands judicially beneath his chin and pretended to study the pattern of Boothby's costly rug. The room was silent except for the sound of the floorboards creaking beneath Sir Basil's muscular bulk. "Are you prepared to forward my memorandum to the Director General?" Vicary asked. His tone of voice was as unthreatening as possible.
"Absolutely not."
"Then I'm prepared to go directly to the DG myself." Boothby bent his body and put his face close to Vicary's. Vicary, seated in Boothby's deep couch, could smell gin and cigarettes on his breath.
"And I'm prepared to squash you, Alfred."
"Sir Basil,
let me remind you how the system works. You report to me, and I report to the Director General. You have reported to me, and I have determined it would be inappropriate to forward this matter to the DG at this time."
"There is one other option." Boothby's head snapped back as if he had been punched. He quickly regained his composure, setting his jaw in an angry scowl.
"I don't report to the Prime Minister, nor do I serve at his pleasure. But if you go around the department and speak directly to Churchill, I'll have you brought up before an internal review committee. By the time the committee is finished with you, they'll need dental records to identify the body."
"That's completely unfair."
"Is it? Since you've taken charge of this case, it's been one disaster after another. My God, Alfred, a few more German spies running loose in this country, and they could form a rugby club."
Vicary refused to be baited. "If you're not going to present my report to the Director General, I want the official record of this affair to reflect the fact that I made the suggestion at this time and you turned it down." The corners of Boothby's mouth lifted into a terse smile. Protecting one's flank was something he understood and appreciated.
"Already thinking of your place in history, are you, Alfred?"
"You're a complete bastard, Sir Basil, and an incompetent one as well."
"You're addressing a senior officer, Major Vicary."
"Believe me, I haven't missed the irony." Boothby snatched up the briefcase and his leather grip, then looked at Vicary and said,
"You have a great deal to learn."
"I suppose I could learn it from you."
"And what in God's name is that supposed to mean?"
Vicary got to his feet. "It means you should start thinking more about the security of this country and less about your personal advancement through Whitehall." Boothby smiled easily, as if he were trying to seduce a younger woman.
"But my dear Alfred," he said, "I've always considered the two to be completely intertwined."
Chapter 21. East London. Catherine Blake had a stiletto hidden in her handbag the following evening as she hurried along the pavement toward the Pope's warehouse. She had demanded a meeting alone with Vernon Pope, and as she approached the warehouse, she saw no sign of Pope's men. She stopped at the gate and turned the latch. It was unlocked, just as Pope said it would be. She pulled it open and stepped inside. The warehouse was a place of shadows, the only illumination from a light hanging at one end of the room. Catherine walked toward the light and found the freight lift. She stepped inside, pulled the gate closed, and pressed the button. The lift groaned and shuddered upward toward Pope's office. The lift emptied onto a small landing with a set of black double doors. Catherine knocked and heard Pope's voice on the other side tell her to enter. He was standing at a drinks trolley, a bottle of champagne in one hand, a pair of glasses in the other. He held one out toward Catherine as she walked across the floor. "No, thank you," she said. "I'm just staying for a minute."
"I insist," he said. "Things got a little tense the last time we were together. I want to make it up to you."
"Is that why you had me followed?" she said, accepting the wine.
"I have everyone followed, darling. That's how I stay in business. My boys are good at it, as you'll see when you read this."
He held out an envelope toward Catherine, then pulled it away as her hand reached for it.
"That's why I was so surprised when you managed to give Dickie the slip. That was smooth, ducking into the underground and then jumping on a bus."
"I changed my mind." She drank some of the champagne. It was ice-cold and excellent. Pope held out the envelope again, and this time allowed Catherine to take it. She set down her glass and opened it. It was exactly what she needed, a minute-by-minute accounting of Peter Jordan's movements around London, where he worked, the hours he kept, the places he did his eating and drinking, even the name of a friend. While she finished reading, Pope took the champagne from the ice bucket and poured another glass for himself. Catherine reached inside her handbag, took out the money, and dropped it on the table. "Here's the rest," she said. "I think that concludes our business. Thank you very much." She was slipping the report on Peter Jordan into her purse when Pope stepped forward and loosened her grip on the bag.
"Actually, Catherine, darling, our business together has just begun."
"If it's more money you want—"
"Oh, I want more money. And if you don't want me to make a call to the police, you're going to give it to me."
He took another step closer to her, pressed his body against hers, and ran his hand over her breasts.
"But there's something else I want from you."
The bedroom doors opened, and Vivie stood there, wearing nothing but one of Vernon's shirts unbuttoned to her waist.
"Vivie, meet Catherine," Pope said. "Lovely Catherine has agreed to stay for the evening."
They didn't prepare her for situations like this at the Abwehr spy school in Berlin. They taught her how to count troops, how to assess an army, how to use her radio, how to recognize the insignia of units and the faces of senior officers. But they never taught her how to deal with a London gangster and his kinky girlfriend who planned to spend the evening taking turns with her body. She had the sensation of being trapped in some silly pubescent fantasy. She thought, this can't really be happening. But it was happening, and Catherine could think of nothing from her training to get her through it. Vernon Pope led her through the doors into the bedroom. He pushed her down at the end of the bed, then sat down in a chair in the corner of the room. Vivie stood in front of her and undid the last 2 buttons of the shirt. She had small, upturned breasts and pale skin that shone in the dim light of the room. She took hold of Catherine's head and pulled it to her breasts. Catherine played along with the depraved game, taking Vivie's nipple into her mouth, while she thought about how best to kill them both. Catherine knew once she submitted to blackmail, it would never end. Her financial resources were not unlimited. Vernon Pope could bleed her dry very quickly. With no money, she would be rendered useless. She decided there was little risk involved. She had covered her tracks carefully. The Popes and their men did not know where to find her. They only knew she worked as a volunteer nurse at St. Thomas Hospital, and Catherine had given the hospital a false address. They would also be reluctant to go to the police. The police would ask questions. Answering them truthfully would mean admitting to following an American naval officer for money. All of it hinged on killing Vernon Pope as quickly and quietly as possible. Catherine took Vivie's other breast into her mouth and sucked the nipple until it became firm. Vivie's head rolled back and she moaned. She took Catherine's hand and guided it between her legs. Already she was warm and wet. Catherine had turned off all her emotions. She was just mechanically going through the movements of giving physical pleasure to this woman. She felt neither fear nor revulsion. She simply tried to remain calm and to think clearly. Vivie's pelvis began to work against Catherine's fingers, and a moment later her body trembled with an orgasm. Vivie pushed Catherine down onto the bed, sat astride her hips, and began undoing the buttons of her sweater. She unhooked Catherine's brassiere and massaged her breasts. Catherine saw Vernon rise from his seat and begin to undress. For the first time, she became nervous. She didn't want him on top of her or inside her. He might be a cruel and sadistic lover. He might hurt her. On her back, with her legs spread, she would be vulnerable. She would also be subject to his superior weight and strength. All the fighting techniques she had learned hinged on speed and maneuverability. If she were pinned beneath Vernon Pope's heavy body, she would be defenseless. Catherine had to play their game. Better still, she had to control it. She reached up and took Vivi's breasts in her hands and stroked the nipples. She could see Vernon watching them. He was feeding on them with his eyes, drinking in the sight of the two women caressing each other. She drew Vivi toward her and guided her mouth to her breasts. Catherine thought how easy it would be to take Vivi's head in her hands and twist it until her neck snapped, but it would be a mistake. She needed to kill Pope first. Vivi would be easy after that. Pope walked toward the bed and nudged Vivi aside. Before Vernon could lie down on top of her, Catherine sat up and kissed him. She got to her feet as his tongue thrashed wildly about inside her mouth. She fought off an impulse to gag. For a moment she considered allowing him to make love to her, then killing him afterward when he was drowsy and satisfied. But she didn't want it to go on longer than was absolutely necessary. She stroked his penis. He groaned and kissed her harder. He was helpless now. She turned him so that his back faced the bed. Then she slammed her knee viciously into his groin. Pope doubled over, gasping for breath, hands between his thighs. Vivi screamed. Catherine spun and drove her elbow into the bridge of his nose. She could hear the sound of the bone and cartilage snapping. Pope collapsed onto the floor at the foot of the bed, blood pouring from his nostrils. Vivi was kneeling on the bed, screaming. She was no threat to Catherine now. She turned and moved quickly for the door. Pope, still on the floor, swung his leg. It smashed into Catherine's right ankle and caused her own legs to become entangled. She crashed to the floor, the heavy fall taking her breath away. She saw stars for a moment and tears spilled into her eyes. She feared she was about to lose consciousness. She struggled to her hands and knees and was about to climb to her feet when Pope grabbed her ankle in a vice grip and began dragging her toward him. She rolled quickly onto her side and drove the heel of her shoe into his broken nose. Pope screamed in agony, but his grip on her ankle seemed only to tighten. She kicked him a second time, then a third. Finally, he let her go. Catherine scrambled to her feet and ran to the couch where Pope had made her leave her handbag. She opened it and unzipped the inner compartment. The stiletto was there. She took hold of the handle and pressed the release. The blade snapped into place. Pope was on his feet, plunging through the darkness, hands reaching out for her. Catherine spun around and lashed out wildly with the weapon. The tip of the blade tore a gash across his right shoulder. Pope grabbed the wound with his left hand, screaming in pain as blood began to pump between his fingers. His arm was across his chest, no way to plunge the stiletto into his heart. The Abwehr had taught her another method that made her cringe just to think about, but she would have to use it now. No other choice. Catherine took a step closer, drew back the stiletto, and rammed it through Vernon Pope's eye. Vivi was in the corner of the bedroom, lying on the floor in a fetal position, weeping hysterically. Catherine took her by the arm, pulled her to her feet, and pushed her back against the wall. "Please, don't hurt me." "I'm not going to hurt you." "Don't hurt me." "I'm not going to hurt you." "I promise I won't tell anyone, not even Robert, I swear." "Nor the police?" "I won't tell the police." "Good. I knew I could trust you." Catherine stroked her hair, touched her face. Vivi seemed to relax. Her body went limp, and Catherine had to hold her up to keep her from collapsing onto the floor. "What are you?" Vivi asked. "How could you do that to him?" Catherine said nothing, just stroked Vivi's hair while her other hand gently searched for the soft spot at the bottom of the rib cage. Vivi's eyes opened wide as the stiletto slid into her heart. A cry of pain caught in her throat and came out as a low gurgle. She died quickly and quietly, blank eyes staring into Catherine's. Catherine released her. The motion of the body sliding down the wall pulled the stiletto from her heart. Catherine looked at the human wreckage all around her, the blood. My God, what have they made of me? Then she fell to her knees next to Vivi's dead body and was violently sick. She conducted the rituals of escape with surprising calmness. In the bathroom, she washed their blood from her hands, from her face, and from the blade of the stiletto. There was nothing she could do about the blood on her sweater except conceal it beneath her leather coat. She walked through the bedroom, past the body of the woman, and into the next room. She went to the window and looked down into the street. Pope, it appeared, had kept his word. There was no one outside the warehouse. They would surely find his body in the morning, though, and when they did, they would come after her. For now, at least, she was safe. She collected her handbag, and from the table, the £100 in cash she had given Pope. She took the lift down, crossed the warehouse floor, and slipped out into the night. Chapter 22. East London. Detective Superintendent Andrew Kidlington, unlike most members of his profession, avoided murder scenes when he could. A lay preacher in his local church, he had lost his taste for the more ghoulish side of his profession long ago. He had assembled a thoroughly professional team of officers and believed it best to give them free rein. He had a legendary ability to deduce more about a murder from a good file than from a visit to the crime scene, and he made certain every shred of paper generated by his department crossed his desk. But it wasn't every day that someone stuck a knife in a man like Vernon Pope. This one he had to see for himself. The uniformed officer standing watch outside the warehouse door moved aside as Kidlington approached. "The lift is at the far end of the warehouse, sir. Take it up one level. There's another man on the landing. He'll show you the way." Kidlington slowly crossed the warehouse floor. He was tall and angular, with a head of woolly grey hair and the look of someone perpetually preparing to break bad news. As a result, his men tended to tread lightly around him. A young detective sergeant named Meadows was waiting for him on the landing. Meadows was too flashy for Kidlington's taste and put himself about with too many women, but he was an excellent detective and had promotion written all over him. "Pretty messy in there, sir," Meadows said. Kidlington could taste blood in the air as Meadows led him inside. Vernon Pope's body lay on an oriental rug next to the couch. The dark circle of blood extended beyond the grey covering sheet. Kidlington, despite 30 years on the Metropolitan Police, still felt bile rising in his throat when Meadows knelt beside the body and drew back the sheet. "Good Lord," Kidlington said beneath his breath. He made a face and turned away for a moment to regain his composure. "I've never seen one like this," Meadows said. The dead body of Vernon Pope was lying naked, face up, in a pool of dried black blood. It was obvious to Kidlington that the fatal wound was struck only after a brutal struggle. There was a large, ragged slash across his shoulder. The nose had been badly broken. Blood had drained from both nostrils into the mouth, which had fallen open in death, as if to issue one last scream. Then there was the eye. Kidlington had trouble looking at it. Blood and ocular fluid had drained down the side of his face. The eyeball was destroyed, the pupil no longer visible. It would take an autopsy to determine the true depth of the wound, but it appeared to be the fatal blow. Someone had shoved something through Vernon Pope's eye and into his brain. Kidlington broke the silence. "Approximate time of death?" "Sometime last night, perhaps early evening." "Weapon?" "Hard to say. Certainly not an ordinary knife. Look at the shoulder. The edges of the wound are ragged." "Conclusion?" "Something sharp. A screwdriver. An ice pick, perhaps." Kidlington glanced across the room. "Pope's is still on the drinks trolley. Unless your killer is walking around with his own ice pick, I doubt it was the murder weapon." Kidlington looked down at the body again. "I'd say it was a stiletto. It's a stabbing weapon, not a slashing weapon. That would account for the ragged wound on the shoulder and the clean puncture wound in the eye." "Right, sir." Kidlington had seen enough. He rose to his feet and gestured for Meadows to cover the body. "A woman?" "In the bedroom. This way, sir." Robert Pope sat in the passenger seat of the van, pale and shaking visibly, as Dickie Dobbs drove at speed towards St. Thomas Hospital. It was Robert who had discovered the bodies of his brother and Vivie earlier that morning. He had waited for Vernon at the East End Cafe, where they ate breakfast each morning, and became alarmed when he didn't appear. He fetched Dickie from his flat and went to the warehouse. When he saw the bodies, he screamed and put his foot through the glass table. Robert and Vernon Pope were realistic men. They realized they were in a risky line of work, and that one or both of them might die young. Like all siblings, they fought sometimes, but Robert Pope loved his older brother more than anything else in the world. Vernon had been like a father to him when their own father,
an abusive, unemployed alcoholic, walked out and never came back. It was the way he died that had horrified Robert the most. Stabbed through the eye, left on the floor naked, and Vivi, an innocent, stabbed through the heart. It was possible the killings were the work of one of their enemies. Their operation had thrived during the war, and they had branched out into new territory, but it didn't look like any gang murder he had ever seen. Robert suspected it had something to do with the woman, Catherine, or whatever her name really was. He had made an anonymous call to the police. They would have to get involved at some point, but he wouldn't rely on them to find his brother's killer. He would do it himself. Dickie parked along the river and entered the hospital through a service door. He came out again 5 minutes later and walked back to the van. Pope asked, "Was he there?" "Yeah. He thinks he can get it for us." "How long?" 20 minutes. Half an hour later, a thin man with a pinched face, dressed in an orderly's uniform, emerged from the back of the hospital and trotted over to the van. Dickie wound down the window. "I've got it, Mr. Pope," he said. "A girl in the front office gave it to me. She said it was against the rules, but I sweet-talked her. Promised her a $5. Hope you don't mind." Dickie held out his hand, and the orderly gave him a slip of paper. Dickie passed it across to Pope. "Good work, Sammy," Pope said, looking at it. "Give him his money, Dickie." The orderly took the money, a disappointed look on his face. Dickie said, "What's wrong, Sammy?" "10 bob, just like I promised." "What about the $5 for the girl?" "Consider that your overhead," Pope said. "But, Mr. Pope—" "Sammy, you don't want to fuck with me just now." Dickie dropped the van into gear and sped away, tires squealing. "Where's the address?" Dickie asked. "Islington! Move it!" Mrs. Eunice Wright of number 23 Norton Lane, Islington, was very much like her house. Tall, narrow, mid-50s, all Victorian sturdiness and Victorian manners. She did not know, nor would she ever know, even when the entire disagreeable episode was over, that the house had been used as a false address by an agent of German military intelligence called Catherine Blake. For 2 weeks, Eunice Wright had been waiting for a repairman to come look at her cracked boiler. Before the war, the tenants in her well-kept boarding house were mostly young men, who were always willing to help when something went wrong with the pipes or the stove. Now all the young men were away in the army. Her own son, never far from her thoughts, was somewhere in North Africa. She took no pleasure in her present tenants, 2 old men who talked a great deal about the last war, 2 rather daft country girls who had fled their dreary East Midlands village for factory jobs in London. When Leonard was alive, he saw to all the repairs, but Leonard had been dead for 10 years. She stood in the window of the drawing room, sipping tea. The house was quiet. The men were upstairs playing draughts. She had insisted they play without slapping the pieces so as not to wake the girls, who had just come off a night shift. Bored, she switched on the wireless and listened to the news bulletin on the BBC. The van, when it drew to a halt in front of her house, struck her as odd. It bore no markings, no company name painted on the side, and the 2 men in front didn't look like any repairman she had ever seen. The one behind the wheel was tall and thick, with close-cropped hair and a neck so enormous it looked as though his head was simply attached to his shoulders. The other one was smaller, dark-haired, and looked mad at the world. Their clothing was odd, too. Instead of workmen's overalls, they wore suits, quite expensive suits by the look of them. They opened the doors and got out. Eunice took note of the fact they carried no tools. Perhaps they wanted to survey the damage to her boiler before dragging all the tools inside. Just being thorough, making sure they bring only those tools that are necessary for the job. She studied them more carefully as they moved toward her front door. They looked reasonably healthy. Why weren't they in the army? She noticed the way they glanced over their shoulders into the street as they came closer, as though they were trying to make their approach unobserved. Suddenly, she wished Leonard were here. There was nothing polite about the knock. She imagined policemen knocked that way when they thought a criminal was on the other side. Another knock, so forceful it rattled the glass of the drawing-room window. Upstairs, the game of draughts went quiet. She went to the door. She told herself there was no reason to be afraid. They just lacked the good manners common to most English handymen. It was the war. The experienced repairmen were in the service, working on bombers or frigates. The bad ones, like the pair outside, were holding down jobs at home.
Slowly, she opened the door. She wanted to ask them to be as quiet as possible so they would not wake the girls. She never got the words out. The large one, the one with no neck, shoved back the door with his forearm, then clamped his hand over her mouth. Eunice tried to scream, but it seemed to die quietly in the back of her throat, making almost no audible sound. The smaller one put his face to her ear and spoke with a serenity that only frightened her more. "Just give us what we want, love, and no one gets hurt," he said. Then he pushed past her and started up the stairs. Detective Sergeant Meadows considered himself a minor authority on the Pope gang. He knew how they made their money, legally and illegally, and he could recognize most of the gang members by name and face. So when he heard the description of the two men who just ransacked a boarding house in Islington, he wrapped up his business at the murder scene and headed there to see things for himself. The first description matched Richard Dickey Dobbs, the Pope's main muscle boy and enforcer. The other matched Robert Pope himself. Meadows, as was his habit, paced the drawing room while Eunice Wright, sitting bolt upright in a chair, patiently recounted the story again, even though she had told it twice already. Her cup of tea had given way to a small glass of sherry. Her face bore the handprint of her assailant, and she had received a bump on the head when shoved to the floor. Otherwise, she was not seriously injured. "And they didn't tell you who or what they were looking for?" Meadows asked, ceasing his pacing only long enough to ask the question. "No." "Did they call each other by name?" "No, I don't believe so." "Did you happen to see the plate number on the van?" "No, but I did give a description to one of the other officers." "It's a very common model, Mrs. Wright. I'm afraid the description alone won't be of much value to us. I'll have one of the men check with the neighbors." "I'm sorry," she said, rubbing the back of her head. "Are you all right?" "He gave me a nasty bump on the head, the ruffian." "Perhaps you should see a doctor. I'll have one of the officers give you a lift when we're finished here." "Thank you. That's very kind of you." Meadows picked up his raincoat and put it on. "Did they say anything else that you can remember?" "Well, they did say one other thing." Eunice Wright hesitated a moment, and her face colored. "The language is a little on the rough side, I'm afraid." "I assure you I won't be offended." "The smaller one said, 'When I find that—'" She paused, lowering her voice, embarrassed to say the words. "When I find that fucking bitch, I'm going to kill her myself." Meadows frowned. "You're certain of that?" "Oh, yes. When you don't often hear language like that, it's hard to forget." "I'll say." He handed her his card. "If you think of anything else, please don't hesitate to call. Good morning, Mrs. Wright." "Good morning, Detective Sergeant." Meadows put on his hat and saw himself to the door. So they were looking for a woman. Maybe it wasn't the Popes after all. Maybe it was just two blokes looking for a girl. Maybe the similar descriptions were just coincidence. Meadows didn't believe in coincidence. He would drive back to the Pope's warehouse and see if anyone had spotted a woman hanging around there lately. Chapter 23. London. Catherine Blake assumed that Allied officers who knew the most important secret of the war had been made aware of the threat posed by spies. Why else would Commander Peter Jordan handcuff his briefcase to his wrist for a short walk across Grosvenor Square? She also assumed that officers had been warned about approaches by women. Earlier in the war, she had seen a poster outside a club frequented by British officers. It showed a luscious, big-breasted blonde in a low-cut evening gown, waiting for an officer to light a cigarette for her. Across the bottom of the poster were the words, "Keep it mum, she's not so dumb." Catherine thought it was the most ridiculous thing she had ever seen. If there were women like that, tarts who hung around clubs or parties listening for gossip and secrets, she did not know about them. She did suspect that such indoctrination would make Peter Jordan distrustful of a beautiful woman suddenly vying for his attention. He was also a successful, intelligent, and attractive man. He would be very discriminating in the women he chose to spend time with. The scene at the Savoy the other night was evidence of that. He had become angry with his friend Shepherd Ramsay for setting him up with a young, stupid girl. Catherine would have to make her approach very carefully. Which explained why she was standing on a corner near the Van Dyck Club with a bag of groceries in her arms. It was shortly before 6 o'clock. London was shrouded in the blackout. The evening traffic gave off just enough light for her to see the doorway of the club. A few minutes later, a man of medium height and build emerged. It was Peter Jordan. He paused for a moment to button his overcoat. If he kept to his evening routine, he would walk the short distance to his house. If he broke his routine by flagging down a taxi, Catherine would be out of luck. She would be forced to come back again tomorrow night with her bag of groceries. Jordan turned up the collar of his overcoat and started walking her way. Catherine Blake waited for a moment and then stepped directly in front of him. When they collided, there was the sound of paper splitting and tins of food tumbling to the pavement. "I'm sorry, I didn't see you there. Please, let me help you up." "No, it's my fault. I'm afraid I've misplaced my blackout torch and I've been wandering around out here lost. I feel like such a fool." "No, it's my fault. I was trying to prove to myself that I could find my way home in the dark. Here, I have a torch. Let me turn it on." "Do you mind turning the beam toward the pavement? I believe my rations are rolling toward Hyde Park." "Here, take my hand." "Thank you. By the way, you can stop shining the light in my face any time now." "I'm sorry, you're just..." "Just what?" "Never mind. I don't think that sack of flour survived." "That's all right. Here, let me help you pick these things up." "I can manage, thank you." "No, I insist. And let me replace the flour for you. I have plenty of food in my house. My problem is I don't know what to do with it." "Doesn't the Navy feed you?" "How did..." "I'm afraid the uniform and the accent gave you away. Besides, only an American officer would be silly enough to intentionally walk the streets of London without using a torch. I've lived here all my life, and I still can't find my way round in the blackout." "Please, let me replace the things you've lost." "That's a very kind offer, but it's not necessary. It was a pleasure bumping into you." Yes, it was." "Can you kindly point me in the direction of Brompton Road?" "It's that way." "Thank you very much." She turned and started to walk away. "Hold on a minute. I have another suggestion." She stopped walking and turned around. "And what might that be?" "I wonder if you might have a drink with me sometime." She hesitated, then said, "I'm not sure I want to drink with a frightful American who insists on walking the streets of London without a torch. But I suppose you look harmless enough. So the answer is yes." She walked away again. "Wait, come back. I don't even know your name." "It's Catherine," she called. "Catherine Blake." "I need your telephone number," Jordan said helplessly. But she had melted into the darkness and was gone. When Peter Jordan arrived home, he went into his study, picked up the telephone, and dialed. He identified himself, and a pleasant female voice instructed him to remain on the line. A moment later, he heard the English-accented voice of the man he knew only as Broom. Chapter 24. Kent, England. Alfred Vicary was being stretched to the breaking point. Despite the intense pressure to capture the spies, Vicary had kept his old caseload, the Becker network. He had considered asking to be relieved of it until after the spies had been arrested, but he quickly rejected the idea. He was the genius behind the Becker network. It was his masterpiece. It had taken countless hours to build and countless more to sustain. He would keep control of it and try to capture the spies at the same time. It was a brutal assignment. His right eye was beginning to twitch the way it did during final examinations at Cambridge, and he recognized the early symptoms of nervous exhaustion. Partridge was the code name of a degenerate lorry driver whose routes happened to take him into restricted military zones in Suffolk, Kent, and East Sussex. He subscribed to the beliefs of Sir Oswald Mosley, the British fascist, and he used the money he made from spying to buy whores. Sometimes he brought the girls along on his trips so they could give him sex while he drove. He liked Carl Becker because Becker always had a young girl stashed away, and he was always willing to share, even with the likes of Partridge. But Partridge existed only in Vicary's imagination, on the airwaves, and in the minds of his German control officers in Hamburg. Luftwaffe surveillance photos had detected new activity in southeast England, and Berlin had asked Becker to assess the enemy activity and report back within 1 week. Becker had given the assignment to Partridge, or rather, Vicary had done it for him. It was the opportunity Vicary had been waiting for, an invitation from the Abwehr to transmit false intelligence about the Ersatz 1st United States Army Group being assembled in southeast England. Partridge, according to Vicary's concocted scenario, had driven through the Kent countryside at midday. In fact, Vicary had journeyed the same route that morning in the back of a department rover. From his perch on the leather seat, wrapped in a travelling rug, Vicary imagined the signs of a military build-up an agent like Partridge might see. He might see more military lorries on the road. He might spot a group of American officers at the pub where he ate lunch. At the garage where he stopped for petrol, he might hear rumours that nearby roads were being widened. The information was trivial, the clues small, but totally consistent with Partridge's cover. Vicary couldn't allow him to discover something extraordinary like General Patton's field headquarters. His Abwehr controllers would never believe an agent like Partridge was capable of that. But Partridge's small clues, when incorporated into the rest of the deception scheme, would help paint the picture British intelligence wanted the Germans to see, a massive Allied force waiting to strike across the Channel at Calais. Vicary composed Partridge's message as he rode back into London. The report would be encoded into an Abwehr cipher, and Karl Becker would transmit it to Hamburg late that evening from his cell. Vicary envisioned another night with little or no rest. When he finished the message, he closed his eyes and leaned his head against the window, wadding his mackintosh into a ball for a pillow. The swaying of the rover and the low rumble of its engine lulled him into a light, fitful sleep. He dreamed of France again, except this time it was Boothby, not Brendan Evans, who came to him in the field hospital.
1,000 men are dead, Alfred, and it's all your fault. If you had captured the spies, they'd be alive today.
Vicary forced open his eyes and caught a glimpse of the passing countryside before drifting off again. This time he is lying in bed on a fine spring morning 25 years ago, the morning he made love to Helen for the first time. He is spending the weekend at the sprawling estate owned by Helen's father. Through his bedroom window, Vicary can see the morning sun gradually casting a pink light over the hillsides. It is the day they plan to inform Helen's father of their plans to marry. He hears the gentle knock at the door. In his dream it sounds exactly the same, and turns his head just in time to spot Helen, beautiful and fresh from sleep, slipping into his room wearing nothing but a white nightgown. She climbs into bed next to him and kisses him on the mouth. "I've been thinking about you all morning, Alfred, darling." She reaches beneath the blanket, unties his pajamas, and touches him lightly with her long, beautiful fingers. "Helen, I thought you wanted to wait until we were—" She quarts him by kissing his lips. "I don't want to discuss it any more. We have to hurry, though. If Daddy finds out, he'll kill us both." She straddles his hips, carefully, so she doesn't hurt his knee. She lifts her nightgown and guides him with her hands. There is a moment of resistance. Helen presses down harder, utters a short gasp of pain, and he is inside her. She draws his hands to her breasts. He has touched them before, but only through her clothing and stiff underwear. Now they are free within her gown, and they feel soft and wonderful. He tries to unbutton her gown, but she won't let him. "Quickly, darling, quickly." When it is over, he wants her to stay, to hold her and do it all over again, but she quickly straightens her nightgown, kisses him, and hurries back to her room. Vicary awakened in the eastern suburbs of London, a slight smile on his face. He had not found the first time with Helen disappointing. It was just different from what he expected. The sex of his youthful fantasies always involved women with enormous breasts who screamed and cried with ecstasy. But with Helen, it had been slow and gentle, and instead of screaming, she smiled and kissed him tenderly. It was not passionate, but it was perfect, and it was perfect because he loved her desperately. It was that way with Alice Simpson, too, but for other reasons. Vicary was fond of her. He even supposed he might be in love with her, whatever that meant. More than anything else, he enjoyed her company. She was intelligent and witty, and like Helen, a touch irreverent. She taught literature at a minor school for girls, and wrote mediocre plays about rich people who always seemed to have cathartic, life-altering discourse while sipping pale sherry and Earl Grey tea in a handsomely furnished drawing-room. She also wrote romantic novels under a pseudonym, which Vicary, while not a fan of the genre, thought were rather good. Once Lillian Walford, his secretary at University College, caught him reading one of Alice Simpson's books. The next day she brought him a stack of Barbara Cartland novels. Vicary was mortified. The characters in Alice's novels, when they made love, all heard waves crashing and felt the heavens raining down on them. In real life, she was shy and tender and somewhat ticklish, and she always insisted on making love in the dark. More than once Vicary closed his eyes and saw the image of Helen in her white nightgown, bathed in morning sunlight. His relationship with Alice Simpson had lapsed with the war. They still spoke at least once a week. She had lost her flat early in the Blitz and stayed in Vicary's house in Chelsea for a time. They saw each other occasionally for dinner, but it had been months since they had made love. He realized suddenly that this was the first time Alice Simpson had entered his thoughts since Edward Kenton, walking across the drive of Matilda's cottage, had spoken Helen's name. Ham Common, Surrey. The large, rather ugly three-story Victorian mansion was surrounded by a pair of perimeter fences and a picket to shield it from view from the outside world. Nissen huts had been erected around the 10-acre grounds to house most of the staff. Once it had been known as Latchmere House, an asylum and recuperation centre for victims of shell shock during the First War. But in 1939 it was converted into MI5's main interrogation and incarceration centre and assigned the military designation Camp 020. The room into which Vicary was shown smelled of mildew, disinfectant, and vaguely of boiled cabbage. There was no place to hang his coat. The Intelligence Corps guards went to great lengths to guard against suicide, so he kept it on. Besides, the place was like a medieval dungeon, cold, damp, a breeding ground for bronchial infection. The room had one feature that made it highly functional, a tiny arrow slit of a window through which an aerial had been strung. Vicary opened the lid on the Abwehr-issue suitcase radio he had brought with him, the very one he had seized from Becker in 1940. He attached the aerial and switched on the power. The lights glowed yellow as Vicary selected the proper frequency. He yawned and stretched. It was 11:45 p.m. Becker was scheduled to send his message at midnight. He thought, damn, why does the Abwehr always choose such god-awful hours for their agents to send messages? Karl Becker was a liar, a thief, and a sexual deviant, a man without morals or loyalty. Yet he could be charming and intelligent, and over the years Becker and Vicary had developed something approaching a professional friendship. He came into the room, sandwiched between a pair of hulking guards, hands cuffed. The guards removed the cuffs and wordlessly went out. Becker smiled and stuck out his hand. Vicary shook it. It was cool as cellar limestone. There was a small table of rough-hewn wood and a pair of battered old chairs. Vicary and Becker sat down on opposite sides of the table, as if facing off for a game of chess. The edges of the table had been burned black by unattended cigarettes. Vicary handed Becker a small package, and like a child he opened it right away. In it were a half-dozen packets of cigarettes and a box of Swiss chocolates. Becker looked at the things, then at Vicary. "Cigarettes and chocolate? You're not here to seduce me, are you, Alfred?" Becker managed a small chuckle, but prison life had changed him. His lustrous French suits had been replaced with a dour grey overall, neatly pressed and surprisingly well fitted through the shoulders. Officially, he was on a suicide watch, which Vicary thought was absurd, and he wore flimsy canvas slippers with no laces. His skin, once deeply tanned, had faded to a dungeon white. His taut little body had assumed a sudden discipline imposed by small places. Gone were the flailing arms and abandoned laughter that Vicary had seen in the old surveillance photographs. He sat ramrod straight, as though someone were holding a gun to his back, and arranged the chocolate, cigarettes, and matches as if he were laying down a boundary across which Vicary was not to venture. Becker opened a packet of cigarettes and tapped out two of them, giving one to Vicary and keeping one for himself. He struck a match and held it out to Vicary before lighting his own cigarette. They sat in silence for a while, each studying his own spot on the cell wall. Old chums who have told every story they know and now are content just to be in each other's presence. Becker savoured his cigarette, rolling the smoke on his tongue like an excellent Bordeaux before blowing it in a slender stream at the low stone ceiling. In the tiny chamber, smoke gathered overhead like storm clouds. "Please send my love to Harry," Becker finally said. "I will. He's a good man, a bit on the dogged side, like all policemen, but he's not a bad sort. I'd be lost without him. And how's Brother Boothby?" Vicary let out a long breath. "As ever. We all have our Nazis, Alfred. We're thinking of sending him over to the other side." Becker, laughing, used the stub of his cigarette to light another. "I see you've brought my radio," he said.
What heroic deed have I done for the Third Reich now?
You've broken into number 10 and stolen all the Prime Minister's private papers.
Becker threw his head back and emitted a short, brutal burst of laughter.
I hope I'm demanding more money from those cheap bastards, and not the counterfeit that got me into trouble last time.
Of course. Becker looked at the radio, then at Vicary.
In the good old days, you would have left a revolver on the table and let me do the deed myself. Now you bring a radio made by some fine, upstanding German company and let me kill myself a dot and a dash at a time.
It is a terrible world in which we live, Karl, but no one forced you to become a spy.
Better than the Wehrmacht, Becker said. I'm an old man, like you, Alfred. I would be conscripted and sent off to the east to fight the fucking Ivans. No, thank you. I'll wait out the war right here in my pleasant little English sanitarium.
Vicary glanced at his watch. 10 minutes until Becker was scheduled to go on the air. He reached inside his pocket and withdrew the coded message Becker was to send. Then he took out the photograph taken from the passport of the Dutch woman named Christa Kunst. A look of distant recollection flashed across Becker's face, then dissipated.
You know who she is, don't you, Karl?
You found Anna, he said, smiling. Well done, Alfred. Well done indeed. Bravo!
Vicary sat like a man straining to hear distant music, hands folded on the table, making no notes. He knew it was best to ask as few questions as possible, best to allow Becker to lead him where he wanted. Like a deer-stalker, Vicary made no movements, stayed downwind. His cigarette, untouched, burned to grey dust in the metal ashtray at his elbow. Through the arrow-slit window he could hear an evening rainstorm smacking on the exercise yard. As always, Becker started the story somewhere in the middle, and with himself. He held his body with a regimental stillness for a time, but as the story built, he began waving his arms and using his precise little fingers to weave a tapestry before Vicary's eyes. Like all Becker monologues, there were blind alleys and detours for accounts of bravery, money-making, and sexual conquest. At times he would lapse into a long, speculative silence. At other times he would tell it so quickly he would be overcome with a fit of coughing.
It's the goddamn damp in my cell, he said by way of explanation. That's one thing you English do very well.
People like me, they get almost no training, he said. Oh, sure, a few lectures by some idiots in Berlin who've never seen England except on a map. This is how you estimate the size of an army, they tell you. This is how you use your radio. This is how you bite into your suicide capsule in the highly unlikely event that MI5 kicks down your door. Then they send you off to England in a boat or a plane to win the war for the Fuhrer. He paused to light another cigarette and open the box of chocolates. I was lucky. I was posing as illegal. I came by plane with a Swiss passport. You know what they did to another fellow? Put him ashore in Sussex in a rubber raft. But the U-boat left France without special unmarked Abwehr rafts. They had to use one of the U-boat's life rafts with a Kriegsmarine insignia on it. Can you believe such a thing? Vicary could believe it. The Abwehr was horrendously slipshod with the way it prepared and inserted its agents into England. He remembered the boy he pulled off the Cornish beach in September 1940. The special branch men who searched him found in his pocket a packet of matches from a popular Berlin nightclub. Then there was the case of Gösta Karoli, a Swedish citizen who parachuted into Northamptonshire near the village of Denton. He was discovered by an Irish farmhand named Paddy Daly, sleeping beneath a hedge. He wore a decent suit of grey flannel and a tie knotted continental style. Karoli admitted he had parachuted into England and handed over his automatic pistol and £300 in cash. The local authorities passed him on to MI5, and he was promptly taken to Camp 020. Becker popped one of the chocolates into his mouth and held the box out to Vicary. You British took the espionage business more seriously than we Germans. You had to, because you were weak. You had to use deception and trickery to mask your frailty. But now you've got the Abwehr by the balls. But there were others they took more care with, Vicary said. Yes, there were others. Different kinds of agents. Absolutely, Becker said, as he dug out another chocolate. These are delicious, Alfred. Are you sure you won't have one? Becker was a surprisingly precise keyer. Precise and very fast. Vicary attributed this to the fact that he was a classically trained violinist
before his life took whatever unfortunate turn it was that landed him where he was now. Vicary listened on a spare pair of headphones as Becker identified himself and waited for the confirmation signal from the operator in Hamburg. As always, it gave Vicary a brief chill. He took enormous pleasure from the fact that he was deceiving the enemy, lying to him so skillfully. He enjoyed the intimate contact, being able to hear the enemy's voice, even if it was just an electronic bleep amid a vapor of atmospheric hiss. Vicary imagined how appalled he would feel if he were the one being deceived. For some reason, he found himself thinking of Helen. The Hamburg operator ordered Becker to proceed. Becker looked down at Vicary's message and quickly tapped it out. When he was finished, he waited for Hamburg to confirm, then signed off. Vicary slipped off his headphones and shut off the radio. Becker would sulk for a while. He always did after sending one of Vicary's double-cross messages, like a man who feels the hot flash of guilt after copulating with his mistress and wishes to be alone with his troubled thoughts. Vicary always suspected Becker was ashamed of betraying his own service, that his rantings about Abwehr, bumbling, and incompetence were just an attempt to conceal his own guilt over being a failure and a coward. Not that he had much of a choice. The first time Becker refused to send one of Vicary's messages, he would be marched off to Wandsworth Prison for an appointment with the hangman. Vicary feared he had lost him. Becker smoked, and he ate a few more chocolates without offering any to Vicary. Vicary slowly packed away the radio. "I saw her once in Berlin," Becker said suddenly. "She was immediately separated from the rest of us mere mortals. I don't want you to quote me on this, Alfred. I'm just going to tell you what I heard. The rumors, the talk. If it doesn't turn out to be totally accurate, I don't want Stevens to come in here and start throwing me off the fucking walls." Vicary nodded sympathetically. Stevens was Colonel R.W.G. Stevens, the commandant of Camp 020, better known as Tin Eye. A former Indian Army officer, Stevens was monocled, maniacal, and always dressed immaculately in a forage cap and uniform of the Peshawar Rifles. He was half German and spoke the language fluently. He was also detested by the prisoners and MI5 staff alike. Once he had given Vicary a thorough public dressing down because he arrived 5 minutes late for an interrogation. Even senior staff like Boothby were not immune to his tirades and fits of vile temper. "You have my word, Carl," Vicary said, taking his place at the table again. "They said her name was Anna Steiner, that her father was some sort of aristocrat. Prussian, rich bastard, dueling scar on the cheek, dabbled in diplomacy. You know the type, don't you?" Becker didn't wait for an answer. Christ, she was beautiful. Tall as hell. Spoke perfectly accented British English. The rumors said she had an English mother, that she was living in Spain the summer of 36, fucking some Spanish fascist bastard named Romero. Turns out Senor Romero was a talent spotter for the Abwehr. He calls Berlin, collects a finder's fee, and hands her over. The Abwehr puts the screws to her. They tell lovely Anna that her fatherland needs her. If she doesn't cooperate, Papa von Steiner gets shipped off to a concentration camp. Who was her control officer? I don't know his name. Sour-looking bastard. Smart, like you, only ruthless. Was his name Vogel? I don't know. Could be. You never saw her again? No, just that once. So what happened to her? Becker was overcome by another fit of coughing that a fresh cigarette seemed to cure. I'm telling you what I heard, not what I know. You understand the difference? I understand the difference. We heard there was a camp somewhere in the mountains south of Munich. Very isolated, all surrounding roads closed. Hell for the locals. According to the rumors, it was a place where they sent a few special agents, the ones they planned to bury deep. She was one of those agents? Yes, Alfred. We've covered that ground already. Stay with me, please. Becker was digging through the chocolates again. It was as if an English village had dropped from the sky and landed in the middle of Bavaria. There was a pub, a small hotel, cottages, even an Anglican church. Each agent was assigned to a cottage for a minimum stay of 6 months. In the morning, they read London newspapers at the cafe over tea and buns. They did their shopping in English and listened to popular radio programs of the day on the BBC. Me, I never heard It's That Man again until I came to London. Go on. They had special codes and special rendezvous procedures. They were given more weapons training. Silent killing. At night, they even sent the boys English-speaking whores so they could fuck in English. And what about the woman? They say she was fucking her control officer. What did you say his name was? Vogel? Again, it was only a rumor. Did you ever meet her in Britain? No. I want the truth, Carl! Vicary snapped, so loudly that one of the guards stuck his head inside the door to make sure there was no problem. I'm telling you the truth! Jesus Christ, you're Alfred Vicary 1 minute and Heinrich Himmler the next! I never saw her again! Vicary switched to German. He didn't want the guards eavesdropping on the conversation. Do you know her cover name? No. Becker responded in the same language. Do you know her address? No. Do you know if she's operating in London? She could be operating on the moon, for all I know. Vicary exhaled loudly in frustration. It was all interesting information, but like the discovery of Beatrice Pym's murder, it put him no closer to his quarry. Have you told me everything you know about her, Carl? Becker smiled. She's supposed to be an incredible fuck. Becker noticed the color in Vicary's cheeks. I'm sorry, Alfred. Jesus Christ, I forget what a prude you are sometimes. Still speaking in German, Vicary said, Why haven't you told us this before? The business about the special agents. But I have, Alfred, old man. Who have you told? You never told me. I told Boothby. Vicary felt blood streaming to his face, and his heart began to beat furiously. Boothby? Why in the world would Boothby be interrogating Carl Becker? And why would he do it without Vicary being present? Becker was his agent. Vicary arrested him. Vicary turned him. Vicary ran him. His face calm, Vicary said, When did you tell Boothby? I don't know. It's hard to keep track of time in here. A couple of months ago. September, maybe. No, maybe it was October. Yes, I believe October. What did you tell him exactly? I told him about the agents. I told him about the camp. Did you tell him about the woman? Yes, Alfred, I told him everything. He's a vicious bastard. I don't like him. I'd watch out for him if I were you. Was there anyone with him? Yes, tall fellow. Handsome like a film star. Blonde, blue eyes. A real German Superman. Thin, though. Skinny as a stick. Did the stick have a name? Becker threw his head back and made a show of searching his memory. Christ, it was a funny name. A tool or something. Becker pinched the bridge of his nose. No, something you use in the house. Mop? Bucket? No, broom. That's it. Broom. Imagine that. The guy looks like a fucking stick and calls himself Broom. You English have a marvelous sense of humor sometimes. Vicary had collected the suitcase radio and was rapping his knuckle against the thick door. Why don't you leave the radio, Alfred? It gets lonely here sometimes. Sorry, Carl. The door opened and Vicary stepped through. Listen, Alfred. The cigarettes and chocolate were wonderful. But next time, bring a girl, will you? Vicary went to the chief guard's office and asked for the logbooks for October and November. It took him a few moments, but he found the entry he was looking for. Date, 5/10/43. Prisoner, Becker, K. Number of visitors, 2. Names, department. No, thank you. Chapter 25. Berlin. My God, but it's cold this morning, said Brigadier Führer Walter Schellenberg. At least you still have a roof over your head, replied Admiral Wilhelm Canaris. The Halifaxes and Lancasters had quite a time last night. Hundreds dead, thousands homeless. So much for the invulnerability of our illustrious 1,000-year Reich. Canaris looked to Schellenberg for reaction. As always, he was struck by how young the man was. At just 33, he was head of Section 6 of the Sicherheitsdienst, better known as the SD, the Intelligence and Security Service of the SS. Section 6 was responsible for gathering intelligence on the Reich's enemies in foreign countries, an assignment very similar to that of the Abwehr. As a result, the two men were locked in a desperate competition. They were a mismatched pair, the short, laconic, white-haired old admiral who spoke with a slight lisp, the handsome, energetic, and thoroughly ruthless young Brigadeführer. The son of a Saarland piano maker, Schellenberg was personally recruited to the Nazi security apparatus by Reinhard Heydrich, the chief of the SD, who was assassinated by Czechoslovakian resistance fighters in May 1942. One of the Nazi Party's bright lights, Schellenberg thrived in its dangerous paranoid atmosphere. His cathedral-like office was thoroughly bugged, and he had machine guns built into his desk, giving him the ability to kill a threatening visitor with the press of a button. On those rare occasions when he permitted himself to relax, Schellenberg liked to spend time with his elaborate collection of pornography. Once he displayed the photographs to Canaris the way a man might show snapshots of his family, boasting about the pictures he choreographed himself to satisfy his own bizarre sexual appetites. On his hand, Schellenberg wore a ring with a blue stone, beneath which lay a capsule of cyanide. He had also been fitted with a false tooth containing a lethal measure of the poison. Now Schellenberg had just two goals: destroy Canaris and the Abwehr, and bring Adolf Hitler the most important secret of the war, the time and place of the Anglo-American invasion of France. Schellenberg had nothing but disdain for the Abwehr and the cluster of old officers surrounding Canaris, whom he derisively referred to as Santa Clauses. Canaris knew perfectly well Schellenberg was gunning for him, yet between the two there existed an uneasy truce. Schellenberg treated the old admiral with deference and respect. Canaris genuinely admired the brash, brilliant young officer and enjoyed his company. Which was why they began most mornings the same way, riding side by side on horseback through the Tiergarten. It gave each man a chance to check up on what the other was doing, to spar, to probe for weakness. Canaris liked their rides for one other reason. He knew that for at least 1 hour each morning the young general was not actively plotting his demise. "There you go again, Herr Admiral," Schellenberg said. "Always looking at the dark side of things. I suppose that makes you a cynic, doesn't it?" "I am not a cynic, Herr Brigadeführer. I'm a skeptic. There's an important difference." Schellenberg laughed. "That's the difference between us in the Sicherheitsdienst and you old-school types in the Abwehr. We see nothing but endless possibility. You see nothing but danger. We are bold, not afraid to take risks. You prefer to have your head in the sand. No offense, Herr Admiral." "None taken, my young friend. You're entitled to your opinion, however misinformed it might be." Canaris's horse threw back its head and snorted. The breath froze into a cloud, then drifted away on the gentle morning wind. Canaris looked around him at the devastation of the Tiergarten. Most of the lime and chestnut trees were gone, burned by Allied incendiary bombs. Ahead of them, on the pathway, was a bomb crater the size of a Kübelwagen. Thousands more were scattered throughout the park. Canaris, tugging on the reins, led his horse around it. A pair of Schellenberg's security men trailed softly after them on foot. Another walked a few feet in front of them, head slowly wheeling from side to side. Canaris knew there were more he could not see, even with his well-trained eye. "Something very interesting landed on my desk yesterday evening," Schellenberg said. "Oh, really? What was her name?" Schellenberg, laughing, spurred the horse into a light trot. "I have a source in London. He did some work for the NKVD a long time ago, including recruiting an Oxford student who is now an officer inside MI5. He still talks to the man from time to time, and he hears things. He passes those things on to me. The MI5 officer is a Russian agent, but I share in the harvest, so to speak." "Remarkable," Canaris said dryly. "Churchill and Roosevelt don't trust Stalin. They keep him in the dark. They have refused to tell him anything about the time and place of the invasion. They think Stalin might leak the secret to us, so the Allies will be destroyed in France. With the British and Americans out of the fight, Stalin would try to finish us off alone and grab all of Europe for himself." "I've heard that theory. I'm not sure I put much stock in it." "In any case, my agent says MI5 is in crisis. He says your man Vogel has mounted an operation that has scared the pants off them. The investigation is being led by a case officer named Vicary. Ever heard of him?" "Alfred Vicary," Canaris said. "A former professor at University College in London." "Very impressive," Schellenberg said genuinely. "Part of being an effective intelligence officer is knowing your opponent, Herr Brigadeführer." Canaris hesitated, allowing time for Schellenberg to absorb the jab. I'm glad Kurt is giving them a run for their money. The situation is so tense, Vicary has met with Churchill personally to update him on the progress of his investigation. That's not so surprising, Herr Brigadeführer. Vicary and Churchill are old friends. Canaris cast a sideways glance at Schellenberg to see if his face registered any trace of surprise. Their conversations often turned into point-scoring contests, each man trying to surprise the other with tidbits of intelligence. Vicary is a well-known historian. I've read his work. I'm surprised you haven't. He has a keen mind. He thinks like Churchill. He was warning the world about you and your friends long before anyone took notice. So what is Vogel up to? Perhaps the SD can be of some assistance. Canaris permitted himself a rare but short burst of laughter. Please, Brigadeführer Schellenberg, if you're going to be so transparent, these morning rides will lose their appeal very quickly. Besides, if you want to know what Vogel is doing, just ask the chicken farmer. I know he's bugged our telephones and planted his spies inside Tirpitz-Ufer. Interesting, you should say that. I raised that very question with Reichsführer Himmler over dinner last night. It seems Vogel is very careful, very secretive. I hear he doesn't even keep his files in the Abwehr Central Registry. Vogel is a true paranoid and extremely cautious. He keeps everything in his office, and I wouldn't think about trying to get rough with him. He has an assistant named Werner Ulbricht, who's seen the worst of this war. The man's always cleaning his Lugers. Even I don't go near Vogel's office. Schellenberg pulled back on the reins until his horse came to a stop. The morning was still and quiet. In the distance came the growl of the morning's first traffic along the Wilhelmstrasse. Vogel is the kind of man we like in the SD. Intelligent, driven. There's only one problem, Canaris said. Vogel's a human being. He has a heart and a conscience. Something tells me he wouldn't fit in with your crowd. Why don't you let the two of us meet? Perhaps we can think of some way to pool our resources for the good of the Reich. There's no reason for the SD and the Abwehr to be always at each other's throats, like this. Canaris smiled. We're at each other's throats, Brigadeführer Schellenberg, because you are convinced I am a traitor to the Reich, and because you tried to have me arrested. Which was true. Schellenberg had assembled a file containing dozens of allegations of treason committed by Canaris. In 1942, he gave the file to Heinrich Himmler, but Himmler took no action. Canaris kept dossiers, too, and Schellenberg suspected the Abwehr file on Himmler contained material the Reichsführer would rather not be made public. That was a long time ago, Herr Admiral. It's in the past. Canaris jabbed the heel of his riding boot into his horse, and they started moving again. The stables appeared in the distance. May I be so bold as to offer an interpretation of your offer to be of assistance, Brigadeführer Schellenberg? Of course. You would like to be a part of this operation for one of two reasons. Reason one, you could sabotage the operation in order to further lower the reputation of the Abwehr. Or, reason two, you could steal Vogel's intelligence and claim all the credit and glory for yourself. Schellenberg slowly shook his head. This mistrust between us. Such a pity. So distressing. Yes, isn't it? They rode together into the stables and dismounted. A pair of stable boys scampered out and led the horses away. A pleasure, as always, Canaris said. Shall we take breakfast together? I'd love to, but I'm afraid duty calls. Oh? A meeting with Himmler and Hitler, 8 o'clock sharp. Lucky you. What's the topic? Walter Schellenberg smiled and laid his gloved hand on the older man's shoulder. Wouldn't you like to know? How was the old fox this morning? Adolf Hitler said as Walter Schellenberg walked through the door at precisely 8 o'clock. Himmler was there, sitting on the overstuffed sofa, sipping coffee. It was the image Schellenberg liked to present to his superiors, too busy to arrive for a meeting early and engage in small talk, disciplined enough to be prompt. As cagey as ever, Schellenberg said, pouring himself a cup of the steaming coffee. There was a jug with real milk. Even the staff at the SD had trouble securing a steady supply these days. He refused to tell me anything about Vogel's operation. He claims he knows nothing about it. He has permitted Vogel to work under extremely secretive circumstances, allowing himself to be kept in the dark about the details. Perhaps it's better that way, Himmler said, his face impassive, his voice betraying no emotion whatsoever. The less the good admiral knows, the less he can betray to the enemy. I've done some investigating of my own, Schellenberg said. I know that Vogel has sent at least one new agent into England. He had to use the Luftwaffe for the drop, and the pilot who flew the mission was very cooperative. Schellenberg opened his briefcase and withdrew 2 copies of the same file, handing one to Hitler and the other to Himmler. The agent's name is Horst Neumann. The Reichsführer may remember that business in Paris some time back. An SS man was killed in a bar in Paris. Neumann was the man involved in that. Himmler let the file fall from his hands onto the coffee table around which they were seated. For the Abwehr to use such a man is a direct slap in the face to the SS and the memory of the man he murdered. It shows Vogel's contempt for the party and the Führer. Hitler was still reading the file and seemed genuinely interested in it. Perhaps Neumann is simply the right man for the job, Herr Reichsführer. Look at his dossier. Born in England, decorated member of the Fallschirmjäger. Knight's Cross, oak leaves. On paper, a very remarkable man. The Führer was more lucid and reasonable than Schellenberg had seen him in some time. I agree, Schellenberg said. Except for the one blight on his record, Neumann appears to be an extraordinary soldier. Himmler cast a cadaverous glance at Schellenberg. He didn't appreciate being contradicted in front of the Führer, no matter how brilliant Schellenberg might be. Perhaps we should make our move against Canaris now, Himmler said. Remove him, place Brigadeführer Schellenberg in charge, and combine the Abwehr and the SD into one powerful intelligence agency. That way, Brigadeführer Schellenberg can oversee Vogel's operation personally. Things seem to have a way of going awry where Admiral Canaris is involved. Again, Hitler disagreed with his most trusted aide. If Schellenberg's Russian friend is correct, this man Vogel seems to have the British on the run. To step in now would be a mistake. No, Herr Reichsführer, Canaris remains in place for the time being. Perhaps he's doing something right for a change. Hitler stood up. Now, if you gentlemen will excuse me, I have other matters that demand my attention. 2 Mercedes staff cars were waiting at the curbside, engines running. There was an awkward moment while deciding whose car to take, but Schellenberg quietly relented and climbed in the back of Himmler's. He felt vulnerable when he wasn't surrounded by his security men, even when he was with Himmler. During the short drive, Schellenberg's armored Mercedes never strayed more than a few feet from the rear bumper of Himmler's limousine. An impressive performance, as always, Herr Brigadeführer, Himmler said. Schellenberg knew his superior well enough to realize the remark was not meant as a compliment. Himmler, the second most powerful man in Germany, was peeved at being contradicted in front of the Führer. Thank you, Herr Reichsführer. The Führer wants the secret of the invasion so badly it is clouding his judgment, Himmler said matter-of-factly. It is our job to protect him. Do you understand what I'm saying to you, Herr Brigadeführer? Absolutely. I want to know what Vogel is playing at. If the Führer won't let us do it from the inside, we'll have to do it from the outside. Put Vogel and his assistant Ulbricht under 24-hour surveillance. Use every means at your disposal to penetrate Tirpitz-Ufer. Also, find some way of getting a man into the radio center at Hamburg. Vogel has to communicate with his agents. I want someone listening to what's being said. Yes, Herr Reichsführer. And, Walter, don't look so glum. We'll get our hands around the Abwehr soon enough. Don't worry. It will be all yours. Thank you, Herr Reichsführer. Unless, of course, you ever contradict me in front of the Führer again. Himmler rapped on the glass partition so softly it was almost inaudible. The car pulled to the side of the curb, as did Schellenberg's, directly behind them. The young general sat motionless until one of his security men appeared at the door to accompany him on the 10-foot walk back to his own car. Chapter 26. London. Catherine Blake was by now thoroughly regretting her decision to go to the Popes for help. Yes, they had given her a meticulous account of Peter Jordan's life in London, but it had come at a very steep price. She had been threatened with extortion, drawn into a bizarre sexual game, and been forced to murder 2 people. Now the police were involved. The murder of a prominent black marketeer and underworld figure like Vernon Pope was big news in all the London newspapers. The police had misled the newspapermen, though. They said the victims had been found with their throats slit, not stabbed through the eye and through the heart. They were obviously trying to filter out crank leads from real ones. Or was MI5 already involved? According to the newspapers, the police wanted to question Robert Pope, but had been unable to find him. Catherine could be of assistance. Pope was sitting 20 feet from her in the Savoy bar, angrily nursing a whiskey. Why was Pope there? Catherine thought she knew the answer. Pope was there because he suspected Catherine was involved in his brother's murder. Finding her would not be difficult for him. Pope knew Catherine was looking for Peter Jordan. All he had to do was go to the places frequented by Peter Jordan, and there was a good chance Catherine would appear. She turned her back to him. She was not afraid of Robert Pope. He was more a nuisance than a threat. As long as she remained in full view, he would be reluctant to take action against her. Catherine had expected this. As a precaution, she had started carrying her pistol at all times. It was necessary, but annoying. She had to carry a larger handbag to conceal the weapon. It was heavy and banged against her hip when she walked. The gun, ironically, was also a threat to her security. Try explaining to a London police officer why you're carrying a German-made Mauser pistol equipped with a silencer. Deciding whether to kill Robert Pope was not Catherine Blake's biggest worry, for at that moment Peter Jordan walked into the bar of the Savoy along with Shepherd Ramsay. She wondered which man would make the first move. Things were about to get interesting.
"I'll say one good thing about this war," Shepherd Ramsay said, as he and Peter Jordan sat down at a corner table. "It's done wonders for my net worth. While I've been over here playing hero, my stocks have been soaring. We've made more money during the past 6 months than I did for 10 years working at Dad's insurance company." "Why don't you tell old Dad to shove off? He'd be lost without me." Shepherd signaled the waiter and ordered a martini. Jordan ordered a double scotch. "Tough day at the office, honey?" "Brutal." "The rumor mill says you're working on a diabolical new secret weapon." "I'm an engineer, Shep. I build bridges and roads." "Any idiot could do that. You're not over here building a goddamned highway." "No, I'm not." "So when are you going to tell me what you're working on?" "I can't. You know I can't." "It's just me, old Shep. You can tell me anything." "I'd love to, Shepherd, but if I told you, I'd have to kill you, and then Sally would be a widow and Kippy would have no father." "Kippy's in trouble at Buckley again. Goddamned kid gets in more trouble than I did." "Now that's saying something." "The headmaster's threatening to throw him out. Sally had to go over the other day and listen to a lecture about how Kippy needs a strong male influence in his life." "I never knew he had one." "Very funny, asshole. Sally's having trouble with the car. Says the thing needs tires, but she can't buy new ones because of rationing. Says they couldn't open up the Oyster Bay house for Christmas this year because there was no fuel oil to heat the damn thing." Shepherd noticed Jordan was studying his drink. "I'm sorry, Peter. Am I boring you?" "No more than usual." "I just thought some news from home might cheer you up." "Who says I need cheering up?" "Peter Jordan, I haven't seen that look on your face in a very long time." "Who is she?" "I have no idea." "Would you like to explain that?" "I bumped into her in the blackout, literally. Knocked her groceries out of her arms. It was very embarrassing, but there was something about her." "Did you get her telephone number?" "No." "How about a name?" "Yes, I got a name." "Well, that's something. Jesus Christ, I'd say you're a little out of practice. Tell me how she looked."
Peter Jordan told him. Tall, brown hair falling across her shoulders, a wide mouth, beautiful cheekbones, and the most spectacular eyes he had ever seen.
"That's interesting.
Shepard said. "Why?"
"Because that woman is standing right over there."
Men in uniform generally made Catherine Blake nervous, but as Peter Jordan crossed the bar toward her, she thought she had never seen a man look quite so handsome as he did in his dark blue American naval uniform. He was a strikingly attractive man. She had not noticed how attractive the previous evening. His uniform jacket fitted him perfectly through his square shoulders and chest, as though it had been cut for him by a tailor in Manhattan. He was trim at the waist, and his walk had a smooth confidence about it that only self-possessed, successful men have. His hair was dark, nearly black, and in striking contrast to his pale complexion. His eyes were a distracting shade of green, pale green like a cat's, his mouth soft and sensuous. It broke into an easy smile when he noticed she was looking at him. "I believe I bumped into you in the blackout last night," he said, and stuck out his hand. "My name is Peter Jordan." She took his hand, then absently allowed her fingernails to trail across the palm of his hand when she released her grip. "My name is Catherine Blake," she said. "Yes, I remember. You look as though you're waiting for someone." "I am, but it appears he stood me up." "Well, I'd say he's a damned fool, then." "He's just an old friend, actually." "Can I buy you that drink now?" Jordan asked. Catherine looked at Jordan and smiled. Then she glanced across the bar at Robert Pope, who was watching them intently. "Actually, I would love to go somewhere a little more quiet to talk. Do you still have all that food at your house?" "A couple of eggs, some cheese, maybe a can of tomatoes, and lots of wine." "Sounds like the makings of a wonderful omelette to me." "Let me get my coat." Robert Pope, standing at the bar, watched them as they slipped through the crowd and into the salon. He calmly finished his drink, waited a few seconds, then left the bar and trailed quietly after them. Outside the hotel, they were shown into a cab by the doorman. Pope, walking quickly across the street, watched the cab drive away. Dickie Dobbs was sitting behind the wheel of the van. He started the motor as Pope climbed inside. The van slipped away from the curb, into the evening traffic. "No need to rush," Pope told Dickie. He knew where they were headed. He leaned back and closed his eyes for a few minutes as Dickie drove westward toward Jordan's townhouse in Kensington. During the taxi ride to Peter Jordan's house, Catherine Blake realized quite suddenly that she was nervous. It was not because a man who possessed the most important secret of the war was sitting next to her. She was just not very good at this, the rituals of courtship and dating. For the first time in a very long time, she thought about her appearance. She knew she was an attractive woman, a beautiful woman. She knew most men desired her. But during her time in Britain, she had gone to great lengths to conceal her appearance, to blend in. She had adopted the look of an aggrieved war widow, heavy dark stockings that hid the shape of her long legs, poor-fitting skirts that masked the curve of her hips, chunky mannish sweaters that concealed her rounded breasts. Tonight she was dressed in a striking gown she had bought before the war, appropriate for drinks at the Savoy. Even so, for the first time in her life, Catherine worried about whether she was pretty enough. Something else was bothering Catherine. Why did it take circumstances like these for her finally to be with a man like Peter Jordan? He was intelligent and attractive and successful and, well, apparently normal. Most of the other men Catherine had known would be behaving very differently by now. She remembered the first time with Maria Romero's father, Emilio. He had not bothered with flowers or romance. He barely even kissed her. He just pushed her down onto the bed and fucked her. And Catherine had not minded. In fact, she rather liked it that way. Sex was not something to be done out of love and respect. She didn't even enjoy the conquest. For Catherine, it was an act of pure physical gratification. Emilio Romero understood. Unfortunately, Emilio understood many things about her. She had given up long ago on the idea of falling in love, getting married and having children. Her obsessive independence and deeply ingrained mistrust of people would never allow her to make the emotional commitment to a marriage. Her selfishness and self-indulgence would never permit her to care for a child. She never felt safe with a man unless she was in total control, emotionally and physically. These feelings manifested themselves in the act of sex itself. Catherine had discovered long ago that she was incapable of having an orgasm unless she was on top. She had formed an image of the kind of life she wanted for herself. When the war was over, she would go somewhere warm, the Costa del Sol, the south of France, Italy perhaps, and buy herself a small villa overlooking the sea. She would live alone and cut off her hair and lie on the beach until her skin was deep brown, and if she needed a man, she would bring him to her villa and use his body until she was satisfied, and then she would throw him out and sit by her fire and be alone again with the sound of the sea. Perhaps she would let Maria stay with her sometimes. Maria was the only one who understood her. That's why it hurt Catherine so much that Maria had betrayed her. Catherine didn't hate herself for the way she was, nor did she love herself. On the few occasions when she had reflected on her own psychology, she had thought of herself as a rather interesting character. She had also come to the realization that she was perfectly suited to being a spy, emotionally, physically, and intellectually. Vogel had recognized this, and so had Emilio. She loathed them both, but she could not find fault with their conclusions. When she gazed at her reflection in the mirror now, one word came to mind: spy. The taxi drew to a halt in front of Jordan's house. He took her hand to help her out of the car, then paid off the driver. He unlocked the front door to the house and showed her inside. He closed the door before turning on the lights. Blackout rules. For an instant, Catherine felt disoriented and exposed. She didn't like being in a strange place with a strange man in the dark. Jordan quickly switched on the lights and illuminated the room. "My goodness," she said. "How did you get a billet like this? I thought all American officers were packed into hotels and boarding houses." Catherine knew the answer, of course, but she needed to ask the question. It was rare for an American officer to be living alone in such a place. "My father-in-law bought the house years ago. He spent a great deal of time in London on both business and pleasure, and decided he wanted a pied-à-terre here. I have to admit I'm glad he bought it. The thought of spending the war packed like a sardine in Grosvenor House really doesn't appeal to me. Here, let me take your coat." He helped her off with her overcoat and went to hang it in the closet. Catherine surveyed the drawing room. It was handsomely furnished with the sort of deep leather couches and chairs one finds in a private London club. The walls were panelled. The wood floors were stained a deep brown and polished to a lustrous shine. The rugs scattered about were of excellent quality. There was one unique feature about the room. The walls were covered with photographs of bridges. "You're married, then?" Catherine said, making sure there was a slight note of disappointment in her voice. "I beg your pardon?" he said, returning to the room. "You said your father-in-law owns this house." "I suppose I should say my former father-in-law. My wife was killed in an automobile accident before the war." "I'm sorry, Peter. I didn't mean to—" "Please, it's fine. It was a long time ago." She nodded toward the wall and said, "You like bridges?" "You might say that. Yes. I build them." Catherine walked across the room and looked at one of the photographs close up. It was the Hudson River Bridge for which Jordan had been named Engineer of the Year in 1938. "You designed these?" "Actually, architects design them. I'm an engineer. They put a design on paper, and I tell them whether the thing will stand up or not. Sometimes I make them change the design. Sometimes, if it's terrific, like that one, I find a way to make it work." "Sounds challenging." "It can be," he said, "but sometimes it can be tedious and dull, and it makes for boring conversation at cocktail parties." "I didn't know the Navy needed bridges." "They don't." Jordan hesitated. "I'm sorry, I can't discuss my—" "Please, believe me, I understand the rules." "I could do the cooking, but I couldn't guarantee that the food would be edible." "Just show me where the kitchen is." "Through that door. If you don't mind, I'd like to change. I still can't get used to wearing this damned uniform." "Certainly." She watched his next movements very carefully. He removed his keys from his trouser pocket and unlocked a door. That would be his study. He switched on the light and was inside for less than a minute. When he emerged, Jordan was no longer carrying his briefcase. He probably locked it inside his safe. He climbed the stairs. His bedroom was on the second floor. It was perfect. While he was sleeping upstairs, she could break into his safe and photograph the contents of his briefcase. Neumann would make sure the photographs reached Berlin, and the Abwehr analysts would examine them to discover the nature of Peter Jordan's work. She went through the doorway into the kitchen and was struck by a flash of panic. Why was he suddenly changing out of his uniform? Had she done something wrong? Made some mistake? Was he on the phone right now to MI5? Was MI5 calling Special Branch? Would he come downstairs and sweet-talk her until they broke down the door and arrested her? Catherine forced herself to relax. It was ludicrous. When she opened the door to the refrigerator, she realized something. She didn't have the vaguest idea how to make an omelette. Maria made excellent omelettes. She would just imitate everything she did. From the refrigerator, she took 3 eggs, a small pat of butter, and a chunk of cheddar. She opened the door to the small pantry and found a tin of tomatoes and a bottle of wine. She opened it, found the wine glasses, and poured for them both. She didn't wait until Jordan returned to try the wine. It was delicious. She could taste wildflowers and lavender and apricot, and it made her think of her imaginary villa. Warm the tomatoes first, that's what Maria did, except before, in Paris, the tomatoes were fresh tomatoes, not these beastly tinned ones. She opened the tomatoes, drained off the water, chopped them, and dropped them into a hot pan. The kitchen immediately took on the smell of the tomatoes, and she drank some more wine before cracking and beating the eggs and grating the cheese into a bowl. She had to smile. The domestic routine of making dinner for a man felt so odd to her. Then she thought, perhaps Kurt Vogel should add a cooking course to his little Abwehr spy school. Jordan set the table in the dining room while Catherine finished with the omelette. He had changed into cotton khaki trousers and a sweater, and Catherine was again struck by his looks. She wanted to let down her hair, to do something to make herself more attractive to him, but she stayed within the character she had created for herself. The omelette was surprisingly good, and they both ate it very quickly before it could go cold, washing it down with the wine, a pre-war Bordeaux Jordan had brought to London from New York. By the end of the meal, Catherine felt pleasant and relaxed. Jordan seemed that way, too. He appeared to suspect nothing, appeared to accept that their meeting was wholly coincidental. "Have you ever been to the States?" he asked, as they cleared away the dishes and carried them into the kitchen. "Actually, I lived in Washington for 2 years when I was a little girl." "Really?" "Yes, my father worked at the Foreign Office. He was a diplomat. He was posted in Washington in the early 20s, after the Great War. I liked it very much, except for the heat, of course. My goodness, but Washington is oppressive in the summer. My father rented a cottage for us on the Chesapeake Bay for the summers. I have very fond memories of that time." All true, except Catherine's father had worked for the German Foreign Ministry, not the British Foreign Office. Catherine had decided it was best to draw on as many aspects of her own life as possible. "Is your father still a diplomat?" "No, he died before the war." "And your mother?" "My mother died when I was a very little girl." Catherine stacked the dirty dishes in the sink. "I'll wash if you dry." "Forget it. I have a woman who comes a couple of times a week. She'll be here in the morning. How about a glass of brandy?" "That would be nice." There were photographs in silver frames over the fireplace, and she looked at them while Jordan poured the brandy. He joined her in front of the fire and handed her one of the glasses. "Your wife was very beautiful." "Yes, she was. Her death was very hard on me." "And your son? Who's caring for him now?" "Margaret's sister, Jane." She sipped her brandy and smiled at him. "You don't sound terribly thrilled about that." "My God, is it that obvious?" "Yes, it is." "Jane and I never really got along very well, and frankly, I wish Billy wasn't in her care. She's selfish and petty and spoiled rotten, and I'm afraid she's going to make Billy the same way. But I really had no choice. The day after I joined the Navy, I was sent to Washington, and 2 weeks after that, I was flown to London." "Billy is the image of his father," Catherine said. "I'm certain you have nothing to worry about." Jordan smiled and said, "I hope you're right. Please, sit down." "Are you sure? I don't want to keep you." "I haven't had an evening as pleasant as this in a very long time. Please, stay a little longer." They sat down next to each other on the large leather couch. Jordan said, "So, tell me how it is that an incredibly beautiful woman like you isn't married." Catherine felt her face flush. "My goodness, you're actually blushing. Don't tell me no one has ever told you before that you're beautiful." She smiled and said, "No, it's just been a very long time." "Well, that makes 2 of us. It's been a very long time since I've told a woman that she was beautiful. In fact, I can remember the last time.
It was when I woke up and saw Margaret's face on the day she died. I never thought I could find another woman beautiful after that, until I made a fool of myself by crashing into you in the blackout last night. You took my breath away, Catherine. Thank you. I can assure you the attraction was mutual. Is that why you didn't give me your telephone number? I didn't want you to believe I was a wanton woman. Darn! I was hoping you were a wanton woman. Peter, she said, and jabbed him in the leg with her finger. Are you ever going to answer my question? Why aren't you married? Catherine stared into the fire for a moment. I was married. My husband, Michael, was shot down over the Channel the first week of the Battle of Britain. They never were able to recover his body. I was pregnant at the time, and I lost the baby. The doctor said it was the shock of Michael's death that did it. Catherine's gaze shifted from the fire to Jordan's face. He was handsome and brave, and he was my entire world. For the longest time after his death, I never looked twice at another man. I started dating a short time ago, but nothing at all serious. And then some foolish American who wasn't using his blackout torch smashed into me on a pavement in Kensington. There was a long and slightly uncomfortable moment of silence. The fire was dying. Catherine could hear the sound of a rainstorm getting up and pattering against the pavement outside the window. She realized she could stay like this for quite a while, sitting next to the fire with her brandy and this kind and gentle man. My God, Catherine, what's got into you? She tried for a moment to make herself hate him, but she could not. She hoped he never did anything to threaten her, anything that would force her to kill him. She made a show of looking at her wristwatch. My goodness, look at the time, she said. It's 11 o'clock. I've imposed on you too long. I should really be going. What were you thinking just now? Jordan asked, as if he had not heard a word she had just said. What was she thinking? A very good question. I realize you can't talk about your work, but I'm going to ask you one question, and I want you to tell me the truth. Cross my heart. You're not going to run off and get yourself killed, are you? No, I'm not going to get myself killed. I promise. She leaned over and kissed him on the mouth. His lips did not respond. She pulled away, thinking, did I make a mistake? Perhaps he wasn't ready for this. He said, I'm sorry. It's just been a very long time. It's been a very long time for me, too. Maybe we need to try again. She smiled and kissed him again. This time his mouth responded to hers. He pulled her close to him. She enjoyed the sensation of her breasts pressing against him. After a moment she drew away. If I don't leave now, I don't think I ever will. I'm not sure I want you to leave. She gave him a final kiss and said, When am I going to see you again? Will you let me take you to dinner tomorrow night? A proper dinner, that is? Somewhere we can dance? I'd love that. How about the Savoy again, around 8 o'clock? That sounds perfect. Catherine Blake was brought back to reality by the cold blast of rain and the sight of Pope and Dickie sitting in a parked van. At least they had not interfered. Perhaps they were content to watch from a distance for the time being. The late-night traffic was light. She quickly flagged down a taxi on Brompton Road. She climbed in and asked the cabbie to take her to Victoria Station. Turning around, she saw Pope and Dickie following. At Victoria, she paid off the driver and went inside, melting into a crowd of passengers stepping from a late-arriving train. She glanced over her shoulder as Dickie Dobbs came running into the terminus, head wheeling from side to side. Quickly, she walked out through another door, vanishing into the blackout. Chapter 27. Bavaria, Germany, March 1938. Her cottage in Vogel's secret village is flimsy and draughty, the coldest place she has ever known. There is a fireplace, though, and in the afternoon, while she studies codes and radio procedures, an Abwehr man comes and lays kindling and dry fir logs for the night. The fire has burned low. The cold is creeping into the cottage, so she rises and tosses a pair of large logs onto the embers. Vogel is lying on the floor silently behind her. He is a terrible lover, boring, selfish, all elbows and knees. Even when he tries to please her, he is clumsy and rough and preoccupied. It is a wonder she has been able to seduce him at all. She has her reasons.
If he falls in love with her, or becomes obsessed with her, Vogel will be reluctant to send her to England. It seems to be working. When he was inside her a moment ago, he professed love for her. Now, as he lies on the rug, staring at the ceiling, he seems to be regretting his words.
"Sometimes I don't want you to go," he says.
"Go where?"
"To England."
She comes back, lies down next to him on the rug, and kisses him. His breath is horrible. Cigarettes, coffee, bad teeth. "Poor Vogel. I've made a shambles of your heart, haven't I?"
"Yes, I think so. Sometimes I think about taking you back to Berlin with me. I can get you a flat there."
"That would be lovely," she says. But she is thinking it might be better to be arrested by MI5 than spend the war as Kurt Vogel's mistress in some hovel of a flat in Berlin.
"But you are far too valuable to Germany to spend the war in Berlin. You must go behind enemy lines to England."
He pauses and lights a cigarette.
"And then there's something else, I think. I think, why would a beautiful woman fall in love with a man such as myself? And then I have my answer. She thinks he won't send her to England if he loves her."
"I'm not clever or cunning enough to do something like that."
"Of course you are. That's why I chose you."
She feels anger rising within her.
"But I've enjoyed our time together. Emilio said you were very good in bed. The best fuck of my entire fucking life. That's the way Emilio described it. But then Emilio tends to be a bit of a vulgarian. He said you were better than even the most expensive whores. He said he wanted to keep you in Spain as his mistress. I had to pay twice his usual fee. But believe me, you were well worth the money."
She gets to her feet. "Get out of here now. I'm leaving in the morning. I've had enough of this hellhole."
"Oh, yes, you're leaving in the morning. But it's not where you think. There's just one problem. Your trainers tell me that you are still reluctant to kill with your knife. They say you shoot very well, better than the boys even, but they say you are slow with your stiletto."
She says nothing, just glares at him, lying on the rug in the firelight.
"I have a suggestion for you. Whenever you must use your stiletto, think of the man who hurt you when you were a little girl."
Her mouth drops open in horror. She has told only one person about it in her entire life, Maria. But Maria must have told Emilio, and Emilio, the bastard, told Vogel. "I don't know what you're talking about," she says, but there is no conviction to her words.
"Of course you do. It's what made you what you are, a heartless fucking bitch."
She reacts instinctively. She takes a step forward and kicks him viciously beneath his chin. His head snaps back, then crashes violently against the floor. He is very still, perhaps unconscious. Her stiletto is on the floor next to the fire. They have trained her to keep it near at all times. She picks it up and presses the release, and the shiny blade snaps into place. In the firelight, it is blood red. She takes a step toward Vogel. She wants to kill him, to plunge the stiletto into one of the kill zones they have taught her, the heart, the kidneys, through the ear or the eye. But Vogel is leaning on one elbow now, and there is a gun in his hand aimed at her head.
"Very good,"
he says. Blood is pouring from his mouth.
"I think you are ready now. Put away the knife and sit down. We need to talk. And please put on some clothes. You look ridiculous standing there like that."
She puts on a robe and stirs the embers while he dresses and tends to his mouth. "You're a complete bastard. I'd be a fool to work for you, Vogel."
"Don't even think of trying to back out now. I'd provide the Gestapo very convincing evidence of your father's treachery against the Führer. You wouldn't want to see the things they do to people like that. And if you ever cross me once you're in England, I'll deliver you to the British on a silver platter. If you think that fellow hurt you when you were a little girl, just think about being raped repeatedly by a bunch of stinking British guards. You'll be their favorite prisoner, believe me. I doubt they would ever bother to hang you."
She has gone very still in the dark. She thinks how she can smash his skull with a cast-iron poker, but Vogel is still holding his gun. She realizes she has been manipulated by him. She thought she was deceiving him. She thought she was in control, but all the while it was Vogel. He was trying to instill in her the ability to kill. She realizes he has done a very good job indeed. Vogel is talking again.
By the way, I killed you tonight while you were letting me fuck you. Anna Katharina von Steiner, age 27, died in an unfortunate road accident outside Berlin about an hour ago. A terrible pity. Such a waste of talent.
Vogel is dressed now, holding a wet cloth against his mouth. It is stained with his blood.
You're going to Holland in the morning, just as we planned. You stay there for 6 months, firmly establish your identity. Then you go to England. Here are your papers for Holland, your money and your train ticket. I have people in Amsterdam who will contact you and guide you from there.
He comes forward and stands very close to her.
Anna wasted her life, but Catherine Blake can do great things.
She hears the door close behind him, hears the sound of his boots crunching through the snow outside her cottage. It is very quiet now, only the popping of the fire and the hiss of the bitter wind stirring the fir trees outside her window. She is still for a moment, then she feels her body begin to convulse. Standing is no longer possible. She falls to her knees in front of the fire and begins to weep uncontrollably. Berlin, January 1944. Kurt Vogel was sleeping on the camp bed in his office when he heard a dull scraping sound that made him sit up with a start.
Who's there? It's only me, sir. Werner, for God's sake! You scared me to death, dragging your damned wooden leg like that. I thought it was Frankenstein coming to murder me. I'm sorry, sir. I thought you would want to see this right away.
Ulbricht handed him a signal flimsy.
It just came in from Hamburg. A message from Catherine Blake in London.
Vogel read it quickly, heart pounding.
She's made contact with Jordan. She wants Neumann to begin making regular pickups as soon as possible. My God, Werner, she's actually done it. Obviously, a remarkable agent, and a remarkable woman.
Yes, Vogel said distantly.
Signal Neumann at Hampton Sands at the first opportunity. Tell him to begin pickups on the prearranged schedule.
Yes, sir.
And leave word with Admiral Canaris' office. I want to brief him on the developments first thing in the morning.
Yes, sir. Ulbricht went out, leaving Vogel alone in the dark. He wondered how she had done it. He hoped one day she would come out so he could debrief her. Stop fooling yourself, old man. He wanted her to come out so he could see her just one more time, explain why he had treated her so horribly on the last night. It was for her own good. She couldn't see it then, but maybe, with the passing of time, she could see it now. He imagined her now. Is she frightened? Is she in danger? Of course she was in danger. She was trying to steal Allied secrets in the heart of London. One false move, and she would end up in the arms of MI5. But if there was one woman who could pull it off, it was her. Vogel had the broken heart and the broken jaw to prove it. Heinrich Himmler was working his way through a stack of paperwork at his office on Prince Albrechtstrasse when the call from Brigadeführer Walter Schellenberg was routed through to his desk. "Good evening, Herr Brigadeführer. Or should I say good morning? It's 2 a.m. I didn't think you would still be at the office. No rest for the weary. What can I do for you?" "It's about the Vogel affair. I was able to convince an officer in the Abwehr communication room that it was in his interest to cooperate with us." "Very good." Schellenberg told Himmler about the message from Vogel's agent in London. Himmler said, "So, your friend Horst Neumann is about to be brought into the game." "It appears that way, Herr Reichsführer." "I'll brief the Führer on the developments in the morning. I'm sure he'll be very pleased. This man Vogel seems to be a very capable officer. If he steals the most important secret of the war, I wouldn't be surprised if the Führer were to name him Canaris' successor." "I can think of more worthy candidates for the job, Herr Reichsführer," Schellenberg said. You'd better find some way of getting control of the situation. Otherwise you might find yourself out of contention.
Yes, Herr Reichsführer.
You're riding with Admiral Canaris in the Tiergarten in the morning?
As usual.
Perhaps you can find out something useful for a change, and do give the old fox my warmest regards. Good night, Herr Brigadeführer.
Himmler gently replaced the receiver in the cradle and returned to his eternal paperwork. Chapter 28. Hampton Sands, Norfolk. A grey dawn was leaking through thick clouds as Horst Neumann crossed the pine grove and climbed to the top of the dunes. The sea opened before him, grey and still in the windless morning, small breakers collapsing onto the seemingly endless expanse of beach. Neumann wore a grey tracksuit, a roll-neck sweater beneath for warmth, and a pair of soft black leather running shoes. He breathed deeply of the cold, crisp air, and then scrambled down the dunes and walked across the soft sand. The tide was going out, and there was a wide swath of hard, flat sand, perfect for running. He stretched his legs, blew on his hands, and set out at an easy pace. Terns and gulls squawked in protest and moved away. He had received a message from Hamburg earlier that morning, instructing him to begin regular pickups of material from Catherine Blake in London. It was to be done on the schedule Kurt Vogel had given him at the farm outside Berlin. The material was to be placed through a doorway in Cavendish Square, where it would be collected by a man from the Portuguese embassy and sent to Lisbon inside the diplomatic pouch. It sounded simple, but Neumann understood that courier work on the streets of London would take him straight into the teeth of the British security forces. He would be carrying information that would guarantee him a trip to the gallows if he was arrested. In combat, he always knew where the enemy was. In espionage work, the enemy could be anywhere. He could be in the next seat in a cafe or on a bus, and Neumann might never know. It took several minutes for Neumann to feel warm and for the first beads of sweat to appear on his forehead. The running worked its magic, the same magic it had worked on him since he was a boy. He was taken with a pleasant floating sensation, almost flight. His breathing was regular and relaxed, and he could feel the tension melting out of his body. He picked out an imaginary finish line about half a mile down the beach and increased his pace. The first quarter mile was good. He glided along the beach, his long stride eating up the ground, shoulders and arms loose and relaxed. The last quarter mile was tougher. Neumann's breath grew harsh and ragged. The cold air tore at his throat. His arms felt as though he were carrying lead weights. His imaginary finish line loomed 200 yards ahead. The backs of his thighs tightened suddenly, and his stride shortened. He pretended it was the home stretch of the 1,500-meter final of the Olympic Games. The games I missed because I was sent off to kill Poles and Russians and Greeks and French. He imagined there was just one man in front of him, and he was gaining ground excruciatingly slowly. The finish line was 50 yards away. It was a clump of seagrass, stranded by the high tide, but in Neumann's imagination it was a real finish line with a tape and men in white jackets with stopwatches and the Olympic banner flapping over the stadium in a gentle breeze. He pounded his feet savagely against the hard sand and leaned across the sea grass, stumbled to a halt, and struggled to catch his breath. It was a silly game, a game he had played with himself since he was a child, but it served a purpose. He had proved to himself that he was finally fit again. It had taken him months to recover from the beating he suffered at the hands of the SS men, but he had finally done it. He felt he was physically ready for anything he might be confronted with. Neumann walked for a moment before breaking into a light jog. It was then that he noticed Jenny Colville, watching him from atop the dunes. Neumann smiled at her as she approached. She was more attractive than he remembered. A wide, mobile mouth, eyes large and blue, her pale complexion flushed from the morning cold. She wore a heavy wool sweater, a woolen cap, an oilskin coat, trousers haphazardly tucked inside Wellington boots. Behind her, beyond the dunes, Neumann could see white smoke from a doused fire drifting through the pine trees. Jenny drew nearer. She looked tired, and her clothes appeared slept in. Yet she smiled with considerable charm as she stood, arms akimbo, and examined him. "Very impressive, Mr. Porter," she said.
Neumann always found her broad, sing-song Norfolk accent difficult to comprehend. "If I didn't know better, I'd say you were in training for something." "Old habits are hard to break. Besides, it's good for the body and the soul. You should try it sometime. It would take those extra pounds off you." "Ah," she pushed him playfully. "I'm too skinny as it is now. All the boys in the village say so. They like Eleanor Kerrick because she has big, well, you know. She goes down to the beach with them, and they give her money to unbutton her blouse." "I saw her in the village yesterday," Neumann said. "She's a fat cow. You're twice as pretty as Eleanor Kerrick." "You think so?" "I do indeed." Neumann rubbed his arms briskly and stamped his feet. "I need to walk, otherwise I'm going to be stiff as a board." "Would you like some company?" Neumann nodded. It was not the truth, but Neumann saw no harm in it. Jenny Colville had a terrible schoolgirl crush on him. It was obvious. She made up some excuse to drop by the Doherty cottage every day and never turned down an invitation from Mary to stay for tea or supper. Neumann had tried to pay an appropriate amount of attention to Jenny and carefully avoided putting himself in any situation where he might be alone with her. Until now. He would try to turn the conversation to his advantage, to take stock of how well his cover story was holding up in the village. They walked in silence, Jenny staring out at the sea. Neumann grabbed up a handful of stones and skipped them across the waves. Jenny said, "Do you mind talking about the war?" "Of course not." "Your wounds, were they bad?" "Bad enough to cut short my fighting days and give me a one-way ticket home." "Where were you wounded?" "In the head. Someday, when I know you better, I'll lift up my hair and show the scars." She looked at him and smiled. "Your head looks fine to me." "And what do you mean by that, Jenny Colville?" "It means you're a handsome man, and you're smart, too, I can tell." The wind blew a strand of hair across Jenny's face. She tucked it back under her woolen cap with a brush of her hand. "I just don't understand what you're doing in a place like Hampton Sands." So his cover story had aroused suspicion in the village. "I needed a place to rest and get well. The Dohertys offered to let me come here and stay with them, and I took them up on it." "Why don't I believe that story?" "You should, Jenny. It's the truth." "My father thinks you're a criminal or a terrorist. He says Sean used to be a member of the IRA. "Jenny, can you really picture Sean Doherty as a member of the Irish Republican Army? Besides, your father has serious problems of his own." Jenny's face darkened. She stopped walking and turned to face him. "And what's that supposed to mean?" Neumann feared he had taken it too far. Perhaps it was better to disengage, make an excuse, and change the subject. But something made him want to finish what he started. He thought, why can't I keep my mouth shut and walk away from this? He knew the answer, of course. His own stepfather had been a vicious bastard, quick with a backhand across the face or a cruel remark that brought tears to his eyes. He felt certain Jenny Colville had endured worse physical abuse than he ever had. He wanted to say something to her that would let her know that things did not always have to be this way. He wanted to tell her she was not alone. He wanted to help her. "It means he drinks far too much." Neumann reached out and touched her face gently. "And it means he mistreats a beautiful, intelligent young girl who's done absolutely nothing in the world to deserve it." "Do you mean that?" she asked. "Mean what?" "That I'm beautiful and intelligent. No one's ever said that to me before." "Of course I mean it." She took his hand and they walked some more. "Do you have a girl?" she asked him. "No." "Why not?" Why not indeed? The war. It was the easy answer. He had never had time for a girl, really. His life had been one long series of obsessions. An obsession to lose his Englishness and become a good German. An obsession to become an Olympic champion. An obsession to become the most decorated member of the Fallschirmjäger. His last lover had been a French farm girl from the village near his listening post. She had been tender when Neumann was in desperate need of tenderness, and each night for a month she let him in the back door of her cottage and took him secretly to her bed. When he closed his eyes, Neumann could still see her body, rising to his in the flickering candlelight of her bedroom. She had taken a vow to kiss his head every night until it healed. In the end, Neumann was overcome with the guilt of an occupier and broke it off. He feared now what would happen to her when the war was over. "Your face became sad for a moment," Jenny said. "I was thinking about something." "I'd say you were thinking about someone. And by the look on your face, that someone was a woman." "You're a very perceptive girl." "Was she pretty?" "She was French, and she was very beautiful." "Did she break your heart?" "You might say that." "But you left her." "Yes, I suppose I did." "Why?" "Because I loved her too much." "I don't understand." "You will someday." "And what do you mean by that?" "It means you're far too young to be hanging around with the likes of me. I'm going to finish my run. I suggest you go home and change into some clean clothes. You look like you've been sleeping on the beach all night." They looked at each other in a way that said they both knew it was the truth. She turned to leave, then stopped. "You'd never do anything to hurt me, would you, James?" "Of course not." "You promise?" "I promise." She stepped forward and kissed him on the mouth very briefly before turning and running across the sand. Neumann shook his head. Then he turned in the opposite direction and ran back down the beach. Chapter 29. London. Alfred Vicary felt he was sinking in quicksand. The more he struggled, the deeper he descended. Each time he unearthed a new clue or lead, he seemed to fall farther behind. He was beginning to doubt his chances of ever catching the spies. The source of his despair was a pair of decoded German messages that had arrived from Bletchley Park that morning. The first message was from a German agent in Britain asking Berlin to begin making regular pickups. The second was from Hamburg to a German agent in Britain asking the agent to do just that. It was a disaster. The German operation, whatever it might be, appeared to be succeeding. If the agent had requested a courier, it was logical the agent had stolen something. Vicary was struck by the fear that if he ever did catch up with the spies, he might be too late. The red light shone over Boothby's door. Vicary pressed the buzzer and waited. A minute passed, and the light still was red. So like Boothby to demand an urgent meeting, then keep his victim waiting. "Why haven't you told us this before?" "But I have, Alfred, old man. I told Boothby." Vicary pressed the buzzer again. Was it really possible Boothby had known of the existence of the Fogel network and kept it from him? It made absolutely no sense. Vicary could think of only one possible explanation. Boothby had vehemently opposed Vicary's being assigned to the case and had made that clear from the outset. But would Boothby's opposition include actively trying to sabotage Vicary's efforts? Quite possible. If Vicary could display no momentum in solving the case, Boothby might have grounds to sack him and give the case to someone else, someone he trusted, a career officer perhaps, not one of the new recruits that Boothby so detested. The light finally shone green. Vicary, slipping through the grand double doors, vowed not to leave again without first clearing the air. Boothby was seated behind his desk. "Let's have it, Alfred." Vicary briefed Boothby on the content of the two messages and his theory about what they meant. Boothby listened, fidgeting and squirming in his chair. "For God's sake," he snapped, "the news gets worse every day with this case." Vicary thought, "Another sparkling contribution, Sir Basil." "We've made some progress on piecing together background on the female agent. Karl Becker identified her as Anna von Steiner. She was born in Guy's Hospital in London on Christmas Day, 1910. Her father was Peter von Steiner, a diplomat and a wealthy West Prussian aristocrat. Her mother was an Englishwoman named Daphne Harrison. The family remained in London until war broke out, then moved to Germany. Because of Steiner's position, Daphne Harrison was not interned during the war, as many British citizens were. She died of tuberculosis in 1918 at the Steiner estate in West Prussia. After the war, Steiner and his daughter drifted from posting to posting, including another brief stint in London in the early 20s. Steiner also worked in Rome and in Washington. "Sounds like he was a spy to me," Boothby said. "But go on, Alfred." "In 1937, Anna Steiner vanished. We can only speculate after that. She undergoes Abwehr training, is sent to the Netherlands to establish a false identity as Christa Kunst, then enters England. By the way, Anna Steiner was allegedly killed in an auto accident outside Berlin in March 1938. Obviously, Vogel fabricated that. Boothby rose and paced his office.
It's all very interesting, Alfred, but there's one fatal flaw. It's based on information given to you by Carl Becker. Becker would say anything to ingratiate himself.
Becker has no reason to lie to us about this, Sir Basil, and his story is perfectly consistent with the few things we know for certain.
All I'm saying, Alfred, is that I very much doubt the veracity of anything the man says.
So why did you spend so much time with him last October? Vicary said. Sir Basil was standing in the window, looking down at the last light slipping out of the square. His head snapped around before he regained his composure and turned slowly to face Vicary.
The reason I spoke to Becker is none of your affair.
Becker is my agent, Vicary said, anger creeping into his voice.
I arrested him. I turned him. I run him.
He gave you information that might have proved useful to this case, yet you kept that information from me. I'd like to know why. Boothby was very calm now.
Becker told me the same story he told you. Special agents, a secret camp in Bavaria, special codes and rendezvous procedures. And to be honest with you, Alfred, I didn't believe him at the time. We had no other evidence to support his story. Now we do.
It was a perfectly logical explanation, on the surface at least. Why didn't you tell me about it?
It was a long time ago.
Who's Broom?
Sorry, Alfred.
I want to know who Broom is.
And I'm trying to tell you as politely as I can that you're not entitled to know who Broom is.
Boothby shook his head.
My God, this isn't some college club where we sit around and swap insights. This department is in the business of counterintelligence, and it operates on a very simple concept, need to know. You have no need to know who Broom is because it does not affect any case to which you have been assigned. Therefore, it is none of your business.
Is the concept of need to know a license to deceive other officers?
I wouldn't use the word deceive,
Boothby said, as though it were an obscenity.
It simply means that for reasons of security, an officer is entitled to know only what is necessary for him to carry out his assignment.
How about the word lie? Would you use that word? The discussion seemed to be causing Boothby physical pain.
I suppose at times it might be necessary to be less than truthful with one officer to safeguard an operation being carried out by another. Surely this doesn't come as a surprise to you?
Of course not, Sir Basil. Vicary hesitated, deciding whether to continue with his line of questioning or disengage. I was just wondering why you lied to me about reading Kurt Vogel's file. The blood seemed to drain from Boothby's face, and Vicary could see him bunching and unbunching his big fist inside his trouser pocket. It was a risky strategy, and Grace Clarendon's neck was on the block. When Vicary was gone, Boothby would call Nicholas Jago in registry and demand answers. Jago would surely realize Grace Clarendon was the source of the leak. It was no small matter. She could be sacked immediately. But Vicary was betting they wouldn't touch Grace because it would only prove her information had been correct. He hoped to God he was right.
Looking for a scapegoat, Alfred? Someone or something to blame for your inability to solve this case? You should know the danger in that more than any of us. History is replete with examples of weak men who have found it expedient to acquire a convenient scapegoat.
Vicary thought, and you're not answering my question. He rose to his feet. Good night, Sir Basil. Boothby remained silent as Vicary walked toward the door.
There's one more thing, Boothby finally said. I shouldn't think I need to tell you this, but I shall in any case. We don't have an unlimited amount of time. If there isn't progress soon, we may have to make, well, changes. You understand, don't you, Alfred?
Chapter 30. London. As they walked into the Savoy Grill, the band began playing, and a nightingale sang in Berkeley Square. It was a rather poor rendition, choppy and a bit rushed, but it was pretty regardless. Jordan took her hand without speaking, and they walked onto the dance floor. He was an excellent dancer, smooth and confident, and he held her very closely. He had come directly from his office and was wearing his uniform. He had brought his briefcase with him. Obviously it contained nothing important because he had left it behind at the table. Still, he never seemed to take his eyes off it for very long. After a moment, Catherine noticed something. Everyone in the room seemed to be staring at them. It was terribly unnerving. For 6 years, she had done everything in her power not to be noticed. Now she was dancing with a dazzling American naval officer at the most glamorous hotel in London. She felt exposed and vulnerable. Yet at the same time, she derived a strange satisfaction from doing something completely normal for a change. Her own appearance certainly had something to do with the attention they were drawing. She had seen it in Jordan's eyes a few minutes earlier when she walked into the bar. She looked stunning tonight. She wore a dress of black crepe material with a deep plunge in the back and a neckline that showed off the shape of her breasts. She wore her hair down, held back by a smart jeweled clasp and a double strand of pearls at her throat. She had taken care with her makeup. The wartime cosmetics were of extremely poor quality, but she didn't require much. A little lipstick to accentuate the shape of her generous mouth, a little rouge to bring out her prominent cheekbones, a bit of liner around her eyes. She derived no special satisfaction from her appearance. She had always thought of her own beauty in dispassionate terms, the way a woman might evaluate her favorite china or a cherished antique rug. Still, it had been a very long time since she had walked through a room and watched heads turn her way. She was the kind of woman that both sexes noticed. The men could hardly keep their mouths closed. The women frowned with envy. Jordan said, "Have you noticed that everyone in this room is staring at us?" "I've noticed that, yes. Do you mind?" "Of course not." He drew away a few inches so he could look at her face. "It's been a very long time since I've felt this way, Catherine. And to think I had to come all the way to London to find you." "I'm glad you did." "Can I make a confession?" "Of course you can." "I didn't get much sleep after you left last night." She smiled and drew him near, so her mouth was next to his ear. "I'll make a confession, too. I didn't sleep at all." "What were you thinking about?" "You tell me first." "I was thinking how much I wished you hadn't left." "I was having very similar thoughts." "I was thinking about kissing you." "I think I was kissing you." "I don't want you to leave tonight." "I think you would have to throw me out bodily if you wanted me to leave." "I don't think you need worry about that." "I think I'd like you to kiss me again right now, Peter." "What about all these people staring at us? What do you think they'll do if I kiss you?" "I'm not sure. But it's 1944 in London. Anything can happen."
"Compliments of the gentleman at the bar," the waiter said, opening a bottle of champagne as they came back to the table. "Does the gentleman have a name?" Jordan asked. "None that he gave, sir." "What did he look like?" "Rather like a sunburned rugby player, sir." "American naval officer?" "Yes, sir." "Shepard Ramsay." "The gentleman wishes to join you for a glass." "Tell the gentleman thank you for the champagne, but forget it." "Of course, sir."
"Who's Shepard Ramsay?" Catherine asked when the waiter left.
"Shepard Ramsay is my oldest and dearest friend in the world. I love him like a brother."
"So why don't you let him come over for a drink?"
"Because for once in my adult life, I'd like to do something without him. Besides, I don't want to share you."
"Good, because I don't want to share you either."
Catherine raised her champagne glass.
"To the absence of Shepard." Jordan laughed.
"To the absence of Shepard."
They touched glasses. Catherine added, "And to the blackout, without which I would never have bumped into you."
"To the blackout."
Jordan hesitated.
"I know this probably sounds like a terrible cliché, but
I can't take my eyes off of you." Catherine smiled and leaned across the table. "I don't want you to take your eyes off me, Peter. Why do you think I wore this dress?"
"I'm a little nervous."
"I am too, Peter. You look so beautiful lying there in the moonlight. You look beautiful, too."
"Don't. My wife—"
"I'm sorry. It's just that I've never seen a man who looked quite like you. Try not to think about your wife for just a few minutes."
"It's very hard, but you're making it a little easier."
"You look like a statue, kneeling there like that."
"A very old, crumbling statue."
"A beautiful statue." I can't stop touching you. Touching them. They're so beautiful. I've been dreaming of touching them like this since the first moment I saw you. You can touch them harder. It won't hurt. Like this? Oh, God. Yes, Peter, just like that. But I want to touch you, too. That feels so nice when you do that. It does? Ah, yes, it does. It's so hard. It feels wonderful. There's something else I want you to do to it. What? I can't say it out loud. Just come closer. Catherine, just do it, darling. I promise you won't regret it. Oh, my God, that feels so incredible. Then I shouldn't stop. You look so beautiful doing that. I want to make you feel good. I want to make you feel good. I can show you how. I think I know how. Oh, Peter, your tongue feels so wonderful. Oh, please touch my breasts while you do that. I want to be inside you. Hurry, Peter. Oh, you're so soft, so wonderful. Oh, God, Catherine, I'm going to... Wait, not yet, darling. Do me a favor and lie down on your back. Let me do the rest. He did as she asked. She took him in her hand and guided him inside her body. She could have just lain there and let him finish, but she wanted it this way. She always knew Fogel would do this to her. Why else would he want a female agent except to seduce Allied officers and steal their secrets? She always thought the man would be fat and hairy and old and ugly, not like Peter. If she was going to be Kurt Vogel's whore, she might as well enjoy it. Oh, God, Catherine, you shouldn't be doing this. You shouldn't be losing control like this. But she couldn't help it. She was enjoying it, and she was losing control. Her head rolled back, and her hands went to her breasts, and she stroked her nipples with her fingers, and after a moment she felt his warm release within her, and it washed over her in wave after wonderful wave. It was late, at least 4 o'clock, though Catherine couldn't be sure because it was too dark to see the clock on the bedstand. It didn't matter. All that mattered was that Peter Jordan was sleeping soundly next to her. His breathing was deep and regular. They had eaten a large meal, had a lot to drink, and made love twice. Unless he was a very light sleeper, he would probably sleep through a Luftwaffe night raid right now. She slipped out of bed, put on the silk dressing robe he had given her, and padded quietly across the room. The bedroom door was closed halfway. Catherine opened it a few inches, slipped through the doorway, and closed it behind her. The silence rang in her ears. She could feel her heart pounding in her chest. She forced herself to be calm. She had worked too hard, risked too much just to get to this point. One silly mistake, and it would destroy all she had done. She moved quickly down the narrow staircase. The stair creaked. She froze, waiting to hear if Jordan woke up. Outside, a car whooshed through standing water. Somewhere a dog was barking. In the distance, a lorry horn blared. She realized these were just the average sounds of the night that people slept through all the time. She walked quickly down the stairs and along the hall. She found his keys on a small table next to her handbag. She picked them both up and went to work. Catherine had limited objectives tonight. She wanted to guarantee herself regular access to Jordan's study and his private papers. For that, she needed her own copy of the keys to the front door, to the study door, and to his briefcase. Jordan's key ring held several keys. The key to the front door was obvious. It was larger than the rest. She reached in her purse and removed a block of soft brown clay. She singled out the skeleton key and pressed it into the clay, making a neat imprint. The key to the briefcase was also obvious. It was the smallest. She repeated the same process, making another neat imprint. The study would be more difficult. There were a number of keys that looked as though they might be the one. There was only one way to find out which it was. She picked up her handbag and Jordan's briefcase, carried everything down the hall to the study door, and began trying the different keys. The fourth key she tried fit the lock. She removed it and pressed it into her block of clay. Catherine could stop now, and it would be a very successful evening. She could make duplicate keys, and she could come back when Jordan wasn't home and photograph everything in his study. She would do that, but she wanted more tonight. She wanted to prove to Vogel that she had done it, that she was a talented agent. By her estimate, she had been out of bed less than 2 minutes. She could afford 2 more. She unlocked the study door, went inside, and switched on the light. It was a handsome room, furnished like the drawing room in a masculine way. There was a large desk and a leather chair and a drafting table with a tall wooden stool in front of it. Catherine reached inside her handbag and withdrew 2 items, her camera and her silenced Mauser pistol. She laid the Mauser on the desk. She raised the camera to her eye and clicked off 2 photographs of the room. Next, she unlocked Jordan's briefcase. It was virtually empty, just a billfold, a case for eyeglasses, and a small leather-bound appointment book. She thought, it's a start, at least. Perhaps there were names of important men with whom Jordan had met. If the Abwehr knew whom he was meeting, perhaps they could discover the nature of his work. How many times had she done this at the training camp? God, but she had lost count. 100 at least, always with Vogel standing over her with his bloody stopwatch.
Too long! Too loud! Too much light! Not enough! They're coming for you! You're caught! What do you do now?
She laid the appointment book on the desk and switched on the desk lamp. It had a pliable arm and a dome over the bulb to focus the light downward, perfect for photographing documents. 3 minutes. Work quickly now, Catherine. She opened the notebook and adjusted the lamp so the light shone directly onto the page. If she did it at the wrong angle, or if the light was too close, the negatives would be ruined. She did it just as Vogel had instructed, and started snapping off the photographs. Names, dates, short notes written in his scrawling hand. She photographed a few more pages and then found something very interesting. One page contained crude sketches of a box-like figure. There were numbers on the page that appeared to represent dimensions. Catherine photographed that page twice to make certain she captured the image. 4 minutes. One more item tonight. The safe. It was bolted to the floor next to the desk. Vogel had given her a combination that was supposed to unlock it. Catherine knelt and turned the dial. 6 digits. When she turned to the last number, she felt the tumbler settle into place. She took hold of the latch and applied pressure. The latch snapped into the open position. The combination worked. She pulled open the door and looked inside. 2 binders filled with papers, several loose-leaf notebooks. It would take hours to photograph everything. She would wait. She aimed the camera at the inside of the safe and took a photograph. 5 minutes. Time to put everything back in its original place. She closed the safe door, returned the latch to the locked position, and spun the dial. She placed the block of clay in her handbag carefully, so as not to damage the imprints. The camera and the Mauser were next. She returned Jordan's appointment book to its place inside his briefcase and locked it. Then she shut off the lights and went out. She closed the door and locked it. 6 minutes. Too long. She carried everything back into the hall and placed the keys, his briefcase, and her handbag back on the table. Done. She needed an excuse. She was thirsty. It was true. Her mouth was parched from nerves. She went into the kitchen, took a glass down from the cabinet, and filled it with cold water from the tap. She drank it down immediately, refilled it, and carried the glass upstairs to the bedroom. Catherine felt relief washing over her, and at the same time an amazing sense of power and triumph. Finally, after months of training and years of waiting, she had done something. She realized suddenly that she liked spying, the satisfaction of meticulously planning and executing an operation, the childlike pleasure of knowing a secret, learning something that someone doesn't want you to know. Vogel had been right all along, of course. She was perfect for it, in every way. She opened the door and went back into the bedroom. Peter Jordan was sitting up in bed in the moonlight.
"Where have you been? I was worried about you."
"I was dying of thirst." She couldn't believe the calm, collected voice was really hers.
"I hope you brought me some, too," he said.
"Oh, thank God." She could breathe again. "Of course I did." She handed him the glass of water, and he drank it. Catherine asked, "What time is it?"
5 o'clock. I have to be up in an hour for an 8 o'clock meeting."
She kissed him. "So we have 1 hour left."
"Catherine, I couldn't possibly—"
"Oh, I bet you could." She let the silk gown fall from her shoulders and drew his face to her breasts. Catherine Blake, later that morning, strode along the Chelsea embankment as a light, bitterly cold rain drifted across the river. During her preparation, Vogel had provided her with a sequence of 20 different rendezvous, each in a different location in central London, each at a slightly different time. He had forced her to commit them to memory, and she assumed he had done the same thing with Horst Neumann before sending him to England, Under the rules, it was Catherine who would decide whether the meeting would take place. If she saw anything she didn't like, a suspicious face, men in a parked car, she could call it off, and they would try again at the next location on the list at the specified time. Catherine saw nothing out of the ordinary. She glanced at her wristwatch. 2 minutes early. She continued walking and inevitably thought about what had happened last night. She worried she had taken things with Jordan too far, too fast. She hoped he hadn't been shocked by the things she had done to his body, or by the things she had asked him to do to hers. Perhaps a middle-class Englishwoman wouldn't have behaved like that. Too late for second thoughts now, Catherine. The morning had been like being in a dream. It felt as if she had been magically turned into someone else and dropped into their world. She dressed and made coffee while Jordan shaved and showered. The placid domestic scene felt bizarre to her. She felt a stab of fear when he unlocked the study door and went inside. Did I leave anything out of place? Does he realize I was in there last night? They had shared a taxi. During the short ride to Grosvenor Square, she was struck by another thought. What if he doesn't want to see me again? It had never occurred to her before that moment. All of it would have been for nothing unless he truly cared for her. Her concerns had been groundless. As the taxi arrived at Grosvenor Square, he asked her to have dinner with him that evening at an Italian restaurant in Charlotte Street. Catherine turned around and retraced her steps along the embankment. Neumann was there now, walking toward her. Hands plunged into the pockets of his reefer coat, collar up against the rain, slouch hat pulled down close to his eyes. He had a good look for a field agent, small, anonymous, yet vaguely menacing. Put a suit on him, and he could attend a Belgravia cocktail party. Dressed as he was now, he could walk the toughest docks in London, and no one would dare look at him twice. She wondered if he had ever studied acting, like she had. "You look like you could use a cup of coffee," he said. "There's a nice warm cafe not too far from here." Neumann held out an arm to her. She took it, and they strolled along the embankment. It was very cold. She gave him the film, and he carelessly dropped it into his pocket, as though it were spare change. Fogel had trained him well. Catherine said, "You know where to deliver this, I assume?" "Cavendish Square. A man from the Portuguese embassy named Hernandez will pick it up at 3 o'clock this afternoon and place it in the diplomatic pouch. It will go to Lisbon tonight and be in Berlin in the morning." "Very good." "What is it, by the way?" "His appointment book, some photographs of his study. Not much, but it's a start." "Very impressive," Neumann said. "How did you get it?" "I let him take me to dinner. Then I let him take me to bed. I got up in the middle of the night and slipped into his study. The combination worked, by the way. I also saw the inside of his safe." Neumann shook his head. "That's risky as hell. If he comes downstairs, you're in trouble." "I know. That's why I need these." She reached into her handbag and gave him the block of clay with the imprints of the keys. "Find someone to make copies of these and deliver them to my flat today. Tomorrow, when he goes to work, I'm going to go back inside his house and photograph everything in that study." Neumann pocketed the block of clay. "Right. Anything else?" "Yes. From now on, no more conversations like this. We bump into each other. I give you the film, you walk away and deliver it to the Portuguese. If you have a message for me, write it down and give it to me. Understood?" "Understood." They stopped walking. "Well, you have a very busy day ahead of you, Mr. Porter." She kissed his cheek and said into his ear, "I risked my life for those things. Don't fuck it up now." Then she turned and walked away down the embankment. The first problem confronting Horst Neumann that morning was finding someone to make copies of Peter Jordan's keys. No reputable shop in the West End would make a duplicate key based on an imprint. In fact, they would probably call the Metropolitan Police and have him arrested. He needed to go to a neighborhood where he might find a shopkeeper willing to do the job for the right price. He walked along the Thames, crossed Battersea Bridge, and headed into South London. It didn't take Neumann long to find what he was looking for. The shop's windows had been blown out by a bomb. Now they were boarded up with plywood. Neumann stepped inside. There were no customers, just an older man behind the counter wearing a heavy blue shirt and a grimy apron. Neumann said, "You make keys, mate?" The clerk inclined his head toward the grinder. Neumann took the clay from his pocket. "You know how to make keys from something like this?" "Yep, but it will cost you." "How's 10 shillings sound?" The clerk smiled. He had about half his teeth.
Sounds like sweet music. He took the clay. Be ready by tomorrow noon.
I need them right now. The clerk was smiling his horrid smile again.
Well now, that's going to cost you another 10 bob.
Neumann laid the money on the counter. I'll wait here while you cut them, if you don't mind.
Suit yourself.
In the afternoon, the rain stopped. Neumann walked a great deal. When he wasn't walking, he was jumping on and off buses and rushing in and out of the underground. He had only the vaguest memories of London from when he was a boy, and he actually enjoyed spending the day in the city. It was a relief from the boredom of Hampton Sands. Nothing to do there except run on the beach and read and help Sean in the meadows with the sheep. Leaving the hardware shop, he pocketed the duplicate keys and recrossed Battersea Bridge. He took Catherine's block of clay, crushed it so as to erase the imprints, and tossed it into the Thames. It broke the surface with a deep bloop and vanished into the swirling water. He meandered through Chelsea and Kensington and finally into Earl's Court. He placed the keys in an envelope and the envelope through Catherine's letterbox. Then he took his lunch at a window table of a crowded cafe. A woman 2 tables away made eyes at him throughout the meal, but he had brought a newspaper for protection and looked up only occasionally to smile at her. It was tempting. She was attractive enough, and it might be an enjoyable way to kill the rest of the afternoon and get off the streets for a while. It was insecure, however. He paid his bill, winked at her, and walked out. 15 minutes later, he stopped at a phone box, picked up the receiver, and dialed a local number. It was answered by a man who spoke heavily accented English. Neumann politely asked for a Mr. Smythe. The fellow at the other end of the line protested a little too vehemently that there was no one named Smythe at this number. Then he violently rang off. Neumann smiled and returned the receiver to its cradle. The exchange was a crude code. The man was the Portuguese courier, Carlos Hernandez. When Neumann called and asked for someone with a name beginning with an S, the courier was to go to Cavendish Square and collect the material. He still had an hour to kill. He walked in Kensington, skirting Hyde Park, and arrived at Marble Arch. The clouds thickened and it started to rain. Just a few cold, fat drops to begin with, then a steady downpour. He ducked into a bookshop in a small street off Portman Square. He browsed for a bit, dismissing an offer of assistance from the dark-haired girl standing atop a ladder stocking books on the top shelves. He selected a volume of T.S. Eliot and a new novel by Graham Greene called The Ministry of Fear. While he was paying, the girl professed love for Eliot and invited Neumann for coffee when she took her break at 4 o'clock. He declined, but said he was frequently in the area and would come back. The girl smiled, placed the books in a brown paper bag, and said she would like that. Neumann walked out, accompanied by the tinkle of the little bell attached to the top of the door. He arrived in Cavendish Square. The rain diminished to a chilly drizzle. It was too cold for him to wait on a bench in the square, so he walked around it several times, never taking his eye from the doorway on the southwest corner. After 20 minutes of this, the fat man arrived. He wore a grey suit, grey overcoat, and bowler hat, and carried himself as though he were about to rob a bank. He shoved his key in the door as though he were entering enemy territory and went inside. When the door closed, Neumann crossed the square, removed the film from his jacket pocket, and dropped it through the mail slot. On the other side of the door, he heard the fat man grunting as he stooped to pick it up. Neumann walked away and continued his tour of the square, again never taking his eyes from the house. The Portuguese diplomat emerged 5 minutes later, found a taxi after a moment, and was gone. Neumann looked at his wristwatch. More than an hour before his train. He thought about going back to the bookshop for the girl. The idea of coffee and intelligent conversation appealed to him. But even innocent discourse was a potential minefield. Speaking the language and understanding the culture were two different things. He might make a stupid remark, and she might become suspicious. It was not worth the risk. He left Cavendish Square, books beneath his arm, and took the Underground east to Liverpool Street, where he boarded the late afternoon train for Hunstanton. Part 3. Chapter 31.